Hello everyone. Can everyone hear me all right? Let's see how everyone is.
Which is, what the fuck are we gonna do?
Can everyone hear me okay? D-Rock can hear me.
It's not that. It's a weird
Can everyone hear Party?
Oh God, what do I do?
How's everyone tonight? I'm gonna go close her bedroom door. Party is in communication with the friend. Girl stuff, you know? So I went to close the door. I forgot it's the afternoon already. I was like, tonight, I just woke up. D-Rock, are you a night owl? Like a poltergeist in a bathroom in a horror video game, but yet. That might be my phone. Sounds like party member escort got lost. 3 rooms. Yeah, so right now I'm running things on my Steam deck. And this is a Linux. So I've muted my internal microphone. I'm going to mute this as well. I think I've done all that I can really do, right? Steam Deck is Linux, so yeah, I recently replaced the terabyte within my Steam Deck, and I made the decision to try out Linux for real, and I'm regretting every second. But I kind of feel like I just need to give it a chance a bit longer and get used to it. Yeah. I'm also in a very open room right now. Usually when I'm chatting with everyone, I'm at home, and my room back at my actual home is very small and cramped, so let's just say that it's between the bed. I don't actually have a closet or wardrobe. I have like a hanger kind of thing that I hang my clothes on, so I don't have a lot of clothing, and then I have bookshelves and the desk, so you can imagine there's not a lot of bare wall or open room, so there's no echo, and it probably sounds very cozy, but in my sister's apartment things are much more open, and I'm sitting in her kind of like her tiny dining room area, and it's all tile, and so there's going to be more echo, unfortunately. If you're familiar with Mudahar, he likely has videos to help with Linux. Yeah, I should just go through his stuff, because I've gone onto forums to read stuff about Linux, and I've come to the conclusion that Linux, there's like, I don't know, is there even like a Paint app for Linux? Oh Lord, I think I'd have to go to Discover and then Paint program, Color Paint maybe. Let's install this. I'm getting a little bit better. Oh, look at this. This is like Microsoft Paint. Okay, so this is my Venn diagram in my head, and I hope Linux users aren't going to be too annoyed by this, but this is Linux people. This here is parsers. And then this here is asshole. And Lord forbid you meet anyone from this trifecta. Oh, is my cartoon head in the way? Here. Oh yeah, let's do AFK, and let's do here, like that. How about that? There we go. So whenever I went onto forums, I never asked anything, but I literally saw several conversations where people were like, just read the documentation. And the reality is that because Steam Deck, for very obvious reasons, right? Like, I understand why Valve went with Linux, okay? Like, I can't fault them for this decision. But because they did that, you got a bunch of rando casuals like myself who are suddenly going, what is Linux? How do I do it? And we're used to being spoon-fed shit by Microsoft. So basically, like, it's very hard for us to get into the idea that we're going to run a command line. And then someone was like, at one point someone was like, oh, you can just like use this like read only disable and then do shit and then go read only enable. And there were Linux users who were like, don't do that if you're a noob, you don't know what you're doing. And I'm like, we don't have a choice. we are here because we have no other choice. Do you think I want to mess with my OS settings? I was a bit annoyed. So the long and short of it is, Party has been a fantastic hostess. So Party is letting me teach on her, she's letting me teach on her computer, because basically Linux, the program that I need to use as a teacher has not been developed for Linux. And dual booting the Steam Deck is possible, but it would require a lot of work. And apparently the app that I could potentially use for the classroom doesn't work via emulation on the Linux either. So I am fucked, basically. That's the long and short of it. Like Thor of Pirate Software says, there's no good and bad OS, they're just different tools for different jobs. GIMP, edited graphics, but it's terrible. GIMP, I use GIMP sim. I do. I am a GIMP user. However, for Paint, like if I'm going to do Asmongold, then yeah. Cartoon, okay. The Matrix, yeah. I grew up with DOS, but it was a long time ago. Yeah, so when I first used the computer a long time ago, it was probably like an IBM. So, you know, our parents couldn't afford to get a high-end computer. And of course I think there was about 6 of us at some point. And so we weren't allowed to use the computer a lot. And the few of us that could use it would not be able to use it often. And I think by that point in time, command line was only used in serious situations. But I do recall using floppy disks and A disks and all of that. Oh, Ben is also a GIMP user. Is this a kind of a joke, Ben? Are you cracking a pervy joke? So anyway, how's chat tonight? How is everyone doing? Tell me your weekend so far. What have you been up to, you all? I've been writing a lot. So this book I'm working on is 120,000 words long. It's about 51 chapters. And I have struggled with feeling interested in doing it. But recently it's like I've woken up, and so this weekend, well, these past few days since I've come to Party's place, I've been just going full ramming speed. So I've been writing, around 6,000 words a day, and I'm hoping that the plan is to get the book done within the next week or two. Hello, Wooly. How's it going? You already know I've been grinding 14 events. That is true, Sim. You've been living in the Yokai Watch event for sure. You should feel proud. Not many people have gotten through all of it. I will say that I did it for Nico because I really wanted the cat couch for Nico. But I didn't do it with Chieko. Maybe next time. I think I've used DOS in every version of Windows but 11. Well, I don't know if Tab is in chat, but stay away from 11 for now. That's all I'm going to say. Ghost project or personal project? Good question, Shay. This is a ghost project. Otherwise, I would be sharing more information about it. This is for my hopefully last client. And usually it would take me around 20 days to get a 120,000 word book done. So like if I'm writing 6,000 words a day, right? So it would be about 20 business days, which would probably come to about 3 weeks for me. But things being what they are, I've taken more than I should have. And I really want to get it done within a week or two. So yeah, I'm going to push. I only have, I think, about 20,000, maybe 30,000 words left. So that's about 5 days of work. So I think I could get it done within a week and a half. I usually write, on a good day, I'll write anywhere between 4,000 and 8,000 words. So your average book is about 30,000. So I could finish an average sized, let's say, nonfiction book in about 5 to 6 days. And then for larger books, like 90,000 word books, let's say I'm writing 6K a day. That's like what? My math is terrible. I'm a writer, not a mathematician. That's about 15 days. Yeah. So yeah. I'm usually better than this, but things are what they are. My PC just said it's no longer eligible for free upgrades, so laughing, crying face. Yeah, Shay, I upgraded my Steam Deck and then I upgraded my main PC. My main PC is handling Windows 11 fine, but the Steam Deck crapped out. Like, it just couldn't go for it. There's just not enough support, so. Wooly said, Shin Megami Tensei Vengeance playing while watching Erdtree Rage from new FromSoft customers. How's SMT going, Wooly? Is it going well? Oh no, you can't upgrade to a better version of Microsoft Spyro. Yeah, I did have to turn off certain key things for sure. And even now, I'm kind of like, I do prefer to run something like Linux because Linux also runs lighter, I feel. But I thought I'm not going to just go full Linux, and I'm very glad I didn't now, because if I'm going to keep my ESL job, I need to use that specific app, unless I buy a laptop only for that one job and that one app. Wow. So anyway, yeah. I'm presuming Shay has been in WoW. I'm presuming Ben has been preparing for Dawn Trail. Wooly doing SMT. How's SMT been, Wooly? Sim has been losing his life in Yokai. There have been a few other people also hopping onto 14 and trying to catch up. I'm in 4 with Alala. Don't forget the Moogle Tombstone event. Oh, Sim, well, keep going. You can do it. SMT is fun to play with. Just this side of challenging, we have to use consumables, a little RNG shenanigans. Ooh, sounds like your interest has been piqued. That's good. I'm glad that it's living up to some kind of expectation. That's awesome. I have been hearing about the DLC being very hard. I find that whole situation around Elden Ring fascinating. Today's the last day for Moogle Tombstone events, is it? I might have to hop on and check that I got everything on Nico. I have not, because my cooler got smoked and it was too hot to play here anyway. Picked up a new cooler today, but my anxiety has me staring at it like a pit viper instead of doing the swap. Yeah, replacing computer parts can be very tough, particularly if it's close to your chipset. Yeah, I have a very simple cooler, not like a water cooler or anything. So I feel confident that I could remove it if I wanted to put in a new chip. Recently I replaced my hard drive because it crapped out. Don't forget to prep a Wondrous Tales before tomorrow too. Oh, I am not even going to level anything, Ben. No. I'm going to I'm not doing anything with Nico. I'm not going to attempt Dawn Trail. I'm not running it in anytime soon. I might do Dawn Trail with Nico without party, and I would stream it, but I don't think I would feel confident to play a level 80 class. I would have to take it somewhere and whack a training dummy with it. Hey Guardian, what's up? We are sitting here and just chatting for a bit. I'm going to be frank. I went traveling to visit my sister, and that's been really fun. And I've been expending a lot of my creative energy on writing for one of my ghostwriting clients. So I thought about going through the internet and finding a video that I'm interested in, but we might just watch some videos from our content request channel in the Discord. So if you have some culture related or book related or gaming related video you think I would find interesting, please place it in the Discord content recommendation channel. We have a little backlog, so we can always choose one of those. Oh, Guardian has been doing what Wooly's been doing. He's been playing Shin Megumi Tensei. I hope you're enjoying it, Guardian. Wooly seems to be enjoying it. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Well, Shay, I know you got this. Just pop us on your phone and sit down with us, and we will support you from the side. Nah, mate, just inflict yourself on the unsuspecting roulette denizens. Oh, I really like Vengeance already. Liked the OG version of V5, and this one adds tons of things that make it better overall. Awesome. I'm glad to hear that. I know that there are lots of people these days who buy something and get really disappointed because they feel like everything is phoned in, but you know, I just feel like when something good comes out, I'm even if it's not something I'm particularly excited about, it's like, you know, yay, you know, that's good. It's kind of like the Nintendo Direct recently. One of my people that I know, right, was like, oh, it was pretty decent, like I'm really excited, and there were a lot of things that they were really excited about, but I was like, you know, nothing there necessarily for me, but that didn't mean that I wasn't excited for other people. I was kind of like, oh yeah, that's great. I always wait for reviewers I trust and have similar tastes to. Yeah, Ben, you got to be careful sometimes about listening to people, because sometimes a person will hate it and then sometimes they will like something. And just because they hate it doesn't mean that you'll hate it. And just because they like it doesn't mean you'll like it. I think enjoyment is entirely subjective. There is an element that can make enjoyment, like you can use objective metrics to factor how potentially enjoyable something might be, but there's a level where I think we can say that enjoyment is subjective. Okay, so it's a remake of something else, or re-release. Interesting. I wonder if my brother is playing it. I should ask my brother, are you playing it? I have a couple reviewers I watch, and I kind of aggregate their thoughts and what I see. Yeah, I find for me, watching gameplay helps a lot now. I remember hopping into one of Asmongold's streams on Twitch. Usually I don't watch Asmongold, but like I'm not a steady stream viewer, let's say that. And he was trying out Final Fantasy XIV for the first time, and because I saw him playing it and I could see what his hotbar looked like, I got more confident about being able to try it. Even though the style of gameplay was very new to me, I felt like, oh, this is super easy, I can do it. So I think watching gameplay helps a lot with understanding what a game is, but you run the risk of spoiling yourself. So it's kind of like a catch-22. So it really depends on the game, whether you're emotionally invested in having a fresh run or not. Look at this. Okay, wow. We got some SMT lovers in chat here, which is great. So today we are going to be taking a little look at well, I'm not sure actually. I'm going to be frank. Let's see. I'm going to check our Discord and see what is going on in here. Discord on my phone is always a bit iffy, but we're going to take a little look. So we have an Elden Ring video. Oh yes, we have the RPG high-level make-believe. That was wild. Hardest healer in Endwalker. Is epic fantasy really dying? No, epic fantasy is not dying. Epic fantasy is dying and it is making me sad. Capcom just wrecked the video game industry with facts. Interesting. Soup. Is actually media illiterates, an EFAP thing on media illiteracy. Why do you always kill gods in JRPGs? I heard that one is very long, so we would be here forever if we did that one, probably. Epic fantasy. Oh, nice. Speaking of SMT, there's a story that I'm working on with a similar vibe, and that it's set in Tokyo and is centered around a demon invasion. Haven't finished the draft, but I have made some progress. Ooh. That sounds very interesting. Kind of reminds me of Majin Tante. No, Gakuen, whatever. Oh, what was it called? The animation for it was really bad, I recall. Something got janked up. I'm trying to remember the name. It was like one of those weird names. I'll probably remember at the halfway through the middle of the night. So are you working on the first draft, Guardian? Did we get through the WoW cinematics? Oh no, Shay, we did not. Gremia, food fight? Hi Gremia, welcome in. I don't know if you've been around before, but we're just sitting and chilling right now. Trying to make up our minds as to what we want to react to tonight. How did you find us? I hope tonight has been going well for everyone who's new in chat. Hope things are going well. Yeah, you can see that. I've also been trying to add blank to it, dialogue to it, along with my other new drafts. Oh, well, I'm glad that you've enjoyed our discussions about writing. If you ever have any questions, you can ask me. I don't have all the answers. I'm going to be very honest. But I do love talking about writing, and I think for me, writing has always been a situation where I've how can I say it? I found writing to be extremely therapeutic, and over time, I became more and more serious about my writing. But I've always suffered from kind of like an imposter syndrome. I'm not saying I'm good. But what I'm saying is I've always felt like I can't be good enough to sell it or to make money with it. So ghostwriting for other people helped me feel more confident and helped me learn how to discipline myself. And I was blessed with being able to meet someone who makes a living self-publishing, and they talked about how you have to compromise, because the reality is that most writers are not going to be able to write about what they really want to write about. That's a luxury that you gain because of either luck or networking, or because you just worked very hard and finally over a long period of time you could make it big enough to do what you want. And so this person basically was sharing with me their journey, and I read some of their early stories, and I realized that my current level of writing is better than what they started with. And so I was like, wait a minute, what am I doing? I need to just put stuff out. And if I can find an angle that I believe in or that I can live with, even if it's not 110% what I want to write, at least it will be something I can look at and say, I finished it, I'm making a career of it. But there's a level of compromise that you have to live with if you want to make money self-publishing. So epic fantasy topics would be fun too. Yeah, we could do that. Even though it's not finished, I can post it on Discord so you guys can check it out. Yeah. Or Guardian, I recommend this as well. Only letting yourself share it once it's finished, and share only a little bit of the first parts to pique our interest, so then we'll want to buy it. Continue the SMT tradition of cardboard characters, spurned friends, and fever dream motivations. Probably the same with all art forms. What do you mean by that, Sim? The market for, yes. So I did. I'm in the process of potentially launching a brand under a pseudonym, and it will involve Catboy stories, but it will be very niche, and most people will not like it, but it will appeal to a certain audience, and I think that audience exists, and yeah, I'm gonna go for it. I already have the artwork finished for the front cover, and yeah, it's they're going to be hopefully really good. How important do you think is world building and the lore of the story compared to the plot and characters? Is it subjective or dependent on what the story is trying to achieve? Grammy, you've hit the nail on the head with your last question there. You've basically oh my goodness, how can I stop? Let's quit Discord. Yeah. So in my opinion, world building and lore is only important for two situations. Number one situation, you are emotionally invested in this piece of work, and this is part of your process to fully realize your vision. And for some people, if they have the luxury to do it as a hobby, spending time on world building and lore is part of that fun journey to realizing their, written or whatever they're trying to make, right? Their dreams. World building and lore is also, I think, very necessary if you're writing specific genres. For example, if you're writing hard science fiction, so extremely highly detailed science fiction, or highly involved or extremely detailed epic fantasies, for example, you're going to have to do some world building and lore. And also, bizarrely enough, I think if you are writing a mystery story, you have to do a lot of background work to ensure that everything is hanging together in a natural way. But if you're writing, let's say, romance or certain kinds of thrillers, I think you can get away with doing almost little to no world building. but it depends on what kind of person you are as well, and what kind of writer you are. And it will also depend on the situation, I think. So it's really, it's highly dependent, I think, on why you're writing what you're writing, and what genre you're writing for. It also will depend on your audience. There are some romance writers out there who verge on into certain territory, like, for example, romantasy. Some romantasy authors have all of that romance, right? But then they have scads and scads of world building and lore, and they can do that because their brand has been built up to a point where they can have all of that in there, and the readers will remain there with them. And that's linked to brand expectations. Hello, Epic. Right, all art forms. So you can't do what you want until you work for other people. Yeah, Sim, you are absolutely right. Yeah, it's just a part of reality. Unless you are like born with some money to burn, you just have to compromise. It's part of it. If you want to self-publish Guardian and you want people to read your book, I highly recommend making chapters. If someone hops into your book on Amazon and sees crappy formatting, they will back out of your sample faster. I want to make a sex joke about pulling out, but I don't know how to phrase it in a funny way, so we'll just leave it there. They're not going to read it. Did I answer? Yeah, you kind of did. I know people who have a hard time investing into a story if it doesn't have elaborate lore, and I often clash with them since I am more drawn to character-driven stories. Yeah, it depends on what you prefer. It depends on what you're looking for. It depends on the brand. It depends on the genre, right? World building is something I've focused on with some of my stories. Usually if there's lots of lore and really invested in it, I tend to make a lore draft. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, I don't know. Let's try this. Oh dear me. Maybe next week I'll set this up. I'm a little heavy-cavey about sharing an email address, but maybe next week I'll share a piece of my writing, and I'll show you what I mean. But there was a situation where I was writing a specific character, and the character mentions a list of gods, and I realized that this character, being a mage, was going to talk about the gods because they're linked to magic and powerful forces, and I wanted to make a statement about that character and their personality, where their determination comes from, and I wanted it to link it as a metaphor to certain beliefs or understanding about the gods within that particular lore. And so when I started making the list of god names, I just came up with a bunch that I thought sounded cool, and then I sat down and I decided, okay, this one's going to be the god of fortune, this one's going to be the blah 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 blah, right? And I ended up doing like a small little note on a piece of paper with a list of the pantheon, so that in the other books, when I mention people like swearing by the name of various gods, I would have these gods handy. and I would know which character would more likely swear by one god versus another god. And this was for a book that is, shall we say, romance. Now, to an ordinary romance reader, you don't have to take note of that, right? I don't sit and explain in heavy detail. But in this one chapter, I did explain a bit more about the gods because that character would think about the gods more because they are a mage and because of who they are. But otherwise, almost all of the other characters don't even, they don't give two shits about the gods, really. They're just running around having, their best life. So for me, how much lore is doled out will depend on who is directing the scene. And in this case, so far in this particular trilogy, the gods are going to matter for 2 out of the 6 characters, and the other characters don't really think about it too much, but on occasion they'll ask some questions and it will just pop up when necessary, but it's not necessary to know to enjoy the actual romance of what's going on. Hopefully that makes sense. Catboy verse, yeah, basically. Oh, hello, Anxious. How's it going? Since people skip reading a comment due to lack of simple punctuation, a book or story even more. Yeah, Willie, yes, absolutely. If you're going to sell a book, you have to make sure your formatting is on fleek. Otherwise, you're not going to get anyone reading it. Yeah, once again, if you're already settled, or if you've signed with a publisher and they're signing you on with the intention that you publish your books a certain kind of way, or with the intention that you are breaking rules, then you're obviously in the gravy and you can do what you want. But generally speaking, I would say 9 times out of 10 self-published stuff doesn't get short shrift. Yeah. How's it going, Anxious? Okay, so let's see. I'm going to check Discord again. Let's see. I might actually have to open up my Discord again. RIP. Okay. Let's open up Discord and let's go in. Let's hope I don't dox myself, chat. You know how it is. Okay. Let's add that to our little list. And we'll add an epic fantasy. Should we watch Matt or Library of a Viking or Celebration of Booktuber's Epic? This crazy guy, apparently. In celebration of the death of Booktuber's epic fantasy. Is epic fantasy really dying? How much do I want to mold today? That is the question that we got to ask ourselves here. I've read quite, maybe I shouldn't say quite a bit. I've read some Lovecraft. How about that? I have not read Lovecraft County books. What are they about? And welcome, Arm Melon. I don't think I've seen you around either. So welcome in here. Do a roll to decide. Maybe I should do a poll. I think that's what Anxious is saying. Okay, so let's do this. We'll do an in celebration, right? We'll do an in celebration. Can I even? Yeah. I feel like Epic Fantasy is not dying, it's responding to someone else. So if you want to watch the other ones, you probably do one of them first. Yeah. Viking is more entertaining than the others. Chat has chosen to mold. Yeah, so let's click on this one here. So this one's a molding one. We got this one here. And we have, I think, this is a response to criticism. Wait a minute. This one is probably the original. And then someone responded to him. And then, yeah. Skip.
Epic Fantasy.
Yeah, why don't we watch this? Why don't we watch this? Why don't we watch this and see where we get? How about that? So we're going to watch Epic Fantasy is Dying and It Is Making Me Sad. Now, we got to first say that this is a very specific topic, okay? Because this is talking about a very specific genre within fantasy, right? This is epic fantasy. Not to be confused with your average fantasy, urban fantasy, low fantasy, supernatural fantasy, or the romantasy. So, you know, yeah, we gotta be clear. I don't think fantasy as a whole is dying, but I do think a specific forms of fantasy have gone on are on the downswing, shall we say. Now the question is this permanent? The question is, why is this happening? The question is this a good thing or a bad thing? And yeah, let's see what this person, where the ad block at. Is there ad blocker on Linux? This is Chrome on Linux. So I'm not sure how I would even do it. Question is, who's the better looking of those three? I think Library of a Viking is actually kind of very nice looking. But I'm not a picky kind of girl. Let's just say that. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's try this out and let's see if chat. We're going to go into the matrix. Are you ready? Is chat ready to go in the matrix? Okay. So. All right. So we're good. All right. Oh, Lovecraft County books are basically about a black family in Jim Crow America undergoing Lovecraftian horrors and societal horrors. Really gripping story. Interesting. Yeah, some of the Lovecraftian stuff is talking about freaky societal stuff going on. In my Gothic literature classes, we also read The Island of Moreau, or Dr. Moreau. So yeah. Like, is Sanderson our contemporary epic fan? I think Brandon Sanderson is our last holdout because George R. R. Martin stopped writing. But I think some people in chat might agree that both Brandon Sanderson and George R. R. Martin, while on some levels, okay, I know this is going to make Wooly mauled because we've had this discussion before, but I can look at their writing approaches and their writing style and how they handle a sentence and how they are being descriptive and how they write dialogue. I think they have clear skill. It's just, in the case of George R. R. Martin, he's just not writing anymore. Why is that? Right? And then Brandon Sanderson has clearly made some narrative decisions that have pissed certain people off. So although we could say they are technically brilliant on a technical level, as Wooly would rightfully point out, what's the point of being technically brilliant if you're just putting out stuff that nobody enjoys reading? And that is a very good question. Because if no one wants to read your story, even if you're a really good writer, what's the point? Well, it could be for self-satisfaction, because you just want to, because you find it therapeutic. But if you're trying to make money, it's obviously failing. So, yeah. Do you not use Chrome? It should be the same on any OS, but I use Firefox. Oh, you have Firefox on that browser. Yeah. Jar Jar wrote himself into a corner. Wooly. Oh my gosh, Wooly. Okay, so this is what I found out. Check this out, everyone. George R. R. Check this out. Quote by George R. R. Martin. Okay. I don't know if chat can see this very well. I often said that writers are of two types. There's the archetype, which is one type. The archetype, as if designing a building, lays out the entire novel at a time. He knows how many rooms there will be, or what roof will be made of, or how high it will be, or where the plumbing will run, and where the electrical outlets will be in its room, all that before he drives the first nail. Everything is there in the blueprint. And then there's the gardener who digs the hole in the ground, puts in the seed, and waters it with his blood and see what comes up. The gardener knows certain things. He is not completely ignorant. He knows whether he planted an oak tree or corn or cauliflower. He has some idea of the shape, but a lot of it depends on the wind and the weather and how much blood he gives it and so forth. No one is purely an architect or gardener in terms of a writer, but many writers tend to one side or the other. I'm very much more a gardener. So there you have it, chat. George R. R. Martin admitted that he has not been planning his stories. And so I agree with Wooly. There is a very, very high chance that he may have written himself into a position where he's not interested in his writing anymore. And that is what happens when you are a gardener. Whereas as an architect, so I err on the side of architect. So I'm about 75% architect. So I usually don't expend any effort on writing something unless I have a general idea or a very specific idea, depending on how much effort I'm putting in. If I'm putting in 110% of my effort, I am architecting the shit out of that thing. If I'm putting about 90% of my effort in, I'm going to let some flux happen. The Catboy stuff I've been writing, I'm about 50-50. So there's a lot of organic shit happening, but there is still an outline. So yeah. Abercrombie. I have never read Abercrombie. So, and I've never heard of Abercrombie. Has more than one epic fantasy author ever been successful at once in any point in time, though? Shay, I think Terry Goodkind, Terry Brooks, I guess right now I would say Steven Erikson and Brandon Sanderson would be epic. But maybe Steven Erikson would not consider himself epic, but I think he probably is. Rothfuss wrote himself into a complete dead end. Oh no. Is Rothfuss a gardener? Did he say he was a gardener? I speculate that his subversive tendencies are biting his ample fundament as well. As a writer, he knows how an epic story should end, but as an anti-Tolkien, he's hellsworn to corrupt the ending. Yes, Wooly, I have heard him talk about Tolkien before, and I molded hard. I molded quite a bit. I'm like a butterfly then. I get smacked by a muse with entire scenes of no surrounding context and try to build off of it while getting smacked with other scenes that write themselves. That's a gardener, Shay. You are a gardener. Gardeners can't, or how can I say this? There's a spectrum. Okay, let's say that. There's a spectrum. So what was it? K or something? Color paint. So if we call this the spectrum, right? So over here, there's the gardener. And over here, there's the architect. So this is 0 planning. And this is 100 planning out of 100. Okay? You are literally here. You are at the whims of whatever is happening. George R. R. Martin seems like he is here. So this is JRRM. This here is Shay. Okay. And I am around here. This is where I am at. Chieko Kurokumo. And I think because of this, because of where I am at right here, I think that's why I've been able to last a bit longer as a ghostwriter. I think. It's why I can be able to write, why I'm able to write for others at a high speed. Because I can like discipline myself down into like just doing it. Whether or not I am a gardener or an architect depends on if I'm high or not. Epic's vacillating. If Martin dies, are we allowed to make our own sequels? Like a global agreement on the best? Well, you know, fan fiction does that. Fan fiction does that, ARM. And you can read it for free. And some of it's very good. Some of it's written very well. I'm sure that there are popular Game of Thrones fan fiction writers out there hiding from George R. R. Martin, because George R. R. Martin hates fan fiction. Probably jealous other people writing more than him. Kick. Okay, so let's see what this guy is going to say about epic fantasy. Let's see if we agree with him. And let's get started.
Fantasy is dying. Publishing houses are seemingly abandoning epic fantasy. Several fantasy adaptations such as Rings of Power and Wheel of Time are tanking. And romantasy such as Fourth Wing and cozy fantasy such as Legends and Latte is getting all the
Okay, so let's first start off
at
with...
the moment. I mean, how did we get to a place where we are reading abandoning epic fantasy?
Okay, so he's using...
Epic fantasy is dying. Publishing houses...
Okay, so we can't just believe a rando article that epic fantasy is on life support. But I think we can extrapolate from what we're seeing with our own eyes.
Houses are seemingly abandoning epic fantasy. Several fantasy adaptations, such as Rings of Power.
Is it loud enough for everyone, by the way? Should I be amping this up? Okay, the volume seems fine. Okay, all right. All right, so let's okay, so far we have this article.
Several fantasy adaptations, such as Rings of Power and Wheel of Time, are tanking. And romantasy such as...
Now, my argument with Rings of Power and Wheel of Time and The Witcher and all of these things tanking isn't just because epic fantasy is dying, but because they're poorly written and no one wants to watch them because the fans are angry, and as that other guy we saw last week pointed out, who are these things being written for? Even women don't want to watch it. And we know that women are here for people like Yaros and Hoover.
Fourth Wing and cozy fantasy such as Legends and Latte is getting all the love at the moment. I mean, how did we get to a place where we are reading books such as Lord of the Rings with passages such as "Home is behind, the world ahead, and there are many paths to tread, through shadows to the edge of night, until the stars are all alight." To Fourth Wing with passages such as "Lost and logic never seem to go in hand," or "I'd have to be a masochist to sleep with you, and I can assure you, I am not. Fantasizing about it doesn't count." I mean, Fourth Wing and books like that is not the reason why I'm reading fantasy, and it's a real shame that it feels like traditional publishing is basically abandoning my favorite genre. So today I want to discuss the state of...
Okay, let's get back into this. Over here. What does chat think about this quote? Shay says, what the Look, okay, so chat needs to know that I'm a woman, obviously, I think. You can tell from my voice. And we have other ladies in, I'm sure, up in this chat. Shout out to all of the other female sex in chat. But there are those of us who actually don't mind having a story that doesn't have a romance in it. Like some of us can actually enjoy a book that is just about a character having the time of their life, enjoying the world. So I think when we are talking about this, moving forward, as per usual, I need to make some disclaimers. Number one, I don't want to intimate that men can't enjoy certain things or women can't enjoy certain things. And furthermore, I don't want to intimate that there are zero exceptions to the rule. I think there are many exceptions to the rule. I am someone who enjoys a plethora of different kinds of media and entertainment. I like trash. I like classics. I like good stuff. I can like some bad stuff, depending on what it is. But I ultimately feel like I have to make these disclaimers because then people start accusing me of being like a misogynist or not being supportive of female interests. And I'm like, no, girl, we are not here to slam somebody's interests, but we're lamenting an imbalance that we're seeing, right? We're lamenting a shift. And I don't think it's just about sex differences or gender differences. It's also about how education has been struggling to get people into more classical stuff. And therefore, everyone is just reading modern bullshit. And then that is resulting in people just not being able to write epic fantasy. Epic fantasy is usually quite elevated in its tone and structure. And how are these people going to be able to write this way if they all sound like they're coming out of Sex and the City? TLDR, they can't, right? So we have to understand that there's probably multiple factors feeding into the situation. A tad too loud. Okay, so I'm going to just take it down a little. Yeah, I think I have watched. I don't know if anyone in chat has seen the Netflix Sandman show. It is very progressive. It is very progressive, but I enjoyed it, and I thought it was very, very good. Why? Because Neil Gaiman is writing it. And whatever you might say about Neil Gaiman, he is a very good writer. And his characters are very interesting. And everything that comes out of people's mouths sound like they are coming out of people's, like it just makes more sense, if that makes sense. Has anyone seen the Sandman show? Does Berserk count as epic fantasy? Google Berserk. It's a manga, that I know for sure. Yeah, it does count as epic fantasy, but it's a manga. It's not textual, Guardian. We're talking about text, not manga. And how many copies did it sold? 10 million? 10 million copies? Let's see. How many copies sold by Sarah J. Maas? Look at this and weep, Guardian. 10 million copies of Berserk. Extremely influential. Berserk. 10 million. Sarah J. Maas. In my hipster phase. Wooly, did you have a hipster phase? OMG, Wooly. I'm trying to imagine Wooly as a hipster. I cannot. Did you have like long hair? Okay. 60 million? All right. So Sarah J. Maas versus Berserk. Berserk wins. But Sarah J. Maas, when was Berserk put out? Berserk. Oop. Nope. You could see that I've been gardening. Oh my lord. When's it been out since? It's been out since 1989. Oh, to present. Okay. So it's been out since 1989. And Sarah J. Maas, let's go Google Sarah J. Maas. See how long she's been writing for. Is there a Wikipedia? Does she even have one? So 2010, Court of Thorn and Roses. Yeah. 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 So if we, the next J.K. Rowling? Really? Okay. All right. Okay there. Okay. So what, she cited Buffy the Vampire Slayer and Sailor Moon as influences. Oh my lord. Okay. All this to say, if we're talking about manga, we have a serious edge, right? We have a serious edge in terms of years, and this is very important in terms of genre, okay? So why am I saying this? Because it is essentially a manga or an anime or a combo of both. When we talk about epic fantasy here, we are talking about text. We're talking about textual shit. So One Piece, Berserk, Naruto, I'm sure even, like even things like Bleach probably did very well. So comparing Sarah J. Maas to something like Berserk, she's obviously going to lose. But in terms of actual texts not to do with manga or a comic book, she is slaying it. Considering what she, considering that she started, about 10 years ago, she's doing fairly well. Good for her. Okay. But yeah, I think her big one is this one here, The Court of Thorn and Roses. And I have friends who have read this one. But apparently she's really gone off this past year. So let's open up. Okay, so let's suggest in terms of manga. Wow. Okay. My thing is crazy. In terms of manga, epic fan, I'm trying to be very careful here, is not dead. In terms of novels, it is waning. Yeah. Now, technically Moss counts as epic fantasy, but as we're going to find out, it's not the same. Now, why is, okay, this is a good question though. I'm glad that people brought up Berserk, okay? Why is manga overselling? Can chat throw out some reasons? Partygeist? Yeah, Partygeist in the next room. Chat, why does chat think manga is really doing well? I have some ideas, but what does chat think? Why is Berserk doing big numbers? Why is Berserk doing big numbers? More importantly, why is Berserk and One Piece and Naruto and all of these manga doing bigger numbers than a novel like Sarah J. Maas? Okay, so everyone loves Asian stuff. Okay. Okay. more familiarity with Asian approaches and media. Reaction to shitty American comic industry. Okay, more easily read online. Thank you, Gremia. Thank you, Sim. Thank you, Wooly. I think these are fantastic. Yes, Epic, you are you are correct. Yes, romantasy is a thing, and I want to get into why that is. More easy to read, period. Oh, I watched Blood Plus. Shay, I wrote fan fiction for Blood Plus. I wrote this piece of fan fiction called When Saya Sleeps. And the whole idea was for me to look at what does Haji do when Saya is sleeping. Do you know how many fanfic readers, like how many readers asked me when Saya was going to wake up? I think that was probably the beginning of my black pill journey. The title says When Saya Sleeps. Saya is not fucking waking up. This is not a romance about Saya. Anyway, Berserk specifically being very masculine fantasy. Let's say more hello keyboard. Okay. My keyboard is like shitting itself. More Wooly is getting hot. Wooly is getting very hot. More. Why? Okay, you know what? I'm going to kill some stuff here. Let's kill this. Let's kill this. Let's kill that. Okay. More variety. Naruto, Dragon Ball, let's see. Berserk, going back up here. When it comes to manga, it's easier to read, yes. Berserk specifically is very masculine fantasy. Modern day adult grew up watching anime on Saturday mornings. Variety. It's actually how I want to do my stories and style of comic and manga, though not great at drawing. Blood Plus consumed me for years. Mom got really sick of me singing that song in the shower, playing it on repeat. I loved Blood Plus. I really did. I was a super Haji fan, and I would listen to his Bach cello thing a lot. Actually did a fan-made story of Black Lagoon. Really? That's really cool. I love Black Lagoon. That was a pretty dark show. I liked it. I was a diva Haji shipper, though, which repulses me in hindsight. I was a Haji by himself. Blood the Last Vampire and Blood Plus are excellent. Yeah, Wooly, I really like that show. It was one of those rare anime shows that were not based on anything, but just came out, and then they made manga and stuff afterwards. But I actually, yeah, I was very, very fond of writing for that, and not many people were writing Haji-centric, non-romance shit. Is Berserk that story where the protagonist team, ultra charismatic leader, is trying to become a dark god and being problematic or something? Berserk is extremely violent. I'm going to quit Discord again. I love Black Lagoon so much. Easily my favorite manga and anime. So here's, Wooly touches on this, okay? The reason why I think epic fantasy is waning and manga epic fantasy is not waning is number one, yes, it's easier to read. Number two, men are reading it. Okay? So if we can imagine that the population of the world is half and half men, half women, and you have a publishing industry that is focusing largely on women, you're not going to see all of the potential sales that could be happening if the product was skewed for both. Whereas I feel like manga is approachable for both male and female readers to enjoy it. But the current state of novels as they are right now, epic fantasy as it now, is epic fantasy is being melded with romantasy, which is limiting the potential audience to only women. Now you would think, does this mean that it is dying? And the answer is yes and no. It is not doing as well as it could, but women are sustaining fantasy in terms of novels. So, oh, here we go again. I am not sure why. I wonder if I do this. New file. Okay. Don't save. So we can so epic fantasy isn't dying per se, but it's not doing as well as it could be. So that is the first part that we could suggest. Blood Plus and Hellsing arrived just in time on the high seas. Oh yeah, Hellsing, another great one. Trinity Blood, love Trinity Blood. That was actually more like science fiction, but I loved Trinity Blood as well. I don't know. I feel like guys like Sanderson a lot more than girls do. That's true, Shay. That is true. How is Sanderson doing? We should ask. Brandon Sanderson. Copies sold. Let's go. 40 mil. Okay, so if we don't include the Wheel of Time stuff, and we just look at his own ideas, he's sold comparable to Maas. So we have a small problem here, because one of the only, now of course we got George R. R. Martin as well. George R. R. Martin. He's probably sold gangbusters. 90 mil. So let's put down here Brandon Sanderson. We'll put 40 mil. Sarah J. Maas, 38 mil. George R.R. Martin, 90 mil. These are copies sold. Okay. But if we look at this, we could say male-centric, and then here we'll say female-centric. Yeah. It is so weird when I don't even know who Moss is. Yeah, Shay, you have much more classic tastes, so, you know, don't beat yourself up if you don't know about it. If it counts as, oh, okay. Well, we might as well do Steven Erickson if we're gonna. Let's do Steven Erickson copies sold 3 mil. Okay, this is probably Steven Erickson 3 mil. Hyper male centric. Let's be real here. If you want something that's hyper male brain, read anything by Steven Erickson. Read the Malazan for the love of God. Stephen King, Dark Tower series copies sold. This one says here from Quora around 30 mil. So we'll say 30 mil. Stephen King, Dark Tower. Stephen King, 30 mil copies. Okay. Let's do Colleen Hoover. Copies sold 20 mil. Now, we need to make some obvious statements here. Out of all of these ones down here have obvious weight. They have time on their side. They have stuff. These are relatively new. So what we can definitely say is that romantasy, female interests have been around since the publishing ever began. But it's only been in recent times that romantasy has really gotten big. Epic fantasy could still include, yes, absolutely, Arm. Yeah, we need to be very, very clear about what we are discussing here, okay? Epic fantasy doesn't mean that people can't have sex or can't have romance. Obviously, George R. R. Martin had a lot of sex and relationships and everything like that. So we need to be very clear here. Epic fantasy can absolutely have romance in it. But romance has to have its place within that story. Whereas romantasy is fantasy literally just being a shell for a romantic pairing. YouTube is poor at letting people know you're streaming. Oh no, duck. I'm a little amoeba in a very, very large ocean, sadly. $10 million. Okay, so let's put Rothfuss in. Rothfuss, 10 million. right? So we aren't going to say that epic fantasy isn't dying, but is not doing as well as it could be. And I think the reason for that is this is due to the fact that here we go again, that in the past few years, the publishing industry has swung in toward a specific audience. It feels like that anyway. All right, it feels like that. And just to check, just to see how have things been looking. Let's do epic fantasy. Yeah, let's go in here. Oh yeah, we forgot Rebecca Yarros. Lord in heaven. Rebecca Yarros copies sold. So in 2023, wow, she apparently rescued print book sales last week. Holy moly, a single authoress rescuing print books. Who knew? So one book sold 555,000. Yes, but she's very new. Rebecca Yarros is very new, so they probably haven't aggregated all of her numbers yet. Let's put it at, let's say 1 mil. Okay, let's put it at 1 mil. Okay. Let's say 1 mil. She's female centric. Rebecca Yarros. She's relatively new. So if we go back in here, we're still seeing, oh, here's a lit RPG. Bros, there's a new one up. Not looking great in terms of amount of reviews, but let's see what this is. Number 1. Female lead. Epic fantasy, British detective stories. It's written by a bro. Okay. So, everyone, it looks like a Gen Fic, epic fantasy is now at the top. Look at that. We should all be celebrating. Epic fantasy living again. Nice balance of dialogue and description. Variation in sentences. You see the incomplete sentence here? So this has a very modern feel to me. As this is first person, but saved by past tense. Incomplete sentence here. So this feels very casual and modern to me, but personable given that it's first person. You can see here complex sentences. Yeah. Kindle edition. Noters. I'm gonna throw it over here. I might check that out. But for the most part, we got just more of the same. Oh, there's Rothfuss. There's Rothfuss. But it's an audiobook. But, you know, Rothfuss is out, I presume. Let's go to Kindle. And it's technically not coming in under Epic Fantasy. I don't know why, but they didn't sell it as Epic Fantasy. So, yeah. Gotta stop breaching the light novel containment zone. What do you mean by that, Wooly? So anyway, let's get to seeing. Maybe Epic Fantasy is alive. So let's see what this guy is saying.
I am not. Fantasizing about it doesn't count. I mean, fourth wing and books like that is not the reason why I'm reading fantasy, and it's a real shame that it feels like traditional publishing is basically abandoning my favorite genre. So today I want to...
Okay, so we are talking about traditional publishing, not manga, not self-publishing. But we could add in self-publishing if we wanted to. Hello, Mirokos. Hello, everyone coming in. We're talking about the state of epic fantasy, and we're looking at trends. And right now, we're suggesting that epic fantasy isn't dying, but traditional publishing does appear to be swinging a certain way. But there are still options for people who want to read fun fantasy. And I think I found one that I might try out. It's only $2.99. So, yeah. Something for us all to check out. I blew right by it. Well, Shay, I can always take the bullet for you and let you know. Yeah, modernisms for me is okay within reason, but for me, epic should be always elevated. But maybe I'm wrong. Okay, maybe that's not really the point.
To discuss the state of epic fantasy, why publishing seems to be abandoning it, and where I think we are going. Now, I've been wanting to make this video literally for 6 months, and I've kept postponing it until I recently saw Patrick Leo post a really great video about this, so it is finally happening. Thank you, Patrick Leo. Now, it really feels like we have been in the golden age of fantasy for the past 15 years or so. I mean, since the successful adaptation of A Game of Thrones, we have seen a huge increase in popularity for fantasy and seen some incredible changes to the genre. I mean, fantasy has become so much more diverse with the rise of exciting new subgenres such as grimdark, Asian-inspired fantasy, African-inspired fantasy, cozy fantasy, and so on have become much more evolved and popular than ever before. And secondly, we have had a lot of fantasy adaptations in the past years, including The Wheel of Time, House of the Dragon, Dune, Rings of Power, The Sandman, The Witcher, and so on. I mean, it has really felt like fantasy has just been rising and rising in popularity until it suddenly didn't. Now, my mind started to change about this whole topic around a year ago when I was invited to a bloggers brunch at Comic-Con, and I was allowed to have brunch with lots of incredible authors, including Adrian Jakowski, the author of Children of Time, and also the massively long series Shadow of Apt. And he probably doesn't even remember saying this, but he said at this brunch, "I will probably never write such a long series again as Shadow of the Apt." And then he said something along the lines of, publishing houses are not interested in such long series anymore, and that publishing is all about shorter series now, such as trilogies and duologies. Now, you might think I'm a bit alarmist here, but let me ask you this question. When was the last time you saw a publishing house announce an epic fantasy series that is 5 books or longer? I mean, seriously, when? I cannot mention a single series that has been announced in the past years that was marketed as an epic fantasy series that is 5 books or longer. Now, that is only one thing, the fact that publishing houses are kind of abandoning the longer series. But the second thing is that there are so few traditional epic fantasy series or books being published at the moment, especially from debut authors, which is such a big shame. Now, I think it will actually be helpful to read some statements from traditional published authors, because I am certainly not the only one that has noticed that publishing houses are seemingly moving away from epic fantasy.
Okay, this is very, very important to know. We are not seeing debut authors being introduced. And this is crucial to notice, okay? Because there are people who were saying, oh no, epic fantasy is still alive. Tolkien and George R. R. Martin and Brandon Sanderson are still making tons of money. These are not new authors. We're not seeing new authors. So my guess is brand risk, right? This is the same thing with video games, right? Why risk making a new game when you can rely on the power of a brand name, right? So I can understand to a certain degree, publishing is expensive, publishing costs money. Why are you going to put out something that very few people will try out? And why would you support that author when you don't know if that author is going to be good? Leo said, I think they're calling it the golden age because they're millennials. The golden age was between the 70s and 90s. Yeah, I definitely think for them, their golden age might be different compared to other people's golden age, but whether your golden age happened earlier and this is just the end of a silver age, or whether you think this is a golden age that's just ended, I think the idea is that there feels like there's been a shift somewhere. Okay, but they pushed those 8-book-long series on authors in the first place and got pushback because epic fantasies are fine as trilogies, and forcing them to try and do Rowling was destructive. I kind of feel like it's their fault and they should just let books be what they are. Standalone duos, trilogies, 5 books, 8, 15, yeah. Wooly, Tolkien is dead. Jar Jar is a syphilitic subversive. Sanderson is a yeoman type author. Yeah, I mean, it feels like the end of an era. But I think she is onto something. What if authors are being pushed one way by authors, one way or another way? And some authors are just not able to handle epic fantasy. I don't want to be mean here, but if you are a gardener who doesn't have any plan for your writing, how are you going to handle like an actual epic fantasy beyond one book? You're not going to be able to do a series. Would I DM a D&D game someday? I've run microscope games before. I think I could do it, perchance. I'd have to study, though. No, I'm a millennial as well. Oh, Leo's a millennial as well. Yeah. Well, I think part of it is that you feel like the most recent stuff matters, and that can be a millennial or like, a younger generation thing. Shay, I think, it's kind of like MMO players, I think. So Shay asked the question, why does an epic fantasy need to be 8 books? Why can't a standalone be an epic? I think you're absolutely right, Shay. A standalone can absolutely be epic. But I think for a lot of people want to enjoy a really nice broad story. And they want to kind of live there for a long time. It's kind of like some people I know in the Final Fantasy XIV space complaining about grind because they want to have to be there instead of wanting an option to go and do what they want. They want to feel like they can live there. Yeah, Wooly, this is where I'm wondering. Like, we got George R. R. Martin, who is a gardener, who's admitting that he's not planning his stuff, and then he's clearly gotten stuck. So if George R. R. Martin, who is certainly prolific with the use of his words, right? He's rather erudite. Anyway, he's clearly stuck. And like, if someone like him is getting stuck, then like, are we expecting a bit too much, all things considered? I don't know. It's a good question, right? It is a question. Let's see. Let's see what we get here. But I do think what I do think he is trying to point out is that large scale multiple book epics are not happening. So this guy isn't even complaining about epic fantasy genre in total. This title here, in my opinion, is a misnomer, okay? What we should be suggesting, so let's make this more nuanced than ever, right? We need to be very careful about how we're talking about this thing. So the theory is, we'll say large scale oh, lovely. Nice. This is great. This is great. And it won't. Large scale multi-book epic fantasy new authors not happening. Okay, we're being very specific here. Okay, basically new authors are not being published for massive multi-book epic fantasies. Then could it be that modern epic fantasy is dying because millennials avoid the classics, so they can't discern between good and bad quality fantasy, and now it's mostly garbage? I'm mad now. Yes. Yeah. Reject epic fantasy, embrace space opera. Look, everyone, this may not actually be an issue of women, right? Once again, when I was talking about it and I was saying, look at how women are taking over the space, my question is, has it gotten to a point where we have a large portion of casual readers who are largely female, and their interests are easy to fill, right? They're easy to fulfill. So publishing industries have pivoted toward these more casual fantasy readers. And since people, by and large, and by people I mean millennials and Zoomers, are not consuming any form of literature, either good or bad, then everything is just becoming more and more shit. And the new authors coming out are going to be just as shit as the other authors that are currently out. Like, it's like feeding, it's like a vicious feeding circle. So it might not even, it might be that long term, slowly over time, people stop being able to consume elevated, large scale epic fantasy. Yeah, exactly, Wooly. Like, this is a question we gotta ask, because did men stop reading because stuff was written for them? Or did men stop reading because reading is not fun, really, for men in general? Like, men like reading nonfiction, generally speaking. So if they're going to read fantasy, they like harder, more detailed shit. So, and then out came comic books, which are easier to read. They're like, in my opinion, and I don't want to be mean about manga and comic books, because obviously I enjoy them, but even if a manga or a comic book is very deep and is saying something meaningful, in terms of mental muscle, the amount of mental muscle it takes to read a manga is minuscule compared to what it takes to read a novel. So you have Twinkies, some of them are very high quality Twinkies, and you've been feeding comic books and manga to men, boys specifically, for ages now. And then on top of that, the educational system being what it is, skewed more toward girls, if you believe Christina Hoff Sommers. You could see where boys would slowly just not read as much. Because why read when you can video game and click through dialogue boxes? And then you get a good video game with a good story, like Final Fantasy XIV, and then you have people complaining about the amount of reading they have to do. This is where I get annoyed. Because I'm like, we're all part of a system, I guess. We're all part of a system. Like, there are so many factors. I'm feeling attacked. Sim likes feeling attacked. Yeah, casual readers might be like the guy Asmonbald had to enlighten him that he himself is a super duper hardcore gamer compared to an actual guy. I remember that, Willie. There have been multiple people in Asmongold. Oh my gosh. Okay, so let's put down a few things that we could argue. Okay, let's put down a few things that we could argue here, okay? Number one, I think it is arguable. Let's see if my typing will actually work here. Number one, can we have a working keyboard today? Keyboard. Please be nice to me. Okay. Number, can we make a number sign? No. Number one. Yes. Yeah. Why do you think it's dragging? It's probably running multiple shit. But I don't want to lose all of my beautiful bookmarks. No. You know what? I will put them up here. I'll I'll move my bookmarks up here. Everyone finding out my YouTube tastes. I kind of want to, okay, let's put all of this. Let's see if we can, okay. Number 1. Oh, we got Summers. If you know Christina Hoff Summers, then you know. Education has skewed in favor of female-centric, brain-focused learning. 2, we could say boys prefer nonfiction, aka detail-oriented reading. Okay, number 3. Comic books and manga are easier to read and appeal to male brain image preference. 4, men slowly evaporate from traditional reading over time. 5, video games also take up time in terms of male interest. 6, women keep reading. 7, modern institutions skew in female interest. Publishing houses looking for alternative voices, resulting in higher representation of women. Theory. Not sure about that one. Let's put a theory on that one. Women in more representation for casual readers, more representation for female readers, men disappear more, vicious cycle perpetuates. The less there is for men to buy, men buy less. And the less that men buy, the industry will continue to not invest in it because of brand risk. I hope everyone sees this, kind of. I hope this makes sense. And then we could end with Hollywood looking sideways, aims to target same casual and female audiences with adaptations. Cue shitty remakes. Okay, I'm going to read chat now. Okay, so I would argue that while mainstream focus isn't on epic genre, the genre itself exists. Yes, epic. You may have missed out on my earlier statements. But I already have added disclaimers at the beginning that we are not talking about normal fantasy, regular fantasy, low fantasy, urban fantasy, supernatural fantasy, cozy fantasy, or any other kind of fantasy hybrids. And we're definitely not talking about romantasy. We are looking specifically at epic fantasy, and even more specifically, we're looking at here large-scale multi-book epic fantasies. This is what we're looking at, okay? The MMOs of epic fantasy. We're not talking about fantasy in general. Fantasy in general is just fine. Epic fantasy, is it in trouble? Hello, R.A. Morley. Welcome in. We are talking about whether epic fantasy is actually dying. I think a very specific kind might be in trouble. Okay, so I got Sim. Why are you feeling attacked? LMAO. Just missed the last 5 minutes. Oh, don't worry, Shay. I was wrestling with my keyboard for most of the time, probably. I've seen fantasy booktubers who said that Silmarillion defeated them. I've read The Son of a Bitch and it was fine. It was dense but clear. What's the deal? I think part of the issue has to do maybe with interest. In my opinion, Silmarillion is really just lore. I think you could take any section of the Silmarillion and fluff it out to an actual narrative, but that's more of a question of how do you define narrative, how do you define a story, and that's a base level kind of discussion. But definitely, if you can't get through Silmarillion, one wonders. When I was in high school, they tried to do a forced summer reading with an exam in the following fall, and we as students rebelled by reading the newest Harry Potter book when it came out. Some of fantasy stories are isekai, though I tend to make them with darker tones since I feel like isekai are super lighthearted with exceptions. Yeah, I'm not super familiar with isekai. I think I've only tried a couple out, like Sword Art Online. I think I watched a couple of seasons of that. Next time, check your task manager to see how much memory is used. It should only be a problem if your swap file is in use. Sim. How? Do I just do Control-Alt-Delete to access the task manager? Kitty. Kitty? Was there a meowing sound? There is a kitty in the room. Evie is in here. And Evie is a very needy cat. Evie will start calling maid services if she does not get petted often enough. She'll start dying. High schools don't even do summer reading anymore. Oh my lord, Arm, don't say those things. I'm already black-pilled. Don't black-pill me anymore. Hello to Party. Party is now here in chat. She will start slapping people who are misbehaving. Yes, we're talking about epic fantasy. We're asking, is it dying? Is it not dying? Why is it dying? If it is dying, what are these reasons? And I personally think there's a whole host of factors. So turning and blaming a specific people group is really stupid in my opinion, because I think it's the end result of if it is happening, it is the end result of a very long line of things that happened, shall we say. Graduated during the shutdowns, but even beforehand, you could tell the younger English teachers replacing the older ones weren't worth their salt. Arm, don't even get me started. So, chat might not know, but I've had a checkered educational career. Choices were made, shall we say. But anyway, at one point, I finally got an associate's degree. I decided to leave home for 9 years. I went to China. I taught there for 9 years, as an elementary school teacher for 3 years, and then for 6 years I taught as an university level English instructor in speaking, reading, that kind of thing. Anyhow, afterwards I thought, it would be a good idea to get a master's degree. That way I can get paid more. So I returned home to finish my 4th year in English literature. So this was in 2018. I could finally afford to go. 2019, I was still paying my way out of pocket to finish this 4th year. And you can imagine how salty I was, right? Because I'm working a full-time job while studying part-time, while trying to support myself financially, feeling extremely impoverished. I'm feeling like I'm giving my blood here, sweat and tears, to go to this class. And we're sitting in this class talking about plastic in the ocean when we should be talking about a short story about aliens impregnating people with their eggs. And you can imagine that I got a bit angry. And I spent the next 2 years, 2017, 2018, and part of 2019, feeling extremely salty. COVID hit. I had officially graduated. I couldn't even go pick up my diploma because I didn't get vaxxed. So I was stuck. And I've still not seen a paper that has my honors degree on it. But I do have an honors degree in English literature. And my final year was very good in terms of my output. My output was fantastic. But every time my teachers told me that I was doing very well, I struggled to believe that I was in fact doing very well, because I recognized very early on that the standard for what is considered to be good nowadays has been lowered from what it used to be before. So I was looking good only because I was standing next to people who had no business being there, as far as I was concerned. I sound like an elitist prick, but it is kind of true. That's... Oh my gosh, I'm starting to get heated under the collar. But I felt like I was wasting my money. And by the end, the head of the department, so this would be the professor who runs the whole department, she approached me. She said, we loved having you back. It was great having you here. She remembered me from, years ago. And she was like, have you thought about taking a master's with us? Like, I could help you fill out the forms and I'd give you a personal reference. And I just stared at her and I was like, I'll think about that. And then I just never went back. So I haven't gotten my master's. But I could, but I don't want to. It's just really hard to want to pay out of pocket again, take loans again, for what is essentially a shit product. And then you got to think, some of these people are going to become educators. Some of these people told me, like, we would have these moments at the end of because it was all 4th year courses, right? So these students would share, what am I going to do next? So many of them were going to become teachers, journalists, and writers. And I was just like, oh, no. No. So anyway, that's my story of being in university. And so my feeling is that Arm Mellon is correct. Teachers are shitty, and they're raising shitty students, and the shitty students are reading shit, and then they're writing shit. And then people are complaining. They're like, why is this shit? Well, maybe. We live in a society. Also, people have less money and everything is more expensive. And because women are graduating college more often now, they're getting the good paying jobs and buying those expensive, awful books. No? Yes, exactly. So you have to also remember, women have always paid lots of money to read. Okay? This is not something new. Women love reading. In fact, I would argue that in terms of male brain and female brain interests, women are more likely to enjoy text and language than men, because men are more image-based in terms of their brains, and women are more letter-based and are more social and more engaged with language. It's actually like male brains and female brains according to a study, are actually formed differently. So this leads to women naturally dominating in certain sectors. This is not a good or bad thing. It's just the way it is. But this does mean that men are going to, over time, be edged out if the education that they're being raised on is handicapping them further. Shay, or guys prefer to spend their money on video games? Absolutely. Remember, we're back to our society is giving people Twinkies. Good night, Epic. Good night. What we need is some kind of award or reward challenge to read X amount of books over 1K pages, not written by. yeah, Morley, we gotta get people out there reading. Maybe a free pizza. Well, if you don't have a lot of money, a game that costs $70 to $90 with DLC can give you months of entertainment, especially if it's a multiplayer game. Yeah, exactly. Oh dear, Sim. Okay, well, next time it goes weird, I'll try. I'm reading through. Is that a Linux with Plasma DE? P-End, hello. I am not familiar with your name, but welcome. This is a Steam Deck. I am currently streaming from my Steam Deck, and we can't speak of this. It's called Arch Linux. That's all that I've learned in this past week of struggling with my Steam Deck. But I think what Matt misses is that, especially with fantasy, sci-fi, supernatural, was that for a long time the demand was to have a standalone with series potential, and then it became all about trilogies. You have to have a trilogy with book one complete and books in the works, and it was all the rage for Tradpuff for a solid decade. I think Shay was mentioning it, how authors were basically being press-ganged into writing things that weren't working out. P-End is always going back to older books. Yeah, it seems to be the feeling. See, Shay. Yes, Shay's chiming in there. Yeah, Shay has been talking about this for a little bit, Morley. How authors were being basically strong-armed into writing a specific amount. System tech. Okay. Yeah, I'm a Steam Deck haver. Good. Let the hate flow through you. Shay, when I was doing my first section of my degree, there was a crazy Russian Canadian professor who was doing the 6 credit, that would be a full year Shakespeare course, and she went after me hard. But I learned a lot. Are there no exceptional schools for teaching literature? I prefer not to go to any Christian or woke school. If someone can tell me about a non-woke, just a standard university that is not one way or the other, let me know. At least you can use your Steam Deck. Oh no, Ben, are you still locked out? Oh my gosh. Oh, I don't even. New guys that spent thousands of hours on MOBAs hit the 200-hour mark before I quit. I'm so much happier now. Yeah, sometimes, Arm, you just gotta walk away. It reminds me of the apocryphal story about Caesar's ability to read in silence was seen as a frightening oddity. Yeah. Yeah. Well, and here's the thing, chat. Here's the thing. You should write a novel, the female version of Stoner. Okay, so here's the thing. I think we are giving men and women both, not just men, but also women, Twinkies. For women, it's mobile games. For men, it's video games. Once again, these are generalizations. There are women who love PC gaming and MMOs and things like that. And there are men who also just want to chillax on their mobile phone, play Diablo Immortal. But I think we're raising a generation of people who have short attention spans and who are struggling with recognizing quality when they see it. Now, that doesn't mean that some kids can't have a natural desire to read something really good, but generally speaking, I think there's like a general trend where people are consuming shit of one kind or another, and they're putting out shit. And what annoys me, I guess, is when the people on the right side of the culture war, on the right-wing side, on the more fundamentalist type, that kind of more based takes, when they are like, I don't understand why this is going on. And my response is, you're seeing the product of many factors that have brewed to this point. And one of those factors is that men are going to always struggle with enjoying consumption of literature. For men, it represents self-discipline and growth. And you will have a lot of men who will read something and they won't even really understand what they're reading as well. And same thing goes for females, where you have a lot of people who misunderstand the point of something. They just consume it and they don't really interact with it on any meaningful level. And the same thing can happen with a video game as well. They'll play a video game and they'll go, oh, that's nice, and they'll walk away. And that video game is actually doing something rare. It's doing something meaningful. And people will often not even recognize when something is being meaningful. So I think overall, it's like a compounding problem. So it's not just about girls or guys. It's about how interests are strengthened or formed over time. The amount, so morally, I went on a journey for around a year and a half to look into getting published. And I went to many literary agent circles, and I looked at wish lists and things, and I came away feeling like my voice was not welcome, basically. and a lot of the literary agents were women. And they were looking for people of color and people with alternative sexual identities and things. And I just felt like I'm not what you want. And when I did apply, I would get responses back. And the responses were always, your writing is really solid. This is a really good draft. But it's not what we're looking for right now. That's not the voice we're looking for. And I just felt like, okay. What am I going to do? So I think I don't want to get mean about any one interest group, but I do think things have skewed a certain way. Yeah, Shay, my father, for example, was born in Holland. He did not speak English as his first language. He had a very shitty early education, and he never finished high school. And my dad, when he first met my mom, he was a very simple kind of guy, very simple. But over time, he pushed himself, and now he's the kind of guy who will sit down every year and watch Pride and Prejudice. And by Pride and Prejudice, I mean the 6-hour one. And he will understand everything that's going on. And that's like one of his yearly, one of his annual loves to, he enjoys it. And my dad is capable of sitting down and watching BBC adaptations of Charles Dickens and things like that. His brain has achieved muscle. However, that muscle was encouraged by my mother, who did not have anything much beyond her high school diploma. But my mother is incredibly clever and intelligent, and she encouraged my father's interests. And my father and my mom, to this day, enjoy watching mysteries together. And my dad also loves spy thrillers, so he reads like Michael Crichton and other stuff. What other thing does he? What is that other guy that he reads? Do you remember? It's that other guy.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Who did you mention first?
Michael Crichton. Who was the other guy?
Oh, Clive Cussler.
Clive Cussler. My dad's really into that as well. And so even though my dad is technically what I would call not a native English speaker at all, right? His reading speed is kind of atrocious, really. But he just plods along and he has a good fun. He has good fun. And I think it's because he forced himself. So I actually don't think it's just about generation. I also think it's about people's experiences growing up, how they interacted with their education, how their brains are, where their personality interests lie, and also, like I said, about maturation. Yeah. Is Final Fantasy XIV a Twinkie or at least a homemade pancake? I would say homemade pancake with whipped cream and strawberries, for sure. But is it a full course meal with some steak? No. But I do definitely think it's a nice savory pancake. I mean, same. But in spite of being a Latina and bi, I didn't want that to be the reason. Like, is my shit good, or are you just using me for moral clout that amounts to zero? Yes, exactly, Morley. I'm not Latina and I'm not bi. But one of the things I did as a ghostwriter was to determine that my name was kind of like, neutral, because I didn't want to be judged one way or the other. He never had problems with OG Star Wars or other Jackson's Lord of the Rings. Interesting. Do you think, Shay, that your dad is struggling because stories are being told badly? Is that the question you're asking? I kind of wonder if this is unwelcome marketplace isn't actually giving the right kinds of pressure. Maybe people with a lot of skill will be pushed to accomplish more than they could under a traditional employer. Okay. So, Sim, where would you take this line of thought? Do you think these publishers care about making money, or is it completely ideological? At this point, I think publishing industry has been compromised, Karn. And that's why I'm saying a lot of people are looking at Hollywood and going, oh my gosh, Hollywood has been compromised. I'm like, bro. Let's just say this, Karn, okay? So when I joined my ghostwriting employment site, they had a PowerPoint on how to write romance stories, and sprinkled throughout make your mail alpha, etc., there was this heavy repetition of, but remember that our audience is feminist. And I'm like, we don't need to be reminded that we're feminists. Like, we can want women's rights and have a strong male lead. Like, so you could see this weird push and pull happening where the romance industry absolutely knows what it needs to do. It needs to have strong male leads. It has to, right? And the woman has to be in some ways needing the man, or this relationship wouldn't happen. So there has to be a give and take, right? There's a reciprocal relationship. And most well-written romances are going to have flaws in the female lead and flaws in the male lead. And usually they are going to complement each other. And this is a problem, because if we look at Hollywood, we're seeing a lot of issues with writing flawed females. They don't know how to write women who are properly flawed. So you could see the romance having a little struggle with this, being like, we need to write these flaws, but we don't want to be politically incorrect. And so right now we're having this little dialogue in the romance world where how do we write strong female characters and strong male characters without being politically incorrect? And the answer is sex is not politically correct or incorrect. It should never, it's about animal instinct urges, right? Like the last thing a woman is going to want to read in a book is someone asking for consent over and over again. I don't care how you as an author feel about consent or whether you had some issue in your past that makes you worried about consent. No one wants to have to think about like this process of constantly asking consent while you're having sex. Like that's just going to kill the mood. And so right now in the romance world, there's a lot of discussion. How do we have this animal instinct urges while at the same time maintaining this spiciness? And the answer is you actually can't. And that's one reason why romance industry is kind of like the last bastion of I don't know, female common sense, so to speak, because it's being more true to what men and women want, generally speaking, even if it's not reality. Obviously, romance is not reality, but it's true to animal instincts, shall we say? And yeah, I definitely think it's a case where in Hollywood we can see that not a lot of many good rom-coms are being made. And they're not being consumed by women. So where are women going? They're going to Korean, they're going to China, right? You're going to C-dramas, J-dramas, and K-dramas. And why are they going to K-dramas, C-dramas, and J-dramas? Because those are the only people making good rom-coms these days. And why are they the only people making rom-coms these days? Well, we've got to ask ourselves, is there an ideological concern surrounding the very difficult nature of male-female relationships in romance? All right, let's see what... Oh my gosh, chat is getting chatty. So welcome in, Karn. I don't think I've seen you around, but welcome in. Let's know where you came from. Did you just find us in the algorithm? The same way raunchy fanfiction got many female readers into writing is the same way men need to find a similar junk food form of reading to get into writing. Yeah, I think lit RPGs is probably the male version of female fanfiction. But will it get lots of men writing? I don't know. Because once again, males, I think, have a greater struggle because their brains are not always tuned to that. But that's not to say that there are zero men that can write. I'm not saying that. Obviously not. I can't say that. That's a lie. What I'm suggesting is there's more hurdles for more men to get into serious writing than women. And it's not just because the publishing industry is skewing one way. I think also men in general, let's just say this. You know how like lots of people point at history and are like, look at all these male writers. For every famous male writer, there were hundreds of thousands of men who were invisible. You know what I mean? Same thing with, it's just that women were not equally represented compared to the men, right? And so then it has the appearance that, oh, a lot of men were writing. No, not a lot of men were writing. It's just the way things were in the, old times, men were more represented in traditional forms of publishing, etc., etc. That has been changing, but I would argue that in the old times, I would argue actually that less men in many ways were writing and getting published than now. But I could be wrong. I could be wrong with that. It can be difficult at times to follow a story plot narrative that lacks a conflict hook. Diving right into relationships or psychology of characters amounts to white noise for me. Yeah, I think what interests certain brains versus other brains can define how much they enjoy something. I more meant, though, are modern media presenters failing to be understood due to the way they're presenting things? Shay, I 110% believe it. Your dad was not struggling with, let's say, Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings, right? But your dad is struggling with something else, right? So this means that modern writers are failing to engage and explain correctly. Arm retracted a message. Oh, I will actually recommend him to my sister because she's super into Stephen King. I am less so. I'm very second guessing my devil's advocacy. It might still be true, but result in a lot of people that don't make it that it should have. Not sure what you're saying there, Sim, but I will go back and reread this later and try to figure it out. Good question, Shay. I once again, I don't want to blame just one thing, right? Once again, I think our education is failing to hook boys into reading because education these days has struggled with implementing proper amounts of competition for boys. And this has resulted in people in boys not getting into reading as much as they could. And girls are naturally going to lean toward reading because of their interests. So this isn't a case of women oppressing men per se. It's more of a system that has skewed in favor of one gender. And this has, now of course we could put tinfoil hats on and say that that's malicious and it was intended. For sure, that's a possibility. But we don't even have to argue that to just state an idea that certain types of media are going to be interesting to men and certain types of media are going to be interesting to women in general. There are, of course, exceptions to those rules. And if those media are poorly written, let's say a poorly written lit RPG is really going to drive a certain kind of brained reader a certain way. It's going to drive them crazy because they there's nothing for them to hook onto, so they can't even overlook the shit writing. And the same thing goes, I think, for guy brains. So if guy brains are reading a romantasy that's poorly written, there's nothing there for them to hold on to, so they are going to feel like they're swimming up a river to enjoy it. And so it's the same thing for me, like, or for anyone really. Like, once again, when I read a lit RPG, and I've tried now like 5 times to crack open one of those books, holy moly, they can be very rough. And part of it is because the audience isn't actually me. And so when it's poorly written, it's like compounding. I need me a strong male lead, or like just a strong lead in general. Kind of tired of being a strong, independent woman, always working. Yeah, Morley, I think women and men don't have to be stereotyped, but in romance, certain tropes hold true. And if you take too much of that away from the romance, the romance starts falling apart. That's just the way it works. Yeah, Duck, I'm very much into well-written characters, but yeah. No. Oh, Morley, is there a 7-page consent scene? Oh, I almost need to, I'm going to screenshot this on my phone. I need to, I need to see this. I need to find this book and read it for myself. Yeah. Ironically, having asked this, I feel the need to note my dad seems to adore Emily in Paris on Netflix. Discovered and watched it alone. I usually have to flee the room after a moment or two. Well, it sounds like your dad is a real personality, Shay. That's, that's always fun. Duck had to take the cat out. I'm a subscriber. I found this channel and my recommendation was watching ex-publisher talk about their experience. Oh, okay. That's cool, Karn. I'm a ghostwriter. And I have some opinions. Let's just say that. If anyone in chat wants to read a historical fiction series that will blow your mind, read House of Nicolo by Dorothy Dennett. Dorothy Dennett is a female Scottish author, and she wrote the most complex and engrossing historical fiction series I've ever read on the planet. Hands down. In terms of complexity, I would put her above Steven Erikson. Wee woo. Yeah. Wow, this microphone's picking up everything. Everyone wrote more back then, male and female. Frankenstein was written at a casual gathering of friends. Sadly, Mrs. Shelley had to write under a male name to achieve success at the time. Exactly, Arm Melon. So, and I believe George Eliot is technically also female. And, yeah. Is like Kinoko Nasu. He started writing erotic visual novels. Good for him. He's really good at world building because his erotic writing is terrible. Oh, Tab. Oh, Tab. Yeah, here's the reality. The reality is like, no one wants to get stuck reading something they don't like. So can we blame guys for not reading anymore if stuff that's coming out isn't really to their liking? But on the other hand, I know that there are a lot of people who give up on things, right? So like, for example, video games, I would say, 4/5 of video games have really shitty stories. And so when guys go into a story, or when girls go into a video game, so when you got your average gamer, guy or girl, going into a video game, are they ready to get to contend with a good story? And the answer is no. Because in their mind, they've gotten used to, oh, it's just shit. And I think the same thing has happened to the publishing industry to a certain degree, because I think a lot of people have stopped looking for books. There's just so much, and they don't know how to sift through things. And I guess that's why booktubers are important. They can help highlight your interests. But this booktuber is concerned that epic fantasy is dying. So there we go. An awkward three-way. Oh, Morley. Oh no. Okay, so this is what Morley wrote. I strongly advise against reading Cyborg Tinkerer. Plot holes everywhere, bad pacing, 7-page consent scene for an awkward three-way. Legit will make you question every life decision that brought you to this moment. I think that sounds horrible. What's the book you just recommended? The House of Nicolo. The House of Nicolo. So the House of Nicolo. If you love historical fiction, I intend to do a whole video series because I could talk about this novel series forever and ever. But these are the books right here. So there's Nicolo Rising, Spring of the Ram, Race of Scorpions, Scales of Gold, Unicorn Hunt, To Lie with Lions, Caprice and Rondo, and Gemini. It's 8 historical novels. Oh, yikes. And it's linked to the Le Monde Chronicles, which is set later in history. So if you read Le Monde first and then House, you can do that. but you can also just read House. Le Monde is also good, but I prefer House of Nicolo. And House of Nicolo is mind-blowingly good. Like, I can't even. It's set in Flanders, Burgundy, Italy in the first book, in Trebizond in the second book. So if you know Trebizond, you know. Cyprus in the third book. Venice, Portugal, Madeira, and Mali in the fourth book. I've only read the fourth book 2 times because the fourth book destroys my soul. This book is set in Scotland, Flanders, Florence, Tyrol, Venice, Egypt, Sinai Peninsula, and Cyprus. To Lie with Lions is set in Scotland, Iceland, and Flanders. Caprice and Rondo is set in Italy, Poland, Crimea, Persia, Russia, Flanders, and Burgundy. And Gemini ends in Scotland and France. It's one of the most difficult to get into, but very rewarding books. Like, I could go on and on and on and on about this book series. I do want to go on and on, but I won't. But if you've ever wanted to read historical fiction with real people, like real people. So if I choose, let's say, Amazon, and then let's do Nicolo Rising. Let's see. Oh, actually, you know what? I'll do Gemini by Dorothy Dinette. Then you'll really see. Wait 1 second. Let's see here. So these are summaries. They actually have to put summaries just in case you forgot. These are the maps that you need to look at if you need to look at maps. Okay, is chat ready for the historical? This is all of the characters that are historically accurate, that actually have lived. Scrolling, 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 scrolling. So these, like, this is like historical fiction you've never seen before. Like, she has like one list just for religious people, one list just for like landowners, one list just for the royal household and officers of state in Scotland. Then this is related to Flanders, Bruges, Ghent, and Lille, the Duchy of Burgundy. And these are her own characters that she made. They're here. And then here are the rulers. So this book series is like yeah, I know. It's a lot. But all I'm saying is, if you like history and you want to recognize people, then this book series is for you. Okay, let's see this. I'm scrolling up a little bit. Please don't open the Fate Stay Rabbit War in here. Yeah, I've only seen a little bit of Fate Stay Night. Yeah, House of Nicolo. I think the male audience for stories have dropped, but more migrated to similar sources like manga. Yeah, exactly. Like, why would guys stay around to hassle with words when they can look at pictures that they enjoy instead? Let's all be real here. I don't like most of booktubers. Interesting, Karn. Can you share why you don't like a lot of booktubers? We were talking about that earlier, mostly due to the downfall of the comic scene. Yeah. This warms my heart. Chat talking with chat. So wholesome. Has anyone read The Winter King? It's a historical fiction retelling of King Arthur. It's amazing. Well, let's all consider it. If we like King Arthur, you should go for it then. It isn't that bad, but Nabokov released a more apt version, more akin to his original version, further into his life. Chia, this is like showing someone the list of episodes and arcs in One Piece. Guaranteed to discourage. Yeah, I'm sorry, Wooly. I shouldn't have done that. But that's what happens when people start mentioning historical fiction. Okay. All right. Let's get back. Wooly is our task driver today. So let's get back to this guy. Okay.
To see. And there are several quotes I want to highlight here. So firstly, we'll start with Wesley Chu, who wrote on Twitter last year. He wrote, "Heard something from a veteran industry professional a few weeks ago that shook me, and I can't stop thinking about it. This is the state of epic fantasy right now. The biggest publisher of epic fantasy in Germany is getting out of epic fantasy business." And he followed up by stating that he thought the reason for this was due to the romantasy basically taking over the genre. Now, I do not know which publishing house he's referring to here, but if this is true, then this is pretty shocking to hear. And we can see the rise of romantasy having a real impact. I mean, I had quite a weird experience at Golandsfest recently, which is a fantasy book festival that was hosted by one of my favorite publishers, Golands, where they focused on epic fantasy at this convention, but they also had panels focusing on romantasy and cozy fantasy. And while I have nothing against these two subgenres doing well, I think it's pretty obvious that people that read primarily epic fantasy are usually not the same people that read romantasy, for example. I mean, yes, technically epic fantasy and romantasy falls under fantasy, but it feels really weird to group them together because we don't read these books for the same reasons. I mean, if someone comes up to me and states that they are a massive fantasy fan and their favorite book is Fourth Wing, and nothing wrong with having Fourth Wing as your favorite book, but then, yes, you are technically a fantasy fan, but I would tell that person that we do not read fantasy for the same reasons at all. Again, just to emphasize, I don't think there's anything wrong with people loving romantasy. I just think that grouping us epic fantasy readers with romantasy readers is just weird. Now, secondly, relating to this topic, Ed McDonald, the author of Blackwing and other
what is the reason, do you think, why are people like Library of a Viking reading epic fantasy? Why are they? Is there a fundamental difference? Is there a fundamental difference? To explore a world? Willie says, to be blunt, most booktubers are absolute bundle of sticks. Their face alone is an argument against literature. Willie, what about my face? Okay, so Duck says to explore a world. That would be my interest in reading a new epic fantasy. Most booktubers have the same opinions and political leaning. It's very annoying. Interesting, Karn. What political leaning do you think booktubers have? And would it be different from the political leaning of, let's say, Book Talk? Wooly going beast mode is far away conceptually from the modern world. It's the high art of escapism. Okay, so Wooly is going to go down the escape and to be told a tale that rouses ingrained ideals and inspires. Ooh, okay, so inspiring, elevated, linked to, let's say, aesthetics or ideals or energies, like archetypal energies, perhaps exploration. And my stylist got away from me. Shay's Gardener is coming out, folks. Yeah, I think women want to also explore, but let's all be real here. The exploration is different, right? So let's say casual female readers are reading to explore ... a person's experience. Whereas epic fantasy male readers are reading to explore a world or a situation. I just saw what R.A. Morley wrote. Epic fantasy draws me in with strong main characters and long, impactful journeys. Women are exploring a few things. Wink, wink. They freak out when a book doesn't have a strong woman, for example, and rule it 0 out of 10. Oh. Make contact, even if fictional, with our suppressed archetypes. Yes. Yeah. So let's put up in here, requires major, wait a minute, sorry, wrong one. Requires major time and mental investment. Larger books, right? There's more word count in an epic fantasy, whereas here, accessible. Okay, and this makes casual female reader books easier to get into, but the let's say tried and true tropes, and then let's here go potential for impactful archetypal aesthetic moments. I would like to be told a story that explores different philosophical and sociological ideas that become possible through a fantastical world. Ooh, Gremia. So you're thinking about potential, right? Like something completely new. Yeah, I agree. I also think like space operas and sci-fi can also achieve that, right? I'm a trash for shoujo and xianxia. That's okay, Morley. I also have my Chieko starts stammering. No, women are reading about men actually exploring and gasp finding a few things. Escapism is a short-term strategy, but a valid one, says Sim. I think both genders want to understand, but one puts the focus on people while the other is on the environment. People are part of the environment. Sim, I think you're touching on something that is we can generally say about females versus male, right? Invested in people. Invested in things. And I am actually somewhere in between here, okay? So this is where I feel like I have a very unique take on this. I actually have read and enjoyed male-focused narratives, and I've read and I've enjoyed female-focused narratives. At the end of the day, I am a woman who has very female interests as well. But of course, I will froth and foam over stupidity. You know, like I've enjoyed both sides, right? And this is why I'm not interested in shitting on one thing or the other. But I think it's good for us to recognize the strengths and weaknesses for both approaches, and also call out when we see situations where this is skewing one way or the other. Most highly marketed books showcase FMCU fights but has the emotional capacity of a teaspoon. Yeah. And what's really scary morally is sometimes those female characters who have the emotional capacity of a teaspoon don't grow at all. They continue in that path. Oh, Thomas Cromwell trilogy. I shall look this up. I'm screen capping chat on my phone. This is where I'm at today, folks, because my Steam Deck is what it is. Which, as someone who has been in fights, does work, typically masculine jobs, and goes toe-to-toe with Koyo's and Kakasbro 0 and 10 on those characters. Yeah, Morley, I think people who think that it's the same thing with romance writers thinking that they're writing strong men, but they're actually writing psychopathic men. It's like, we don't want to see psychopath men either, you know. Chieko's hidden yaoi collection confirmed. You know it, I know it, everyone knows it, Ducky. Everyone knows where my interests lie. Keck. Gremia then, try Cherry's Faded Sun trilogy. Understanding trauma is just endless edging. I wanted to crack a mom joke sim, but I refrained. Morley, we all want FMCs that have wholesome friendships and families and navigate life with dignity rather than punch all the problems. But, you know, we've talked about that before. Okay, so we're going to keep going. Justice for Lucian. Okay, so let's...
Fantasy books he posted on Twitter last year. This tweet. One of the lessons I've learned from publishing the last 2 trilogies is, if you want to make a career from writing, don't write series. Selling a 3-book trilogy deal sounds great, especially as a debut, but it can also be a rock around your neck. I've seen the impact on a friend when a book 1 of a series didn't sell strongly, meaning that by book 2 there are very few readers, and book 3 had to be written with all the passion that entails, but was essentially going to have below 100 readers. Devastating. He says, my advice would be to debut authors to write standalone novels. Not even a novel with serious potential, just standalones. Maybe you can keep writing in the same world. Okay, here we basically have a relatively well-known fantasy author encouraging debut authors to stay away from writing longer series, since it can be, as he states it, a rock around your neck. Now, I appreciate this advice, but I also think that no fantasy author would have stated anything like this around 10 or 15 years ago. I mean, things are definitely changing. And then Peter McLean.
But did that fantasy author write that because series aren't selling, or did he write it because writers aren't coming up with good enough ideas for series that will sell? Oh, Anxious is back. Hey, Anxious Psyche. Like, I have to wonder, like, is that author saying don't sell book series because they don't sell? Or is he saying don't sell book series because nobody can handle writing a good book series? You know what I mean? It's a good question. And how many words a day are these people writing? Yes, okay, so Morley is touching on something here. All right, let's go down this rabbit hole. Let's go down. Who am I gonna look for? Let's go to Tavia Lark. It's okay, chat. You can handle this. You can handle it. All right? You know, It's fine. So Tavia Lark is as far as I can tell, a self-published authoress or author. We don't really know. Probably a fake name. I'm going to guess it's fake. We're standing at six books here. But I mean, it's just Tavia Lark, right? Like, surely, like, this is just her, right? This isn't anything new. Okay. Oh, what? Oh. Series. What's another one? What's another big one? Let's look under. Let's look under here. Happy endings. Book 1. Book 1 of 4. Okay. Morley is 110%. Okay. The person who gave me advice on launching my brand told me to write trilogies or quadrilogies. And what you do is you write about 3 people and you have the whole thing set up. It's okay, party. I'm petting you from a distance, party. Okay, so let's see here. So Morley wrote, so many indie authors are still on the series are what makes the money versus established trad authors saying more standalones to cast a wide net. Morley, this is so true. I was told this and I have seen for myself that it is working, and I myself get excited because I'm like, oh, when is the book for that one character going to come out? I'm looking forward to it. Am I a moron? Possibly. But I am one of those people who's like, oh, I want to read that book number whenever that person's book comes out. And is a standalone not an epic? I do agree, Shay. Shay is asking, is a standalone not an epic? FFs, why must we freak out about the downfall of a series like it's one and the same with the downfall of epics? You are making a very valid point, Shay. This is why I think the title is a misnomer. I think we're talking about large-scale epic fantasies. We're not talking about standalones. Maybe Sword and Sorcery needs a comeback. Maybe. I legit got flack for saying that I'm putting my series on hold to write more standalones and flex my skill. I think the advice is more, if you write a 3-book series and they fail in the first book, you're trapped to finish the series that makes no money, especially if you're writing for money and not passion, ? Yes. Well, and this is a question. How fast are you writing? Okay. So let's go with, I'm pretty sure, Google average fantasy novel word count. What's it? Okay, so let's say it's 100,000 words. So we got a novel, 100,000 words, times 3 is 300,000 words. Divided by, let's say you're writing 6,000 a day. What's that standing at? 50 days? Okay. Let's say you want to work 5 days a week. So given 5-day work week, that would be 10 business weeks of writing 3 books. So that would be, how many months is that? 2.5? 2.5 months of writing. But if you are only writing 300,000 divided by 2,000, how much is that? 150 days. So then that would be 150 days divided by 5 would be 30 days. Wait a minute, is my math right? Party, help me.
Yes, 30 days.
30 days?
Yes. 150 divided by 5?
Yeah. So that would be, wait a minute, no, yes. Yeah, so it would be 30 weeks, 30 business weeks of writing 3 books. And that would be, given that there's 4 weeks per, so that would be 7 months. Right? Yeah. So therein lies the issue. And that is why standalones can be a struggle. If you're prolific and you can push 6,000 to 8,000 words out per day, you're sitting fine. It's not going to be a big deal. But if you're taking 2,000, if it takes you a whole day to write 2,000 words, you're kind of fucked. I wish epic fantasy authors would try more creative and outrageous ideas like you see in Japanese novels and manga. Well, once again, I think it has to do with brand risk. I think a lot of publishers don't want to publish you if you are too risky. My brain is like a rot. Okay. Party is bouncing back. The spiritual higher power aspect of epic fantasy is indeed a misstep many newer authors make. It doesn't need to be religious to say, but it does need to have some kind of universal spirituality. Absolutely, 110% arm. 110%. It needs to have an aesthetic moment where you feel like something meaningful is happening. Generally, the first product you make is filled with mistakes, but at least it's more organic as it's normally made with more passion. Maybe. Yeah. Most moderns are steeped in Reddit tier atheism. They haven't a clue about spirituality. Yeah, and they you don't even have to be a spiritual person. You just have to be alive aesthetically. And if you are dead inside, or if you have been floating through a morass of just existing and not thinking about any kind of higher thought, then yeah, you're going to have problems. You're going to have the sea is always right, right? The sea is always right. Chant after me, chat. The sea is always right. Chant it. The sea is right. Our mod better be writing it. Yes, we need more fantasy short stories that are high concept adventures. Let us know, Morley. Let us know. Yeah. So check it out and see what's happening. Chieko, you should give The Force by Don Winslow to your dad. It's big, super entertaining police procedural. Read it yourself while you're at it. Oh, interesting. Okay. Maybe my dad would like that. He does like his mysteries and his adventures. Oh my goodness, Shay. You are a voracious reading monster. You're like a dune worm. You're like Leto the Second of book reading, bookworms. That's fantastic. Think about it, right? We're not even talking about 300K novels here, right? We're only talking about 100K. Now, epic fantasy could easily be 300, right? Obviously. But you can imagine, this isn't even writing an epic fantasy, and you're stuck into writing a trilogy, we can see why people might be dragging their feet, just like you said. Right? Just like you said, it can be hard for a lot of authors to want to get into writing a series. So do we have to say epic fantasy is dying simply because a series isn't being written? And the reality is writing a series is not going to be super easy. It's like, it's going to suck out a lot out of you if you are a slow writer. It's just not practicable, particularly as a debut. That being said, it is kind of sad that large-scale, multi-series epic fantasies aren't being made anymore. It still is a good question to ask. Tony Stark was able to build this in a cave with a bunch of scraps. Why can't you also cap out at 50k words? 50k is where I think a lot of young adults sit. And I've seen romances cap at 50k for sure. Most young people have no clue about aesthetics in writing. Preach, Gremia, preach. The C is right. Ah, anxious. Thank you. Do you know why a ship floats and it sinks? It's okay, Gremia. It's all right. I'm a Zennial, so we're all in this together. If your life was in a concrete jungle, surrounded by the obese and chemical-addled, how will you have a sense for the aesthetic? Wooly. It's a fair point. Fair point. Is the sea supposed to be the rising tide of social progress? The other way said. Oh no! Oh no! Susan came for Sim. He's deck now.
Oh, rest Sim.
Sim has been taken
Rest
down
in
by
peace,
Susan.
Sim.
Rest in pieces, Sim. Sim is now with us, but he's as deck. Don't tell Susan. Everyone, hide Sim from Susan. Yeah. Shay is the dune worm of sandworms. Of bookworms. She's the dune. She's the sarlacc pit of bookworms. Yeah, no publisher wants to publish any of the edgier stuff, in turn making authors that write those types of novels unhinged and release unreadable, cringe-inducing messes. Oh my gosh, there are some cringy stuff out there. Yeah. Morley, I think most people for romance, you want to go for, I think it was like 40 to 50k. Meanwhile, Shoal is just posting links. Look at Shoal go. Poor Deck can't even text without being victimized by Susan. Okay, so let's get in. Let's watch some more. I just have to wonder if this author is right. Is it because writers maybe can't cope with series well, and so like why would you want to get into it? If it's taking you forever to write something, you are not going to want to write it if it's not doing well. So, yeah.
The author of the War for the Rose Throne series wrote a long thread about how publishing houses are actively asking authors not to write longer books. Now this thread is a bit long, but I will read most of it, and thank you to Peter Glio for bringing this one to my attention. Peter McLean wrote, "This industry is brutal. It is especially brutal at the moment when production costs are off the scale because of global economic events. I had my entire War for the Rose Throne quartet published by JFB at Headchat in the UK, and I was very fortunate there. Ace at Penguin in the US dropped it after the first two books. They both earned out in the States and are still making me, and therefore them, money, but that's not enough anymore. Making them money is no longer enough. absorb the fact. You have to make them a lot of money or you're done. And I guess I didn't quite manage to do that. But here's the thing, I never really had a word count constraint before. I think Prince of Crowns published at around 145,000 words. A George R. Martin or Robert Jordan book is at least twice, if not 3 times that. My new contract, glad of it though I am, has a hard 100,000 word cap on it. That's how much of a constraint production costs are now. I think unless you're already a megastar, the days of big fat fantasy are done. Lean and mean seems to be the way forward, like the genre was back in the 60s and 70s. And the crazy thing here is that
Whoa, this is so fascinating. Chat. So this may not even be an issue of just, things are skewing toward one gender or anything. This might also be literally economically, forward. The genre was shorter and sweeter, except for, those few. And so then basically, people don't want to hassle with those super thick books anymore. And they just want to kind of go back to those lean, mean books that aren't so, involved. Wow. I'm kind of sad. This kind of makes me a little bit sad because what if you're someone who wants to write more? Like this bro, right? This bro here, this guy who looks like he's going to hop on the back of a motorbike. He wants to write long shit, but he's not allowed to. His publisher contract is like, no, bro, you got to write short because people aren't going to read anything that's super long. And maybe they're right. Maybe people nowadays just don't have the attention or the interest to sit down and read something that is super involved and complicated. They just want to, gorge on their Twinkies. And so, so now things have gotten a bit skewed. Let's see what chat's saying. Kazuma Kamachi. Yeah, but Tab, they're light novels. They're light novels. Google light novel. Word count. 50,000 words. Okay, so let's go down here. Light novel. 50,000 words. Okay, equals 50, which means 50 divided, let's say I want to write only 5,000 words a day. That's 10 days. That's literally, given a 5-day work week, I can write a light novel in 2 business weeks. Which, by the way, I have done that before. Deck is coping with his alt excuse. Cope. The acolyte need a C is always right tagline of some kind. Ben, the thread is always right. The thread binds us together. I am so impossibly happy to have been called a Sarlacc. I am confounded that this has happened. I'm glad that your night has been hopefully made, Shay. Leo, Scott Lynch wrote Loch Lamora 15 years ago. He signed a 7-book deal. He's just finishing the 4th one, and now he's fat, old, and depressed. And Loch Lamora is incredibly good. Okay, so here's the thing, Shoal. Not to shit on Kazuma, but he's writing light novels, okay? These light novels are like snacks. They're like they're like Twinkies in the world of epic fantasy. Epic fantasy is minimum 100K. Minimum. Okay, minimum. So let's do George R.R. Martin book word count. 292. So let's say 292. This is 400,000. So let's say epic. Okay. It's happening, chat. It's happening. It's happening. Settings. System settings. Task manager. I don't know. Windows management? Task switcher? No. I don't even know. Linux is so opaque to me still. But I've only been using it in my defense for like a week. System monitor? System monitor. Okay, where are we standing? It's the web browser. The web browser is out of control. Of course, OBS is going crazy, but the web browser is wildin'. Oh, and Steam is doing something. What in the world is Steam doing? Can I quit it? What will happen if I quit it? Ooh. Ooh. I'm gonna exit Steam. Ugh. Okay. All right, so let's go back. Epic Fantasy is 30, let's say 30 average. Okay? Not too shit on this amazingly prolific Japanese guy, okay? But he is writing something that a person could write in 2 weeks, the first draft. Old extra works like movies, video games, and manga. Whoa, that's crazy short cap. I end up going over 600 pages on average. Oh, hello, Tessa. How's it going? How is it going? A fellow Sarlacc. Shay is joining you like that bro hand clasp. Do you think if a book with the same quality of something got published today, it wouldn't sell? I think it would, unless it hit a zeitgeist, Karn, I think a lot of people wouldn't know quality these days. That's my black pill, okay? I am very pessimistic. I am very negative. Okay, about people in general of all generations. But I'm particularly negative about younger millennials and Zoomers. I just don't think we have empowered many people to see the need or want to push themselves and read something difficult. To be fair, I'm kind of intimidated by thick brick-shaped books. Yeah, there are lots of people who feel this way, right? And this is why you have to like work up to stuff. You don't just go in and start reading something really huge. You gotta work yourself into it. You don't. It's a rare person who just throws themselves off the deep end. Not to flex my reading skills, but I never skip cutscenes in Final Fantasy XIV. Grins and Chad. Yes, Party is actually. You're a pretty prolific reader yourself, though, aren't you?
Me?
Yeah, you read quite a bit.
I don't read as much as I should.
Well, no. Well, neither do I.
But I can read.
Yeah. Pumping out a light novel, like a Twinkie Factory, yeah. Fuggin' Thread. I'm so sorry. I threw a Game of Thrones into a wall. I don't get to talk about. It's higher quality than anything epic fantasy we have today. Oh no, Chieko stole my Twinkie analogy. Do I like Linux? Anxious. It is 1 week into my relationship with this new man in my life. I think Linux is a man. Linux, the man, is a parser, a get good bro. Very opaque, hard to get to know. You gotta feed very simple words into it to make it work. But it's not running a specific program I need it to run in order to teach ESL. So Linux has been difficult. But thanks to Party being extremely, extremely supportive, I can teach on her computer while I'm at her place. Oh, yes, Asahi. Such a nice guy. Yes. Are you using the RAM devourer known as Chrome? This appears to be Firefox. This is Firefox. Which could be another RAM devourer. I don't know. Exotic treat in Australia, Twinkies. Maybe I should be doing something, Karn. I don't know much about this Steam Deck desktop stuff. I blame bad authors, says Karn. I dropped like 95% of fantasy novels because they're bad. Tab is breaking into hives at the mention of Linux. I am not surprised. I don't want to talk about A Song of Ice and Fire. But here you can see, right? I don't want to shit on light novel writers, okay? They can be very good. But what I'm suggesting is, if you're going to sit down and you're going to write a really massive book, you better heckin' know what you're doing, and you better be ready to write a lot. Otherwise, you're losing out on money. Let's all be real here. What do you think is going to sell? Do you think this is like an MMO? This is an MMO. MMO. Okay. This is a roguelite, or like a Vampire Survivor clone. And let's put up here FF14 MSQ. Right? What do you think you're going to get people doing? I want to sink 300 hours of my life into playing this MMO. Or I'm going to just hop on the computer and play for like half an hour. Some Vampire Survivor. Oh, even better. Even better. Power Wash Simulator. Don't ask me, chat, about Power Wash Simulator. But you know what I'm talking about here. What do you think people are going to be reading on the bathroom, on the toilet, in between stuff at work? No, you go right ahead. Actually, seriously, you can go ahead and you don't have to play with me, Party. Anyhow, yeah. Now we have some writers Okay, we have some writers in chat. We have some hobbyist writers. We have some self-published writers. We have other writers who are looking for publishing. Okay, let's all be real here. How many words a day are you able to write? Does Party have a bird? No. Other than me, no. She has a cat, but the cat's been quiet. So if anyone's making strange sounds, it's probably me. Okay, so let's see what people is. Wooly is waxing lyrical about Linux. Light novel authors have great ideas, but bad writing and plot. Yeah, I think there's just not... Light novels don't give you a lot to work with. 50K is nothing, really. But if you can get, you know, a whole chunk of, let's say, 5 50K books done, easy peasy, lemon squeezy, why would you write a 300K book or 900K, right? Remember, you are aiming to, let's say, do multiple books. Why would you do that? Let's all be real here. Tessa says, I don't hate light novels. I just find they're distilled down to basic events. Yes, it's like they don't even understand how to make things breathe. People are just going. But that might be just certain kinds of light novels, Tessa. I've read excerpts of light novels like Sainkoku Monogatari, and I'm trying to remember what little I know. Vampire Hunter D and Trinity Blood. I found all of those to be fairly good. Vampire Hunter D is like purple prose to the max. It can drive people crazy at some point. You know, I've noticed that more modern JRPG are built for short play sessions, even if the total time played is 100 hours. You do it in 1 hour chunks. Yeah, Willie, I'm coming to the conclusion that people's attention spans might be a primary thing, a primary factor. Oh, you're hearing a bird. Interesting. This is so fascinating. People have been hearing sneezes. Oh my gosh. Do you know what Shay called you earlier? Party. Yeah. Do you know what she called you?
No.
She called you my partygeist instead of poltergeist.
Did you hear me in the background before?
I guess so. Yeah.
Oops.
No. It was hilarious. We're going to call you partygeist from now.
Partygeist is amazing.
Yeah, partygeist. 500 words a day. Okay, so we got ARM here. 500 words a day. But ARM is a student. Yeah. Shay could write a lot. What do you count as an average, Shay? Even if you lack commitment to do it every single day, if you could sit down and write, how much could you write? Duck. What you have to do is sit down, make an outline, and go to a ghostwriter and tell them to write it. A 50K novel, it will probably cost you around 1,000 USD, probably. Or a 50K novel would probably cost you 750 USD to get a ghostwriter to write it for you. Many light novels are published like manga. They're serialized with one released every 4 months. Yeah. Well, and you could see, if you know how to put yourself into writing it, writing a light novel is no biggie. That's what I'm arguing here. You could do it like super easy. Duck is voting to change your Discord name to Partygeist.
I can definitely do that.
ARM is correct that it's better to write than not write. Okay, so Shay would potentially, let's say 8K for Shay. We don't know about ARM. The only stories you completed were short stories. I think high school snorting amphetamines to be able to study their SATs makes your attention span disappear, but that's just like my opinion. Leo coming in with the younger perspective, but very appreciated, because it is a good question about like the amount of things that we are eating and dosing ourselves with, and then how our education is encouraging us or not encouraging us to focus. That might all be feeding into some issues. So here's my thing. If we were going for a light novel, how many days do you think it would take you to write? That's the question. Because epic fantasies are massive, right? Epic fantasies are massive. And you can see why these people might be like, nah, man, I'm just going to write this epic fantasy. Write this really short thing. And this guy might be wanting to legitimately write a 300K book. But the publishing industry knows that people are not going to read it. And if people aren't going to read it, why even bother? And you could see this happening in the video game industry, right? You see people being like, well, people don't want story in the video game, so why bother putting a good story in there? Who cares? And you can see how this could be a problem. Okay, let's keep playing.
70s. And the crazy thing here is that Mike Shackle and E.L. Lamb both commented stating that they had both been told by their publishing house to not write anything longer than 130,000 words. What? I mean, this is insane to me. I mean, yes, I do understand that profits are important. Of course they are, but how can you ask someone to write a fantasy and then simultaneously ask them to limit their word count to 100,000 words? I mean, for example, The Final Empire by Brandon Sanderson is 214,000 words. So that's basically almost 100,000 words more than what publishing houses are asking authors to limit themselves to at the moment. Just imagine if Sanderson was told to remove 200 pages of The Final Empire, then The Final Empire would certainly not be the same book anymore. And that is not even to mention that many of the greatest books in this genre, for example, the Stormlight Archive books, most of those books are like 400,000 words. There's just something really weird about asking an author to limit themselves, because a lot of stories need to have that longer word count. I mean, imagine asking someone to create an adaptation of, I don't know, the Lord of the Rings movies and telling them that they can maximum have 1 hour for each book. I mean,
I don't want to black pill this man's audience here. But when Peter Jackson, I'm not sure how many people know the story behind the scenes, but when Peter Jackson and Fran and Philippa wrote the original Lord of the Rings films, they only wrote 2 because they were told they only had 2 films in which to do the 3 books in. And they presented everything, and it was Barry, whatever his face is, Barry, I forget his last name. He was like, why isn't this 3? This feels like a 3-act structure. And they were like, oh, thank goodness. Oh, thank goodness. And you know why? Do you know why there is an extended version versus a theatrical version? Because they were told people can't handle sitting in the theater for, over a certain amount of hours. So I hate to break it to this fellow, but it is true that people these days kind of suck. And we in chat might be thinking, oh no, it's not a big deal. Look at me. I eat a 200,000 word book for breakfast. It's no biggie. Well, we're not normal, okay? Chat, you're all in my chat here. By that virtue, you are not normal.
I mean, there's just no way you could do that justice, and actually, it would make the whole adaptation so much worse. So I'm not sure what you think about this, but asking authors to limit themselves to such...
I agree that forcing authors to write too much, like Shay was talking about, or not enough, like this guy is talking about, is bad. But it's clearly monetary reasons, whether to write more or to write less. Clearly monetary reasons are the driver more than ever.
A low word count in this genre just seems to be almost morally wrong in my opinion. Now, there's one thing here in this whole discussion that I literally do not understand as well. I mean, if profit was all that mattered to publishing houses, then please, someone explain to me how so many authors are making a huge living writing traditional epic fantasy in the self-published sphere. Now, don't get me wrong, I know that most authors, probably 99% of authors in the indie community, do not sell many books, but let me just mention some that really do. For example, Philip C. Cranetroll, the author of the Echo Saga, has sold close to 1 million books, and he's writing traditional fantasy. And then we have Ryan Cahill, who's writing traditional epic fantasy as well, and he has sold like 300,000 books in the past 2-3 years. And then we have Will Wide, the author of the Cradle, writing progression fantasy, and he has literally sold millions and millions of books. And then we have Wraithmark, that is doing a fantastic job at promoting and publishing epic fantasy. Now, whenever someone tells me that there's no money in epic fantasy in 2024, then I just want to tell them that it's a lie, because many authors are doing so well in that sphere. Now, my theory is as follows. Epic fantasy does provide publishing houses with profits, but compared to romantasy like Fourth Wing and cozy fantasy like Legends and Latte, the margins might not be large enough compared to epic fantasy, and therefore publishing houses are shifting their focus to an area where more money can be made, basically. Now, I recently met Chris Wooding at Golan's Fest, the author of The Ember Blade and all.
Okay, so this title here has to be severely revamped. Okay, so we have to revamp this title. Revamp title. The actual thing we're talking about here is large-scale, multi-book, traditionally published epic fantasy is on the downswing. And then the subtitle it's all about money. Okay, let's see. Let's keep going. I think high school, okay, so I read Leo. Okay, Tessa. Social media addiction is a big thing too for attention span damage. Yes, I agree. And porn, video games, junk food, lack of exercise. Yes. Yeah. To write or not to write, that is the question. Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of writer's block or take arms against the outrageous word cap. Yeah. Yeah. To write, perchance to dream. 4 hours is a bit much. It's like watching Ben-Hur. Do you think a book like The Way of Kings needs to be 383k words? Good question, Karn. Good question. I think not all books should be, but it's nice when there is something. What I mean to say is I don't advocate one thing or another over another. I would prefer, and I think it's reasonable to request for some things to be pushing the limits and other things to not. I dislike when you have these gatekeeper elitists saying things like, well, you know, in my days, right? And it's just like, oh, shut the fuck up. Like, I just want to enjoy a fun book. On the other hand, I think if there isn't a call to higher expression, there becomes a lack of repetition, and there's a staleness and a roteness about creativity. People go into a death spiral. And it's kind of like the fashion industry. In the fashion industry, there's two major sections to the fashion industry. There is the haute couture, the high fashion, and then there's what is called ready to wear. And what is interesting, what a lot of people might not realize, is that oftentimes the haute couture, the high fashion that you see in Paris with all the tall, skinny people, will inspire the ready-to-wear fashion designers. And I think that's what should be happening in the book industry. We should have those avant-garde, edging kind of writers out there. And then at the same point in time, we should have all of the more accessible writers taking tips and taking inspiration from the bigger ones. So I do think it's helpful to have these thicker, larger books, but it's not necessary all the time to have it. So no author should be like, oh, I'm not writing epic fantasy, my book isn't worth reading. No, that's not true. I don't think you should judge yourself and your value based on what another person is doing. But at the same point in time, I would theoretically posit that having greats to look up to helps you feel inspired. Cough, Lawrence of Arabia, cough. Oh my gosh, don't get me started on Lawrence of Arabia. I had a whole thing about Lawrence of Arabia when I was growing up. I actually read Seven Pillars of Wisdom. I was obsessed. I read like a massive autobiography about him as well. I went down a rabbit hole. Arm is apparently slammed by work and school and social relationship. Well, at least you're touching grass. That's a good thing. Speaking of Linux, maybe epic fantasy is full of bloat like Windows 11. It needs to slim down. Don't say that too loud. There's some pro Windows people here. Or it's clickbait. Yeah, Dick. I also think that so many people online, when they were talking about Rings of Power or when they were talking about Acolyte and things like that, I felt like they were expressing concerns, but they were doing it poorly. And I'm here to nitpick. And you're here to watch me nitpick. Margins aren't wide enough. Yeah, exactly, Wooly. Traditional publishing in general probably needs slimmed down drastically. Maybe middle management needs to be gutted. You know the feeling you get from some TV shows that the writers don't really know where the show is going? This is basically the Stormlight Archive. Do we know if Brandon Sanderson is an architect or gardener? According to this, is a mixture of the two. Oh. Planners and pantsers. Okay. So he might have too much gardener in him. So he might be struggling to know where he's going. Yeah, Wooly. I think middle management bloat, it needs to go. Tessa, one of my favorite authors might be forced to cut his epic fantasy saga down to 3 books instead of the 6 he planned. Like, he got Decades of Dresden Files under his belt. It will sell. Yeah, that's really sad, Tessa. It's really sad when the publishers are just thinking about the market at the expense of the creative. But on the other hand, you can understand why this might be an issue, especially if the creative might be struggling. But once again, Jim Butcher is different. It's like the idea that game publishers prefer mobile games because the margins are high for little investment, while major games require several million copies sold to be considered successful. Exactly, Duck. We're seeing this happening in other areas. I think this is like an endemic. Wooly noted, I've noticed a lot of manga authors, especially breakout wonderkinds, literally lose the plot after a few story arcs and revert to gag and fan service before fading away. I think it's like a cosmological principle, Wooly. That for 90% of shit, there's only 10% diamonds. So you're like, and for the 90%, for the 100% of output you do, 90% is going to be shit and only 10% is going to be diamonds. I'm just here for the inevitable Batwoman coverage. Oh man. Should we be doing some hate watching? It's probably the same here. Epic Fantasy is like our AAA games. Too much cost investment and need to sell like Game of Thrones to make publishers be like, yeah, that was successful. Exactly, Doug. Look, it costs money to put it into actual paper. So that is one problem, right? And then another problem is how long is it taking the author to write? If the author's really prolific, it's going to take them 2.5 months. But if the author is not prolific, it's going to take them over half a year to write a single book. So you could see where this is like, why would you want to enslave your author to write one book in 7 months when they could feasibly write one light novel per month? So 6 light novels that people are more likely to read in 6 months versus 7 months to write one book that not as many people are going to read. What do you think they're going to be backing? Let's all be real here, people. Like, I don't wanna shit on this poor man's parade, but Sanderson talks a game like an architect, but I doubt he is one. Shay's a doter. Doters in the hallway. How typical. Everyone wants to be perfectly balanced. Smiley face, says Deck. Except for me. Chat, I am going to come out of the closet. Hi, chat. My name is Chieko Kurokomo, and I'm a closet control freak. So I'm a 75 to 25% architect writer, and sometimes I'm as crazy as an 80% architect. I've pre-planned conversations between characters before because I wanted to achieve certain things in that conversation. But I think that's what allows me to ghostwrite very well. Yeah. And you know, going back to, okay, so we're going back to this, right? So we have all of these word counts here. Okay. When did I start ghostwriting? 2019? When did COVID hit? 2020, right?
I was gonna say, I thought it was 2020.
2020. So 2020. So from 2020, let's say from 2020 to 2023, let's say that. So from 2020 to 2023, yeah, or at least halfway through 2023, because it was like latter half of 2020 that COVID came around, right? Or did COVID come around at the beginning of 2020? Trying to remember.
No, it was beginning. It was like March.
Okay, so 2020. Wait a minute. Oh. 2020 to 2023. I've written, I want to say, around 2.2 million words total. So average of 1 million words per year as a ghostwriter. But since it's 3 years, let's divide it by 3 years. So 2.2 mil divided by 2 divided by, let's say divided by 3. Okay, so let's do average 750,000 words per year. So once again, it might depend on the author. And once again, it also, because I had to do it, I had no choice. If I didn't do it, I'd be homeless, and I'm an architect. So I think if you're an architect and you know what you're doing, you should be good. Unless you're in a mentally bad state, in which case nothing can save you. He's definitely a gardener, says Karn. That's how it feels reading him. Yeah. Did not give them your time. Well, Wooly, once again, these people might be super duper, like, greedy, right? This might be so greedy. You're a what? You were in the closet? It was an early year, because I couldn't help but the bro with the weed harvest. Okay, so 2020, I started ghostwriting professionally. I was averaging, toward the end, let's say I was averaging 250. Obviously, I wasn't that prolific at the beginning because I was just starting out. I was new. People didn't know. So, but by the end, right? So if you're an architect, you can handle it. But if you're not an architect, I think if I was a gardener, I'd be dying. I'd be homeless. I'd be living at my sister's place on her couch. So if you're not an architect, I think you will struggle.
Other books, and I actually asked him why he thought that publishing houses weren't interested in publishing epic fantasy at the moment, especially by debut authors. And he wasn't really sure, but he did also say that.
And the reason why I'm saying architects could get further is because they will pre-plot everything, and then they can just sit and write it, like idealistically, once again, as long as they're in the right mental state. Whereas gardeners have a higher chance of getting distracted or going off on a tangent. And if you mismanage yourself so badly, the editing and revising process will take forever.
Someone starts reading epic fantasy at the moment and wants to cover the basics, then it's recommended to read Lord of the Rings, Wheel of Time, A Song of Ice and Fire, Realm of the Elderlings, Malazan, and Cosmere, just to mention a couple. And just trying to read those series will probably take most people almost a whole lifetime, right? So a big challenge here is that a lot of readers will only start to consider reading debut fantasy novels if either because of word of mouth marketing or because they have already gone through this incredible backlog of epic fantasy books that are already out there. And if we're being honest, honest, most of us will never read all the books in our backlog. I thought it was really interesting to hear Patrick Lee mention in his video that at the moment it'll probably take him around 10 years to read all the books on his TBR, and he's already read like 600 fantasy books. But what really worries me is that I don't want epic fantasy to stop evolving. Now, what I really loved seeing in the past decade is how fantasy has opened up and become...
I like how he admits that part of the issue for this particular niche genre is that there is this backlog, and if you are a slow reader, you're kind of like, you will never lack.
more diverse and varied, and that has happened due to the surge in popularity of fantasy. Now obviously, if interest in fantasy goes down, then it's only natural that the evolution and growth will also start to slow down as well. Moreover, I'm just a huge fantasy nut, and I want more people to discover the beauty of this genre. But as with most things, I think epic fantasy will eventually make a solid return. And while we're waiting for that to happen, there are lots and lots and lots of books in our backlog to go through. Plus, we can always go to the self-publishing community where epic fantasy is seemingly still thriving. Now, if you want to know what the longest epic fantasy series are of all time, then you should definitely check out this video. Oh, you're still here and you want more? Well, the good news is that if you want more and you want to support me, then I do have a Patreon. Now, if you didn't know, then I have a Viking book club where every single month we read one book together, and you can be the one that can put the book forward. Last month we read this book, and this month we're reading this book. And at the moment we are trialing having Zoom book club discussions after everyone has read the book. So also, if you want to discuss a book with me and other like-minded people, then the Patreon is the way to go. Now, in addition to getting your name in my videos, joining the Viking book club, potentially getting art cards depending on what tier you are, I am also basically spending around 100% of my Patreon income to reinvest back into my channel. Since I launched my Patreon, I have had more than 30 videos professionally edited. And just to give an example, from September 2023 to March 2024, I have spent more than $1,500 into video editing with the aim to consistently post high quality videos for you to enjoy. It is much appreciated.
Oh. What a fantasy! Oh, Final Fantasy 14. Wow. This looks like an interesting fantasy story. I wonder how that one goes. Dragons. Dragons. This looks like the Heaven's Word. They did the Stormblood. Now they're doing Heaven's Word. Is Bismarck eating a chocobo? False advertisement. False advertisement. Okay, so let's do a TLDR here. And then we have... Okay, so the first thing here, we need to criticize this man's choice of title here. It feels a bit clickbaity to me, but I guess that's how things roll on YouTube. The short answer is epic fantasy dying? And the answer is no. Now, is large-scale, multi-book, traditionally published epic fantasy dying? And the answer is, looks to be so. But self-publishing is carrying on. And it seems like some names are remaining to carry it on. But I can see where some people could make some legitimate criticism about how he stated some of his points, because he is bringing up some good thoughts, but it is more about specific authorial intentions that are kind of being disappointed versus the actual death of a genre. I was more interested in thinking about why is something skewing a certain way. And I think we can now come down to fundamentally reasons why it is skewing. The industry is skewing. Is number one, rise of casual readers. Number two, shitty education. Number three, corporate greed. Number four, shitty writers. What does chat think? Can we go for that? Shay says, I feel like Archive 1 through 3 are very purposeful, and then he got lost around 2 through 3, 2/3 of the way through 3, trying to transition into 4, which makes it feel like Archive was meant to be a trilogy. Yeah, maybe he was strong-armed into writing more, Shay. That does happen, even to TV shows. I'm a Sarlacc, and I'll never be able to read my to-be-read in my lifetime, but my genre list is so far behind just whatever epic fantasy are on my to-be-read. I'm not sure I have any on my to-be-read right now. The Sarlacc will continue devouring. The spice must flow. Not just backlog, but I sometimes prefer to reread good stuff later. Oh my gosh, I feel that, Karn. I think I've read Caprice and Rondo from House of Nicolo like 7 times. It's like I want to snuggle up with a book that I know I will enjoy. One that won't crush my spirit. And then I'll reread Caprice and Rondo. Rereading Caprice and Rondo by Dorothy Dennett is like watching The Engoodening of No Man's Sky by an internet historian. It's like having a cup of hot chocolate on a winter day. I have a ton of nonfiction right now. Oh, yeah. Nonfiction is also really good. Depending. Weeb game. Yes, very weeb. It makes me thankful I can read fast. Used to motor through multiple chunky books in a weekend. Tessa, these 50K romance books of indeterminate quality, I read them in a night. Give me about 5 hours. I read about 1,000 words an hour. No, wait a minute. Yeah? No. 10,000 words in an hour? Yeah, 10,000 words in an hour. Yeah, 10K in an hour. So, like, I'll read a single romance book in one night. Sometimes I will admit I skip the sex scenes because I'm just like, whatever. But yeah. I think it is incredible we made it. Leo, are you going to give me a gold star? Are you going to give me a gold star? Oh, Party. Mm-hmm. Do you have the YouTube vid handy, like the live?
The link?
Sorry, could you post the link to our Discord?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Just in case. My sister, who is my mod as well, our lovely mod Party Geist, is going to share my Discord link, so you can feel free to join my Discord. You do not have to join Patreon or pay anything.
You better join the Discord.
You can just join in there and chat about stuff. I think our Discord is pretty fun. Things get a little hairy in there, but yeah, I think it's pretty great. But I'm with you, Tessa. I'm a speed reader myself. New negations used to instant gratification. Ooh. New negations used to instant gratification. Oh, okay, so let's put down here instant gratification trends. Let's put that down. People don't want to work for their entertainment. Okay. I understood you, Tab. Somehow our minds melded. Currently wearing out my second copy of the Faded Sun Omnibus. I think I've probably read it close to 24 times. Yeah, sometimes you just have those little things. Oh my gosh, Only Alien on the Planet. I was talking about it with my students. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
What's a book that you've reread multiple times because like you just can't help yourself?
Oh man. Howl's Moving Castle?
Howl's Moving Castle.
Arena by Karen Hancock.
Arena by Karen Hancock. Like those are your go-to if you're like, oh, I want to read something, but I don't want to read something new.
Definitely Howl's Moving Castle would be the first choice for sure.
Yeah. Okay. So Party said Howl's Moving Castle for her. Sounds about right. I keep running across casual readers that shite on longer fantasy books for having too much pointless wordiness, and I'm curious about how much that word of mouth affects others. Absolutely it does. And once again, I'm not suggesting all books should be wordy and purple prose and stuff, but it's nice to have some of those thicker books to inspire people and to trigger ideas within people who are maybe writing for more casual audiences. Hello, Corsavo. We are talking about writing and epic fantasy. Is epic fantasy dying? The answer is no. What is dying is large-scale, multi-book, traditionally published epic fantasy. It's on the downswing, and we think, as a chat, we have decided it's because casual readers have risen up. People are being educated poorly, corporations are greedy, writers are shitty, and people have short attention spans and need dopamine hits all the time, and so they can't cope with more difficult stuff. Yeah, no Shay, I'm a fast reader. Gold star for now. Silver star? I only get a silver star from Wooly. I'm molding. Gold if you can get through 2 videos in one stream.
Yeah, you're never getting that.
What if I cheat? What if I cheat? What if I just like go and find like a really short...
I still X today.
Oh, she's Xing to doubt. My own sister throwing me under the bus.
Prove us wrong.
Dyslexia and ADD got me taking 3 days for every 10K words. Morley, I will admit that when I was very young, I struggled with language. I do not read words. I process images. That's all I'm going to say. It's very weird. Answer me this, Chieko. Why would you say if someone asks you, what's the point of reading? Or what do you get out of reading? Oh, now that's a big question. Triggering my tangent. Have you ever read on fairy stories by J.R.R. Tolkien? I think Tolkien touches on some important ones. So for me, number 1, reading is about experiencing other people's lives. Number 2, it's about exploring worlds and cultures. Number 3, it's about getting in touch with aesthetic moments or meaningful moments. Number 4, it's a way for me to process my trauma and my conflict that I'm working through as an individual. Both internal and external conflict. It's a way for me to escape and recover. Usually reading inspires me as well to do more writing. The more I read, the better I write, usually. I tend to copycat people. So if I hang out with a person for a long period of time, I'll start kind of not sounding like them, but like picking up their mannerisms and their talking. So when I read a lot of one particular genre or one particular writer, I will actually start to write a bit like them. Like I'll pick up certain things from how they write. And what this does is it allows me to experiment and kind of bolster my own voice. And it has helped me transform over time. So for me, reading does so much. I can definitely say when I was younger, I was very unhappy with life and the world. I hated myself. I hated the world. So I read a lot in order to daydream more. The more I read, the wider my daydreaming world could grow. And so I was reading to feed my need to escape my life. So reading for me has not always been positive. It has sometimes been maladaptive. It's been a way for me to cope with terrible things. An escape, yes. Yeah. Party says to join our Discord or else. So anyone who's not joined,
I will find you.
she will find you. What is the general point of reading? I think the point of reading should be to be entertained, to enjoy yourself, but some reading should call you to a higher place. It should make you question, it should make you feel something, it should connect you to deeper truths. And if you are not connecting to those deeper truths, if you are not, at the very least, I'm not talking about emotional feelings here, I'm talking about almost spiritual feelings. If you're not getting in touch with aesthetic archetypal energy, I think you are going to have a greater struggle with individuating, with maturing as an individual, particularly people who want to grow themselves. One of the ways that they can contend with themselves is through reading specific literature. I'm not talking about romance or light novels either. I'm talking about like the heavy stuff, like Russian novels. I do not know, Shay. It will depend on the font size, I think. She moved her chair. Yes, that was party sober. Absolutely farting. Epic fantasy is too wordy. All books are too wordy. Is it because it's most media needs to be snack talk sized? Once again, I don't want to say that everything should be large. I think some things should be inspiring and monolithic, and some things should be neatly packaged in Hemingway. I don't think everything needs to be one way or the other. I don't like people shitting on larger books and being like, it's too wordy. And I don't like people shitting on light novels because, it's not deep. It's like, let's all be reasonable here. Oh, Wooly has dyslexia. Practicing the skill of reading helps. It's very jarring when it bumps me out of immersion. I want to make a joke about Wooly's Arknights obsession, but I don't know how to fit that in. But I feel like it's on the tip of my tongue. When someone says a 10-minute video on YouTube is too long, it's scary. I know. I should be scaring you, Duck. Are you going to be wide awake tonight? I was actually completely illiterate until middle school. I grabbed at it to escape stuff. Couldn't actually understand what I was reading for months, though. I was translating with a dictionary. Yeah, I didn't actually really get into reading until I was, I want to say, let's see, 9, 10, maybe 10 or 11. My very first obsession book was Swallows and Amazons by Arthur Ransom. I was so obsessed with Swallows and Amazons, I joined the Swallows and Amazons Club in England. And I was like one of the air quote crew of this club. It was like this huge official club. And yeah, things happen. I wonder. wonder if let's see, Canadian Coots Club. I don't even know if it still exists or not. Let's see. How would I find it?
How are you Googling it?
What would it be called? A fan? Oh, maybe I should call it fan club. Arthur Ransom fan club. Arthur TARS. Here we go. Here we go. TARS. Oh my lord. Are they still alive? Oh my lord. I used to get mixed moss in the mail. They would actually mail the shit. What? What are you laughing at?
It's so nerdy. I love it. It's very cute.
I was obsessed with boating. I wanted to be a boater. I was so
It's
obsessed.
Really cute.
Oh man.
I just thought I wanted to be a boater.
Oh man. Oh gosh, this is bringing me back. Okay, so TARS. I used to be part of TARS. Okay, Arthur Ransom Fan Club, Canada. Let's see what we got here. Oh, I'm afraid to click on Facebook because I'm sure to dox myself.
Uh-huh.
Yes, there is a version of the club in Japan.
Oh, well, now
Did you know there was a huge fan base? Or there was, like, some kind of a fan base?
I did know this actually.
Yeah. This is wild in. Okay, does chat want to hear a crazy story about this? Probably not, but I'm going to tell it anyway. So little Chieko was obsessed, okay? So I was part of the Arthur Ransom Society. I had a little stipend from my dad. So with my little tiny stipend, I would pay for a sub fee for this society. And as part of this society, they would put out these books called Mixed Moss. And I still have some copies of this. And one day I sent them a letter with a hand-drawn picture of Lake Ontario, which is very close to where I live. And I drew a whole bunch of boats sailing on the water. Okay, this is like, how old was I? I was like early teens. And I was like, is there a TARS club in Canada? And they wrote back and they were like, no, we don't have a TARS club, but we're reaching out and we're going to see what happens. And they published my picture with my little letter in a Mixed Moss. Did I tell you this?
No.
So guess what happened? They made an Arthur Ransom.
Stop.
Yes. There were other Canadians who were like, we like it too. So if you go down here, right, and you see there's a Canada website and everything.
So you started,
I started the Canadian.
and you didn't even stay a part of it?
No, because I couldn't afford it. So anyway, but now obviously it's been handed over to someone else I don't recognize, but I actually wrote, anyway, I was such a dweeb, but I'm fairly certain it was my picture in Mixed Moss that launched it. And it was initially, the book club was out in Thunder Bay.
Oh.
Yeah. Now it appears to be in BC, which, I mean, there's a whole ocean there, so why not? But anyway, so that's me. That was me. Little Chieko sending pictures to Mixed Moss, starting book clubs that she couldn't afford to join. I was such a, I was wildin'. Reading should bust you out of the constraints of the world, or your constraints in interacting with the world. Absolutely. Epic fantasy could be, I think most epic fantasy is going to be more medieval inspired Kosavo, but yeah, it's I would open epic fantasy to science fantasy. But sci-fi is not part of this conversation at all. I think the length of it should be justified. It has to be needed, yes. I had a very rough start with reading. My father made me read at 13 Quijito in an old Spanish format, so it was hard. Oh. Well, my mom, she believed in reading, so she would make me read out loud, and it was very painful. Wooly learned English with Wheel of Time. This kind of actually makes weird sense.
It is English?
Yeah, I kind of imagine like Wooly should go into reading books. That's my thought. Overall, I do need to get back into reading. I haven't done any solid reading for a long time.
You should start a book club.
Book club time. Book club in the Discord.
Yep.
The answers here are really interesting, says Tessa. It looks like most of us who really value reading and literature as a skill struggled with it to get to current level. Yeah, I think it speaks to the fact that reading was necessary on a fundamental level. And it's why we still rely on it. How was your experience with Chinese literature? Arm, are you asking me? Shay is screaming. Is Shay okay over there? What is happening over there?
Was the book club comment?
Is it the book club comment? Or is it about Wooly reading books? Because that is also worthy of being screamed about. I'm going to say hi to Corsavo. Already Corsavo is posting in chat. Good time, good time. I support this. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to be frank, Arm. I have only tried reading one thing, which was Louis Cha. So Louis Cha is a martial arts person. Louis Cha, like that. Or known as Jin Yong. He's a wuxia novelist. And he wrote this one that I tried reading, and it drove me a bit insane. Just because it was like she needed to learn the palms of the 48 fists, but
Monk?
yeah, like wuxia, like that stuff in Chinese dramas where people are leaping through trees and they look like they're swirling around on the air and they're doing monk stuff
Mm-hmm.
and martial arts. That's what he was writing.
Oh, ew.
Now, I am not against it. It's just that when they translate it into English, I think something is lost and it just comes out sounding really weird. And their approach to writing is completely different. But I keep wanting to try. Like, I keep wanting to, like, maybe this time I will go 4 more pages further in. I want to believe. What kind of Chinese literature specifically, Arm? Perhaps you should be a bit more specific. Only person I know who's really into Chinese literature is my sister. She went to university for culture and art studies. Duck came back at the wrong time. Learn the palm of what he fist. Duck, that was my response. I was like, what? I don't even know. Like, let's see here. Louis Cha. Let's do 4 something. Yeah, the Book and the Sword. So I have this. I bought it in Hong Kong. No sample. What is this bullshit? You know what this is? This is okay. 300 million. All right, so this is a lot. Wow, okay. This actually seems a bit better written. But once again, like, it's just very different. Oh, it's written in 3rd person present tense.
What is that again? Like, he is?
Yeah, so he is fine, but the present tense, it's
So judgy.
After a few drinks, we will no longer be strangers, the young man smiles. My name is Sky Fury Guo,
I take it back.
he says, before pointing to a handsome, smooth-faced man behind him. And this is Ironheart Young. We were listening to your story. We enjoyed it very much, but we would like to talk with you. Ask you some questions. You bring news from home. Not a problem, young man. Fate has... What? Stop.
You're ruining it, okay?
Okay, he is eating broad beans. That would be edamame, I think. Salted peanuts. Oh, that's something that we would eat in China. Dried tofu and 3 salted eggs. That's so Chinese. Okay.
Ew.
We're from the Shandong. Okay, no. We gotta. Anyhow, they're getting into politics. Oh, here we go. Here it is. A shadow had entered the woods and was running in their direction. The moonlight caught a man's robes, and Guo and Yang were able to make him out. It was Chu San. He was jabbing his wooden crutches into the undergrowth. Knowing that he would struggle to outrun the men following him, Chu San flew straight up into the air and back down behind a nearby tree. Guo and Yang looked at each other in astonishment. Chu San practices martial arts? By now, Chu San's pursuers had reached the edge of the woods. There were 3 of them, and they stopped. They were dressed in military clothing, and each carried a saber, their blades flashing a cold green in the moonlight. Damn cripple, we can see you. Come out and surrender. And now they're fighting. Yeah. Master Yang, Chu San said with a smile, your family's spear technique is famous throughout our land, but in the absence of a spear, a pitchfork will have to do. Your best friend Guo, however, prefers to fight with a double halberd. The pitchfork doesn't fit his skills. Such friendship is rare.
Why are they talking like that?
Anyway. It's a tough one. I understand if people don't get into it. I was thinking more philosophical concepts. Chinese mythology also sounds pretty wild. Okay, yes. Butterfly lovers. Zhuangzi and the Butterfly Dream. I'm familiar with that. I read Buddhist literature because I took a class in Buddhist storytelling. Don't ask me why. I also read Chinese poetry when I was studying Chinese. When I was studying Mandarin, I would read Chinese poetry. Yeah. I need to actually read Art of War instead of devouring 999 quotes. Yeah. Just read Sun Tzu or Sun Tzu. Oh my lord, Wooly! Master Shou Lu will elucidate the way of myriad graceful as the wind steps, but only if you can prove you have mastered the grand technique of inner calm, reflecting the gibbous moon over the horizon. It's like Wooly needs to be hired by one of these Chinese companies.
Clearly.
Wooly, it is time for you to learn Mandarin. Present tense is just, it's a bit tough. Are you going to buy the books of poetry of Tolkien that are coming out? No. I did not know. Their chat is dying. Sword Art Online. Reading Sword Art Online. Takes it off from the wish list. That reads like Kipling. Yeah, except that I enjoyed some of Kipling. Like, I liked Kipling's Just So stories. But they're short stories. They're not like an entire huge book. For some reason, Ben said, for some reason, I'm imagining badly dubbed images in my head.
Imagine what?
Badly dubbed images in my head. Read it in Chinese accent. No, I could not possibly. Oh, we are actually considering the death of fantasy. Ruzi, welcome, our fellow librarian. I mean, not our fellow, our precious librarian, who is not dwarfular, we have found out. And he's not redheaded either.
Trying to sound so
I
different.
think it has to do with the translation, Morley, and I also feel like there's a vastness in culture. And so as soon as things go onto a book, it might lose some of what is apparent in the language itself. Are we drunk? No.
Who said that?
Not yet. Ruzi said that. You go in there. You slap him. I'm spewing spice on everything. Ben is getting...
There we go. Ben's drunk.
Anyway. Ooh, fighting words. But anyhow. So, in short, I kind of see where this guy's coming from. If you like multiple books in a series and you want those books to be big and fat, I think you are going to have to look at self-publishing to support your obsession. But the publishing industry, for various reasons, is pivoting, and this is leaving a lot of people, like this person, Library of a Viking, is leaving him feeling disappointed. But I do think his title and his very specific niche that he's talking about, I think that it's a hard sell for some people. Let's just say that. Like, it's a tough one. It's a tough one. Okay, so we have so much beautiful. Let's put this down in here. We're going to call it Epic Fantasy Notes. What am I going to do with these? I don't know, but I feel like I should save them. Look at all these notes that we made. Beautiful. Very beautiful. Yeah.
You're beautiful.
I wonder what aspects of Lord of the Rings get lost in translation into Chinese and Mandarin. I can only imagine. So I was in China when Half-Blood Prince came out. And of course, the first releases are only in dub. There's no subtitles. And so I went to see Half-Blood Prince, and yeah, no English, just Chinese. So it was like Lon Lon and Hali and Hemi and you know, like what's her who was the girl who was like dating Ron?
Oh, was it Lavender?
Lavender?
Was it Lavender?
Lavender, whatever. She'd be like Lon Lon Zoba. So Ron was Lon. So it was Lon Lon.
Sorry, like La?
Yeah, Lon Lon.
I remember it was like Lon Lon Rings.
And Hermione was Hermy. And Harry Potter was Harry Potter. So it'd be like, do you remember the part where Hermione was like, Harry, come on. And so it was like, Harry, Zoba. Anyway. Okay. You know what?
Harry Potter from Wish.
Harry Potter from Wish. Literally. I actually thought it was hilarious. I thought that the voice actor for Snape was really good. Oddly enough.
Obviously.
Actually, this now does get me thinking. Chinese Potter.
笔和墨水。
在这儿买了毛笔和墨
Hey, Andrew's voice
水。
isn't so bad.
Yeah, it's not so bad.
It's jolly.
在这儿 means here. 买 means buy. 毛笔 is probably related to pencils. 墨水 yeah, that's ink. Yeah.
没有哪儿比那儿更安全了，除了霍格沃兹。
See? Harry Potter. So here, what a lot of people don't know is the B-O is not bow. This B-O here is bo. So it's Harry Potter.
That is something.
And then 先生 means Mr. 先生 means Mr. 带钥匙来了吗? Oh my gosh, my Chinese is
知
coming
道
back.
了，那么哈利波特先生带钥匙来，
That's cool.
Oh, he's so cute!
那里有什么，海哥？
不能
It sounds like they're complaining. Karn, Chinese is like the German of Asia, okay? You always sound angry. Just go loud and go angry. Okay. Now, we're going to do another thing. Because I have actually looked for this before. Oh yes, the Dune MMO. That will be fascinating.
この先は父さん。
I want to watch this so bad.
我は神秘の火に使えるもの、アノールの炎の使い手じゃ。貴様の放つ火は、わしには通じん。
I would totally watch it. Unironically, I would.
闇の底に戻るがよい。
Like, the lip sync is bad, but what do you expect? He's speaking English, for goodness sake.
ここは 断じて倒産
Yeah, see, Kono. That means here. Yeah, Kokoa. You shall not go past here, I guess. Or like, about this place you shall not pass.
ダメだ行くな行けバカ者
Bakamono! Bakemono! Yada! Yada!
Okay.
Oh, so fantastic. I think the Japanese voice actors were doing a fantastic job, honestly.
Might be a bit coke, but
I mean,
not so bad.
like, it could be worse.
Yes, I will give you that. It could be worse.
遠い地よりの初めての客人古き友人諸氏今日はモルドールの脅威について話し合いたい
Wait a minute, is that Jiraiya's
暁
voice
にはまさ
actor?
に滅びようとしており誰も逃れられない結束しなければ破滅あるのみだ前途には種族の違いを問わず悲惨な運命が待っている指輪をここにフロド
Frodo. Okay, let's fast forward a bit.
サウロンの力の指輪だ滅びの指輪授かり物だモルドールからの贈り物さ使わない手はない
Hey, the voices are really good.
ゴンドールの失勢である俺の父は我が種族の血を流して
I
長
mean,
い
they
間
got
モルドール
famous
軍の
voice
侵
actors
略か
to do
ら
them.
あんたらの土地を守ってきた俺たちに敵の武器をよこせそれで敵を倒してやる
指輪はお前にも誰にも扱えない
Oh my lord! Aragorn is literally voiced by Jiraiya! Oh, wait a minute. I gotta. Jiraiya. Say you. This is real. Hochu o... Where is he?
Real life?
Where is he? Wait a minute. Naruto. Okay, so he is. And let's go all the way down. Wait a minute. We can just go Lord of... Yes! He did the voice for Aragorn! Holy shit!
Wow.
I can
Wait,
just
was
hear...
that before Boromir, though?
I don't know. But that is Jiraiya's voice actor. You can tell right away.
はお前にも誰にも扱えない
That's tripping me out.
その指輪の主人はサウロン一人彼にしか従わない
いやしさすらい人ごときに何がわかるただのさすらい人じゃない
Oh my lord.
彼はアラゴルン
Legolas's voice actor.
お前の主君の家系だ
He has a very nice voice. Have that, Legolas.
アラゴルン
You're thirsty already, aren't you?
Yeah.
ではイシルドアの子孫ゴンドールの王位を継ぐものだ
Okay, sorry, chat. But not sorry. Let's see what chat's doing. Okay. Lavender, complete the road to Shadowbringers begins. Lavender? No, you're just making up words. No, Ben, I'm not. Lavender Brown. Mirokos coming in for the save. Luna Lovegood? Sounds like they're complaining. Yes, Karn. Like I said, Chinese is sounds angry. The German of Asia, for real. If they had a Chinese accent, it would be less weird. I lost it. I wasn't bad, but like it goes on. This is a weird looking anime. Gandalf! Wooly, just embrace it, okay? This is peak voice acting. It is though. I'm not laughing at them. For real. I'm just loving it. I never knew I needed to hear Gandalf say Baka. Technically, yeah, Bakamono. We don't need an animated Lord of the Rings. We need an anime Lord of the Rings. Absolutely. Absolutely. Sounds similar to Jiraiya. Yes, we found out. They're all anime voice actors.
What do you mean? You weren't watching an anime?
No, they're making a lame, slow, and staged animated Lord of the Rings. Who voices Theoden King? I do not know. My mom was just like, how is that stream still going? And why are you laughing so hard? Bakamitai? Bakamitai. I want to see. Stupid. Bakemono. He literally said Bakemono. He literally said fly, you fools. Okay, but we need to ask ourselves, who voiced Theoden? So, Lord of the Rings Theoden, Japanese voice actor. Katsuhiko Sasaki. Let's see, what did he do? This is for Wooly, because we love him. Oh, he was in the television animation of Black Lagoon. He dubs Alec Baldwin and Robert De Niro most of the time.
That's very specific.
He does not do anime.
Classy.
He did do Psychopaths the movie. Okay, so maybe this here, Blood Lagoon. He was maybe in Blood Lagoon. Japanese Lord of the Rings, Theoden. Let's see. Multilingual. We are not doing all of them. Okay, we gotta try Polish just because we just need to. Let's see.
Formować szyki, ścierwa. Weź swój eoret na lewą flankę. Gamlingu, jedź.
This is terrible! What are the Polish people doing?
Ew!
Okay, no, I refuse. Let's see.
Links bereit! Gamling, folge des Königs Banner in der Mitte! Grimbold, führe deine Schar
The Germans are not voting it in. The Germans are fine. Okay, we're gonna do Spanish because I know we have some Spanish people in here. Well, not Spanish, they're Mexican. So that's South American, but... Let's see.
Eomer, forma tu seoret en el flanco izquierdo. Flanco listo. Gamling, sigue el pendón del rey.
They're trying. They're trying.
Coloca tu compañía a la derecha en cuanto superáis el muro. Avanzad sin temor a la oscuridad. Luchad, luchad, jinetes de Theoden.
Yeah, I think the Spanish are doing well. I don't know what happened with the Polish. Okay, I'm sorry, Wooly. We've been looking, but yeah.
どの時がサウロンに歯向かえると本気で思ったのか
Oh my gosh,
誰も逆
Saruman.
らえぬモルドールの力には勝てる者はいない
Full Metal
潔く
Alchemist?
軍門に下るしかないサウロンの配下となれそれがけ
Anyway. Very, very good. I can see that the Germans and the Spanish were not phoning it in, but what, I don't even know. Ride of Rohirrim scene in Japanese? Japanese Lord of the Rings. Okay, let's say Two Towers, maybe? Look, I want to watch this, okay? Oh. Let's see. Oh my lord. Wait a minute. They're literally yelling death. Okay, let's do it again. Why is it freezing?
I can hear it though, and it sounds pretty cool.
Why is it freezing though? Why is YouTube hating me? It's almost like YouTube is like shitting itself. Actually, my whole computer is now. I think it's Hiruzen. Did I freeze? Can chat hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. This is weird. Oh, Arm, I am definitely going to be copyright striked. Yeah. I am pretty sure that my oh my lord, something wild is happening here.
Finish a damn sentence.
Firefox web browser has just chewed up something.
Oh.
I don't even know.
When you chewed up something.
I think I'm going to quit. I'm going to force it to quit. I'm going to rest it for a second here. Restore it.
Maid services?
Yeah, call maid. It was like this scene was too epic. It couldn't handle. Okay, let's try this. Okay, here we go. Okay. Okay, let's hear it. We want to go back. Why won't it let me go back? Sorry, chat. Akashide? I think that literally means like the red something. Actually, not a bad voice for Eowyn. Not a bad voice for Eowyn. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to send.
Thanks so much to all my patrons. Join now to help.
No. I'm going to put it in Discord and I will find it later. And I'm going to watch it on my phone. Is this a Linux moment? I can only imagine, Arm. I can only imagine. It could be a Steam Deck. It could be a Steam Deck thing as well. Where am I going to put it? Let's put it under film and video. People can watch it. But anyhow. So, I love dubs. I would totally watch it dubbed. Poland must be poor? Maybe. The German does sound perfect. Oh, Ruzi wants to criticize the translation? Baka mitai, which must mean I want to see the fool. Japanese Treebeard, please. Ruzi, I'm very scared, okay? Like, just Japanese Treebeard. I feel like this could destroy what if you went the high seas for us, Wooly, and let us know? Yeah, look here. I am all about watching the dub. If I can sail the seven seas and watch the dub, I would. For real, I would. I love this kind of stuff. I honestly enjoy it. Like, not in, like, I'm being ironic kind of way. I really do like it. I just want a Lord of the Rings anime now. Yeah, they really just need to give it over to a Japanese group that really love it and let them do it, like, whole hog for a season or two. Just do it properly. Give it all the time it needs. Like, anime already has filler. They can put Treebeard in there. Sorry, not Treebeard. They can put Tom Bombadil in there. It's like a filler episode. They've done this before. They know how to do it. Could you imagine, though, if they really just took the time? It would be phenomenal. It would be phenomenal. Why is... You shall not pass. No, we are not going to watch that. Nope, we already did. But I highly recommend checking out the dub of Lord of the Rings. I've known about it for some time now. I really wanna watch it. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Can we... What else? What else can we do? Uh-oh. We're back to... Okay, so we're going to close. We're going to quit Discord because it will always be beeping. But then I regret closing Discord. Why does it keep playing? Why? Stop it. Okay. Let's see what's going on. What are we going to do next? What are we doing next? Elden Ring is hard? I wonder. It is close to midnight, so we got to be careful what we start. Writing? How neat is it? Handwriting. Arm, what are you talking about? Bilbo Baggins, young Bilbo Baggins is Toshiyuki Morikawa. Shay, don't even go down that rabbit hole. Like, don't go down that rabbit hole. Like, if you see the cast that they put out for Lord of the Rings, it is phenomenal. They did not pull their punches. They were like, can we get all of the good voice actors? And they were like, yes. I'm honestly very pleased with the voice acting that went into the Japanese Lord of the Rings. I need to watch it somehow, but I haven't yet figured out a way to get my hands on it. Yeah. But oh my gosh, this reminds me. Remember how we're talking about aesthetic moments? I wonder if there's like the oldest game. Do you remember the part where Dream and Lucifer fight
No, it's been a while.
in the Sandman?
No, I don't remember.
So, for some people who don't remember, Lucifer and Sandman fight, but they do it differently in the show versus how they did it in the comic. And incidentally, Lucifer is a woman in the show, which I thought was phenomenal.
The challenged, I set the meter and take the first move.
Very well. Make your move.
I am a dire wolf, prey-stalking, lethal prowler.
I am a hunter. Horse-mounted. Wolf stabbing.
Very solid.
I am a serpent, horse biting.
Because it's kind of like they're fighting with words.
I am a bird of prey. Snake devouring. Talons ripping.
I am a butcher bacterium. Warm life destroying.
I am a world. Space floating. Life nurturing.
It reminds me of almost like Kennings, which I love.
I am a nova. All exploding, planet cremating.
I am a universe. All things encompassing. All life embracing.
I am anti-life.
Yeah. Yeah.
The beast of judgment. The dark at the end of everything.
You know that, like, you get this feeling like Lucifer doesn't want it to be that way, but that's the path
What will you
that,
be then, Dream Lord?
like, they can't deviate now. Like, there's, like, at this point, they're
Boss?
stuck.
Hey,
I also love
Boss.
the music.
Still with us, Dream?
he is, and it's his move. Your Majesty.
There are no more moves. What can survive the anti-life?
Oh, man.
Hope. What, Lightbringer? It's your move. What is it that kills hope?
Coronson, give him his helm.
They're like,
Thank you, Mazakine.
Look out there, Morpheus. The billion lords of hell stand arrayed about you. Tell us, why should we let you leave? Helmet or no, you have no power here. After all, what power have dreams in hell?
You say I have no power here. Perhaps you speak truly. But to say dreams have no power in hell. Tell me, Lucifer Morningstar, what power would hell have if those here imprisoned were not able to dream of heaven?
You can see the look on her face when he says that. She's like, too much truth. Has anyone here watched Sandman other than obviously Party? Lord of the Rings VA is almost as good as your average gotcha. Wooly, how much do you think they're paying that? I hope she says I'm woman. Nope. She does not say that. I never got the point of this game. Why can't I just say I'm a nuclear bomb? Sylvanas disliked this post. I liked it a lot. And the reason why I liked it is it reminded me a lot of what Final Fantasy XIV is essentially about on a very, like when he gets here and you could see she's like, Lucifer is very upset about what he said, because what he said is 100% true. Like, anyway, it's very, very, I think it's probably one of the better things to come out. The music is very solid. The acting is very solid. The themes, yeah, they are progressive, but I actually really enjoyed the concepts in it. Yeah, I highly recommend trying it out. It's probably one of the more solidly written things out. Now, if you are more conservative, you're not going to enjoy it. But if you are open to certain things and just want a good story, there's actually a good story there. Oh my gosh, they actually have the serial killer convention arm. And they have like they have a person who likes small boys. Let's just say that. Anyway. Like they have the Corinthian. The Corinthian is like, chef's kiss. Corinthian is really good. They even have like the little teeth in his eyes. Super awesome. Death is black, but once again, like if you don't like that, then the show is probably not, you probably shouldn't watch it, but yeah, it's pretty good. So we reacted to one of Ruzi's videos. I can't believe I'm opening Discord for what might be the 10th time tonight. Let's see, content requests. Is there something that we can watch that won't take forever? Almost impossible, right? Yeah. I also have to be careful because Party has to actually work in the morning.
Do what?
I mean,
theoretically.
Yeah. Theoretically. This one is 21 minutes. I feel like that's pushing it. That's like, what, 3 hours for me right there?
23 minutes? Well, maybe if you don't talk at all.
Maybe if I just don't talk at all.
Yeah.
Chat. Am I allowed to just sit here and react like a lazy reactor? And just play it? Sim recalls faintly reading Sandman. I highly recommend trying it out. If you haven't read it and you just want to watch something, you might enjoy the show. but you might not. It might not be your cup of tea. Speed it up ×2. Wooly, are you going to let me speed this at ×2? The problem isn't the speed of the video arm, it's how much I'm going to talk about it. Ben is getting the pause counter ready.
Alright.
Oh my gosh. Just put the mentally challenged. Just put the mentally challenged something. Face of Asmongold. Wooly is telling me to watch it as I like. Wow.
Thanks for your permission, Willie.
What does Leo mean? Mentally challenged face of Asmongold. I'm trying to understand Leo, but I can't. Can you guess? I also kind of found out that if I want to get the carbuncle earring, like, I need to get it tonight. So I need to see if I have it on Nico or not.
Wait, you do?
Yeah, because I kind of wanted it for Nico, but
What do you get that one again?
I think it's 100.
Wait, you have to grind out 100?
I don't know. I said I don't know. It might not be feasible. Maybe I should just let it go, and then if it goes in the store, I can wait for a sale.
You can't. Alright.
It's early morning in most of America? What? What do you mean it's early morning? It's midnight in Canada. My sentence was mentally challenged. I wanted to understand Leo though. Well, I know that the earring is 100 deck. The question is, does Nico have 100? That is what the question is. Does Nico have any tombstones? That is my question. So yeah, at some point I might have to end stream and then figure it out, decide if I want to do it or not. Or should I watch a video? I'm kind of torn. I don't know. What are you doing, party?
Nothing.
What? Why are you saying it like that?
So our family started a game of party of Power Wash.
Oh my lord. My family's playing Power Wash Simulator. I have been betrayed by my family.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, that's fine.
I didn't go out on a career though. I'll be for you.
Yeah, Deck. I've been doing well. I've been doing well. I'm gonna exit here. Let's see. Steam is updating. Maybe that's why everything has been really weird. It's updating. Power Wash is updating. What? Maybe that's why everything was behaving super weird. The truth is out. It was Steam all along. Okay, chat. I'm just tangenting here for a second. Well, I wish you well, Sim. I may not. Wait a minute. Move. I think I peaked at like 20 viewers at one point. I'm just checking. I'm just checking. I'm just checking. I'm only just checking. I'm not actually going to do anything. Inquiring minds simply need to know. Okay, chat. Just bear with me. Bear with me. We're just checking. It's... You know what I really liked about the flavor of the coffee tonight? It actually tasted like it was meant to be.
What do you mean meant to be?
Like sometimes you get... Okay. Oh, 37. Ooh.
Not too bad.
I already did the Ultimog. The challenge. Oh. Oh my lord. I would have to run Praetorium. Let's say I needed 60 plus 3, so 63. So I'd have to run Praetorium 9 times.
Too bad.
That's not too bad?
Ours hasn't run over. Like the office, right?
Yeah, well.
Well, you're gonna go to bed soon anyway. Shots fired.
Oh, man. Shots fired. Okay, you know what? Maybe I'll just let it go. I'll just let it go. I'm just gonna let it go. I'm just gonna check.
I mean, 37 isn't so bad. You got already like a third.
No, I don't own it. Fuck. I shouldn't have gotten the orchestration rolls. Oh, damn it. I kind of wanted a carbuncle for my cat boy, but I just don't. Wait, no, but I'm not encouraging you to run Praetorium with me 7 times. Power wash. Power wash simulator.
We're almost done. It's just trying to find the last bit of thing.
Has anyone here in chat played Power Wash Simulator? In WoW, you can refund season purchases. Yeah, not in Final Fantasy XIV, sadly. Lalafell and Moglin noises. Yeah, no fear. No? Ben says no. What are you saying no to, Ben? Oh, no to Power Wash Simulator. I've only watched Power Wash Simulator. That is amazing, Sim. I don't know how you would sit down and watch someone play Power Wash Simulator, but I guess you did it. Okay, so Ben has not played Power Wash Simulator. He is not one of the enlightened. Oh, Arm Melon sounds like he is a power wash person. I'm kind of low-key addicted, Arm. I may have like really spent a bit of time on it. Lalafell maniacally cackling. Ben's like, but I got laundry. Why would I want to do Power Wash Simulator? Look, Ben. Okay, listen.
Hey, Boomer.
It works. It just works. If you're boring, just say so. Wow. My mod is coming out of nowhere. Swinging. My mail order bride hasn't been yet. Oh my lord. Well, I mean, Ben, that's what happens when you're national.
Boring, not Russian.
What? My mail order bride hasn't been ordered yet. I guess that's what happens when you are trapped on a small island country. Here's the question though, Ben. When your mail order bride eventually arrives, will she work? Because your Steam Deck doesn't. Was that a little savage?
Oh, that was a good one.
Ben, are you laughing or are you crying on the inside? Do you know
Love you, Ben?
Do you know that he still hasn't been able to log into his Steam account?
What?
He still can't make a Steam account.
What? Why not?
I don't know. It's like they found out that Ben is part of our Discord and they've banned him. Just like Susan is going after Sim. Arm.
Oh, that's
Arm.
poor Ben.
Yeah. Party is sending you a little Korean heart. $1,200 paperweight. Yeah.
Can you return it or
Yeah. Yeah. As soon as Neil McLean found out that Sim got on YouTube tonight, McLean chose violence.
Are you staying at Excalibur? Do you want to come to you?
Where am I?
You're in Excalibur.
Oh, yeah, I probably should.
I'm back home.
Yeah. I'm going to. I agree. Lalafell noises are unacceptable.
You're just in my new monk outfit.
Oh no.
I'll be pretty.
Okay, I'm returning to Homeworld. Okay, so chat, I've decided. I'm going to try to grind for the carbuncle earrings because I am moron. If you would like to grind for tomestones, you can come and meet us on Kraken. We will be there. I'm also going to leave the stream running as far as my internet is capable, so you can just chill with us as we're joking and laughing around. Otherwise, do not feel like you have to hang out. You can definitely chill out and enjoy yourself elsewhere. Thank you for coming. I will leave stream going just for lols, as we are grinding. I'll probably just go bio No, Susan is somebody called Neil McLean. But we say Susan because Susan is kind of like the cousin to Karen. So like there's Susan and then there's Karen. So let's actually, I'm going to do AFK temporarily here. So I'm going to go AFK and I will be back in a couple of ticks. Okay, chat, I don't know who's here still. Catch you later, Wooly. Bye. Okay, so I am going to be in Kraken. And if you'd like to join, I will be tanking. I shall be your tank today. And if you want to come and join, we have 2 more places. But don't feel free like you don't have to if you don't want to. This is entirely optional. But if you are wanting some tombstones, we're going to be here tonight for a bit. And we can okay, Mirokos. Well, thanks for coming in, and thanks for hanging. So it was good to see someone mentioning Lawrence of Arabia. Ooh, yes. Yes. Go hit 5.0, Ben. click through. Would join if I wasn't currently working on a paper. Good luck, though. What paper are you working on, Arm? Yorokos is off to bed. Wooly is off to bed. Ben is off to do 5.0. Arm is going to work on a paper. Yeah, we're just going to make a very chill stream right now. So if you are... Well, I'm glad that you're enjoying your Lala, Ben.
Boo. Tomato, 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 tomato.
Okay. That's party, that's not me. We'll just wait for a few minutes for Sim. So many what? Oh, why? Ever for? Where are they going? Do you have a broom? Oh, I can mute myself. Okay, we're gonna mute ourselves to deal with an ant situation.
Backing up without making noise.
Okay, but I will be back. Okay. Crisis averted. Let's see what Arm is doing. He or she, I'm not sure what Arm is, writing how rising sea levels and increasing occurrence of water-related disasters dangerously impact nuclear power plants, like Fukushima, perhaps? Interesting, but not interesting enough that I can't multitask. Well, you can always feel free to sit and chill with us as we... Sim lost deck. It's like a journey with Sim. For real.
It's like the 3. Starts out with 1.
Starts out with 1. The 1 goes down. He's like he's like the 3 little pigs in one person. Not by the hairs of my chinny chin chin. Susan struck at him again, like the Empire. The Empire strikes back. Sim, are you able to come to Kraken on Dynamis? Do you know how to do that? Susan with the Austin Powers quote, "Why won't you die?" We are Legion. Oh my lord. Sim, where are you?
I'm gonna send you a picture of my new monk glam.
Oh.
Or my new monk outfit.
Oh yes. Or come visit me. Where are you? In Gritty? Okay, I can hop over to Gritty. Yeah.
It is so flamboyant. I appreciate it.
Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Oh.
I love the shirt. I'm gonna do a different volume though. But the shirt gives me like tattoos. They're
Yes.
super cool.
Actually.
And the midriff? You want that from Nico? Yes. Yes, indeed. And it's dyeable, all of it.
Oh my lord.
Yeah, this is the hat. That's the hat.
The tattoos show up on his skin.
Yeah.
Cat belly. Okay. Enable dye preview.
Oh, your BRB is on the screen.
BRB? Oh. Oh dear. Oh no. Okay, wait 1 second. BRB. You know, it's not his groin. It's just leg. Okay, so what if... Okay. Okay.
I don't like the white. There we go. That's better.
No, what are we talking about? We're doing deep purple. This is why other cat boys think I'm gay. Okay, let's all be real here. Maybe match his eyes? Is it too matchy-matchy? Maybe.
Ooh, I love that color on him.
Yeah.
It felt so good.
Yeah. Now, if we do double dye, if this gets 2 dyes, would the tattoo dye, I wonder? Or would it be like the yellow part of his sash? Curious mind. Oh, that's so gay. It's fantastic. He's like going to a drag queen thing.
Ew, it's like shiny.
Well, you know. This makes him look like he's gonna go to a
All
club.
of it makes him look gay. All of it.
Well, I mean, he's a cat boy, so it's kind of like part of being a cat boy. Is chat molding? Do I even have a chat at this point?
Ben's like, he's gay.
Who says he's gay?
Ben. Oh, he sent you a towel.
Oh. It's me, Sim. Oh my lord.
Sim who?
What? Who is the Sim person? Who is this Sim person? Well, I will have to say it looks very, very nice. Looks very nice. Oh, how fun.
She's taller than me, so.
How do you feel about that?
That's a no from me.
Okay. How do I... Are they already my friend? Oh, they already accepted. Okay, I'm accepting. Okay, I'm getting with it.
How old are you?
Sim, I actually like this girl. She looking good.
Yeah, I like her hair a lot.
She looked really nice. Home in.
She's not like too hoe.
Yeah, she's not too hoe.
Yeah. Which I know some hoes, so.
Yeah. That's not bad. Looking pretty good, Sim. Is that what you want to look like IRL? Be honest, Sim. Oh! Oh no. It is our... It is the Lala. The Lala has shown up. Look up at me in a minute. Look up at me, Ben. I will say, like, Ben chose a very nice haircut.
Actually, it is really cute.
Oh, look, he has green eyes. You know, I'm not.
Is this how tall he is IRL?
Oh my gosh. See, I muted him so I don't even hear his little Lala voice. It's beautiful. He looks so handsome when you don't hear his voice. Look at me. I think we have the same color eyes. I'm just gonna say, right? Right?
Yeah, maybe actually.
Yeah, that's right. Because Ben knows what's good for him.
Okay.
Kick W. Okay, so we are going to be serious though, alright? We are not going to hang around like certain other people we know. We're going to go straight into content.
Is in a minute coming with us?
Ben, you're busy, right? You're going into Shadowbringers tonight. Right? I'm fairly certain that Ben is going into Shadowbringers. Yeah, he's just saying hi.
Boo.
Isn't it everyone's goals to look like a cute catboy IRL? Arm, I wish that was true. I wish that was true. I think, no cap, that my catboy is very, very hot. And that's not just me. That is me. I mean, but you know what I mean. And then, of course, here's my sister playing an Ellison, a tall, dark glass of Ellison. And then we have Sim here, playing a female, as men do.
Making me miss Major game.
Yes, you will have to level Nadra up. Okay, so I'm going to be tanking Sim, so if you want to do a DPS of your choice, you may feel free to. What DPS do you want to do? You want to do Bard? Okay. Alright, we're going in. No muss, no fuss.
Try Ivory Body Wash. Safe for your family. A
We
brand
should
trusted by moms
Pardon?
for 7 generations.
You sure we shouldn't delay?
Oh, are you sure we
How
can
do I
delay?
clean an aioli stain? He was tied.
Yes, I was.
Do crabs have
Kind of like.
eyebrows?
What should I listen
It's got to be clean. It's
on
got
the
to
side?
be tied.
You're delaying our entry. Just like the others.
Look, I'll get there. I'll get there.
Excuses.
I'm getting there. Okay. All right. Where is it? All right, Praetorium, ready? Set join.
I'm not ready.
I wish they gave us a middle finger emote.
I'll wait till 1 second left now, just so you know.
Oh my lord, you bitch. Oh my lord. I'll go make food. Oh, I don't even want to know, Sim.
Please tell me it doesn't involve Cheerios.
She wants to know if it involves Cheerios.
No, I don't want to know.
Yes, she does.
Oh,
She wants to know, Sim.
sick.
Is it going to involve Cheerios and mayonnaise?
Stop! No! So we're gonna pull big, right?
I will do my best. But is there any?
I just realized as I said, I'm like, I don't think you can really pull big.
I don't think we can pull much really in Praetorium.
Pull all three.
I'm trying to think. I think there are a couple areas where I can pull, but not like it's not Like, we don't even need Sim, really. He's only a bard.
You're I'm not gonna heal you now.
This poor person. Okay. Alright, so we know what Ben is doing. We know what Sim is doing. Is there anyone else here in chat who wants to share? Oh, we know what Arm is doing. Arm is writing. What else are other people doing? Do we have any other chatters who want to share what they're doing tonight? Presumably not doing Praetorium runs. Let's see. I can actually do this with one eye on chat. Crazy, I know. But this is what Wooly means when he says the content is super easy. Okay, this is where I'm going to pull big. I can just scoop everybody up. Alright, here we go. Look at this toxic healer. I don't even... I should just... Yeah, I don't know. I should let you pull aggro.
You should.
Mm-hmm.
Probably do better not than you.
Oh.
They're delicate.
Wow, so terrible. Here I am trying to be a good tank, avoiding AoEs and everything. I'm just gonna stand here. I'm just gonna stand here. Holders, holding.
It barely does any damage.
True and real.
Like, especially his sneaker, because he's like...
Support mains being abused once again. Have you finished 6.0 yet, party? Do tell them, party. Where are you at?
I have no idea. No, I'm kidding. We just got to the past.
Yes, we arrived in... Spoilers, chat. We arrived in Elpis. I can barely read Sim's writing. Okay, Sim, go make your speedy dinner. Yeah, we just entered, we did the opening cutscene. And party thought that Hithlo was super sexy. Right?
I didn't say sexy, I said he was very pretty.
Yeah. She was very excited to meet Hithlo. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Ben, when the moment comes, you will know. Okay. Ben waxing lyrical over there. Did we put the nachos away?
Nope.
Uh-oh.
I didn't realize it was like so much.
Oh, was that other half supposed to be for me?
Yeah.
Oh.
I made so much.
You did. It was delicious though.
Handsome. Tolerable, but not handsome enough to tempt me.
Well then. What did chat have for dinner? What is chat eating? Ben surely must be eating something. Don't disappoint us, Ben. Can chat hear me eating?
Most definitely.
Shit.
Just press the button on the mic.
Ben got his mixer though.
Mixer?
Mm-hmm.
What mixer?
He said he was getting some new mixer to make new things for his bakery, right?
Oh, that's nice.
Did you see the dancers' little hoplon things?
They're running.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the butterflies. Is that the Vanderbilt?
Or no, that must be like titanium, maybe? Let's go without Sim. Yeah.
Sim still on.
We're fine.
R.I.P. Sim.
We're totally fine.
The phase crown tackle. Yeah. It's taking
Sorry, chat. I suddenly got a craving, and I found out that Party made a lot of nachos, and she expected me to eat the other half. So I'm living up to her expectations right now.
so kind.
Mm-hmm.
I keep semi-forgetting I'm healing, and I'm like, oh yeah, check Nico's health.
Yeah.
This is not a drill. Go, 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 go.
In the old version for this, you could have some people just like running alongside. They would just like, nah, I'm not gonna do it. Oh, this is fresh.
That was special.
Yeah, this is a special group, but we should have known that when Sim joined.
Oh, shots fired.
For anyone coming into chat, we're just chilling as we grind for carbuncle earrings at the last minute because we made bad life choices.
You made bad life choices.
Because I made bad life choices.
I would like people to clarify.
So-
I just want more NGP.
So did you end up chatting with your friend then?
Yeah.
No, that's good. Or bad.
Brought back some sand.
Yeah. I'm also eating chips, not chap. So if you get any ASMR, that's. Pardon? What kind of mixer is it?
And it looks like a KitchenAid. And then there's a hand one too. There's a hand mixer and a 6.5 for all purpose mixer. That's really neat. So only 8 more runs to go.
What? 8?
How many do you have to do?
Oh my gosh. How many do we get per run? 7?
For Prey?
Yeah.
I don't think it's 7 for Prey. It's 7 for Vaughn. Maybe I'm wrong though.
How much do we get for this?
That's not right. It should be real. Let's see. Praetorium is 7.
Okay.
Praetorium is 7. Tower of Paradise Beach is 7. Breach is 7.
Oh, that's painful.
Orban is 7. Or maybe Orban isn't 7. Never mind. It might be just Tower.
Okay. So if it's 7.
So how many do you need? You have 37?
Yeah.
You have to run it 9 times, yeah.
Oh, fuck me. I hope Chad is hunkering down. It's gonna be a long night.
Maybe you don't need to drink all of it.
Everyone in chat is like sleeping actually.
They're like, please make it stop.
We're just like white noise. Depends on the PvP. Frontline can take forever. Especially if you're queuing for PvP and Kraken. Corsavo, 14 seems so alien to me as an MMO with something hearing healers are actually fun in there.
bet he's heard about me healing. No, I'm kidding.
I'm not quite sure.
I guess he's saying like in other games healing isn't fun.
It isn't fun in other games?
I think that's what he's saying. They were saying.
Can you clarify, Corsavo?
Okay, here we go. We only have like what? 1.5 more cutscenes?
Mm-hmm. Well, you can go to bed too as well.
I'm okay.
Okay. All right. I hope Corsavo tells me what he means about healing.
I'm curious if like he's done another MMO where it wasn't this one.
Be interesting. Usually healers in other MMOs I've played, like SWTOR and WoW, being healer feels more like a chore. Oh! Huh. Than an actual fun role, and as a result there's not much of a community around it. It's different in 14, at least from what I've seen so far. You'd be surprised, Corsavo. There are some people right now very unhappy with healer. I'm feeling pretty good about White Mage as it stands right now, but there are some people who feel that at upper levels it can be very repetitive. But once again, I think it really depends on what kind of player you are and what you're looking to get out of the game. And some people are like, oh, we should have more DPS as healers. But then I'm wondering, if we add more DPS to the healers, won't that kind of dilute and homogenize the roles more and exacerbate the class identity? So, I don't know. I can't pretend to know the answers.
Wait, is our dancer a dude?
Well, Corsavo, it's been building up for a little while now. And I'm not gonna lie, there's some aspects of the discussion that confuses me. For example, people are saying healers don't feel necessary. But at the same point in time, there are many times when you run a dungeon and if the healer isn't doing their job properly, everyone feels it and complains about shit healers. But if healers don't really matter, even in casual content, then what's going on here? Why are people complaining? And then, with the upper level people, they're saying healers have this super repetitive rotation, but if we try to make the healers more DPS focused, that takes away class identity, and people are going to feel like everything is homogenized. One of the aspects that could probably fix the situation without actually touching the classes themselves would be to make the encounters more difficult, right? So that seems like a fair assumption. Okay, let's just make Final Fantasy XIV encounters, like the trials or the extremes, the regular content, the dungeons, more difficult. But the problem with that is if you make it more difficult, then you're going to get casual players unable to cope with the new difficulty, like myself. Now, I consider myself to be an ambitious casual with the aim to be an ambitious mid-core player. So I'm willing to learn, but there are a lot of people who just want to hop on the game and have some mindless fun and not have to worry about overperforming in a dungeon. So you have these god tier gamers who shit and complain in the dungeon if the healer isn't doing their job, while at the same time complaining that they don't need the healers, so the healers feel useless, while at the same time wanting more difficult encounters but not wanting to deal with people struggling with those difficult encounters. And then when the devs came up with a solution, right? The devs came up with a solution. They said, you know what? We're going to make a trust system so that casuals and players who are nervous about playing with other humans, or traumatized players who are scared of dealing with angry god tier gamers or unreasonable people, right? We're gonna make a trust system so that people don't have to actually play with other humans, right? And then what do these same people, these same critics, turn around? This game is too solo. It's not enough of an MMO. There are not enough human interaction. Why are they focusing on solo play? Ma boja. So I got a little annoyed because it's like, if you want more difficult content, you're going to have to let the devs put systems in place to allow casuals and more nervous players to play on their own. So stop complaining, shut the fuck up, and just wait and see. But no. So it's a whole thing, and I don't get it, really. It's like we're going to shit on people who aren't good enough. Then we're going to complain that nobody wants to play with us and wants to play solo and wants to run with trust. It's just weird. And then they're like, we want to make it more difficult and have more RNG. But at the same point in time, as Yoshi P pointed out, with the Realm Reborn dungeons, before they reworked them, there was this aspect of you being able to choose certain routes. But guess what everyone did? They always chose the shortest route. So with that one dungeon, they changed it to a single hall. And then what do you think people did? They fucking complained. So it was wild then.
Basically, you can't believe it.
Yeah, so Corsavo, the thing is, someone recently did some high level tier content with no healer. And this is what spawned the whole discussion. If we can do this high level content without a healer, what's the point of having a healer? It's a very good question.
Because not everyone's on your level, obviously.
But the problem is that this is a very specific set of content with very specific players. This is not your average casual Andy. And let's all be real here. The high tier gamers who are going to get bored, they only probably constitute, maybe at best, 25% of the player base. So do we cater the whole game to like a 10 to 25% player base, or do we cater the game to the 75%? Now, in a fair world, there would be relatively equal content. But the reality is that is that like if they do what should be done, and what should be done obviously is, my keyboard's acting up, so I'm just gonna stand here, okay? Ordinarily I'd run through this and face them north, but I can't. Oh, now I can, okay. But yeah. So there's some issues, I guess, is what I'm saying. Like I feel like people who are making arguments on both sides of the debate aren't fully tackling all of the problems inherent in both issues. They want more difficult dungeon content, but they want everyone to know what they're doing. So said dungeon content isn't too difficult as to be daunting when farming. They want the content to be difficult enough to make, you know, healers necessary, but they expect everyone to know how to play on an equal level to handle that kind of level of content. And then when those casuals like myself decide, you know what, nah, we're gonna practice on our own for a while before we play with humans, you know, oh my god, this is a solo MMO, right? So it's it's complicated, let's just say that. And maybe my opinion will change after a few years of you know, I imagine it might be like the WoW players who migrated to Final Fantasy XIV who might be saying that. Absolutely. Could be. Could be. Remember that a lot of WoW players are still kind of mentally traumatized. So they don't trust trust Square Enix to make decisions that are good, because, you know, they're coming from a game where they've been kind of poorly treated, and Square Enix isn't perfect, right? Like, obviously, Square Enix isn't going to be always knocking it out of the park. You know, they've made decisions that people have been unhappy about. So I don't know, I think it's, oh my gosh, why I'm literally stuck on auto run. But, you know, I ran into the center away from people, so, oh, I got rescued. I mean, there could easily be a balance to it. Square could enable a permanent hardcore mode server. Players can opt into it but can't get out of, while regulars remain in the same servers. It's just not worth it for the hardcore stuff. What they really need to do, Corsavo, is just add more mid-core content so that the mid-core and hardcore people can shut up and go away. Now, you would think, from the way that these ambitious mid-cores and hardcore people, you would think that they're here to enjoy the good content. They're not. Because they gave them good content. It was called Criterion. But guess what? They then start complaining that the rewards weren't good enough. So even though they gave them the hardcore, the hard level content that they wanted, they were then complaining that the rewards weren't enough. So the intrinsic value of doing. Okay, I'm going to queue up again. Sim, are you ready for me to queue us up? Okay. So anyway, don't even get me started. So like, for me, like, it's clear to me that these gamers do not intrinsically value the actual challenge. Otherwise, they would be doing Criterion regardless of the reward. So I'm a bit confused by how people are talking about it. But long story short, they do need to add more mid-core content. That's for sure. And number 2, they need to create, like, they're going to fix it in Dawn Trail. They're going to add more spice to the dungeons and trials. So that's good. So that we know that's changing. And they have the trust system in place. So if casuals are nervous about going at something for their first time, they can go on their own, not worry about letting down human players. And on top of that, they've already talked about adding better rewards so that the difficult tier content will have extrinsic rewards for doing shit. And then I just love this part of the music. Trying to think. What else are they going to be doing? Adding more difficulty to dungeons and trials. Adding more rewards. Continuing the trust system. Oh, adding a field exploration zone. So they're adding a Boja. So, yeah. Yeah, Ruzi, you could. Yeah, I think the game developers at CBU3 try their best, but obviously they made a mistake by listening to players complaining about how things weren't syncing up. Instead, they listened to players and they went for the 2-minute meta, and now the players are complaining about the 2-minute meta and lack of job identity. So really, back in the day, what they should have done is when the players were like, we want our 2-minute meta, they should have been like, get good. Deal with it. But they didn't. They caved. And they went with this 2-minute meta, and now people are bored. Oh, Johnny is in chat. I feel like I wanted to ask Johnny about something. Do you remember what I said? I was like, I want to ask Johnny about something. It had something to do with Eastern Europe. Hey, Ruzi. Yeah, we're doing last minute panic grinding. But yeah, the whole discussion surrounding healers has been a touchstone. I'm going to continue healing. I'm not on strike. I will reap the benefit of the fast queues. I did arm. I'm just not. I'm not very appreciative of how people are talking about it, that's all. I don't think we can do gates at the same time. I don't know, Johnny. I forgot. It had something to do with Eastern Europe. And now it's left my head.
Oh, wait. Oh, that's ringing a bell.
Do you remember?
Oh, no. You were singing that song from Geography, weren't we?
Oh! Oh!
I remember it was in the same conversation.
What was the name of that? From Howl's Moving Castle.
Name of what?
It was that Bulgarian song, right?
Hold on.
What's it called?
I can tell you the name. It was It's called Trenda Filchitu. Like trend, filch.
Trend, filch. She.
Two. I two. ITU. By the London Bulgarian Choir.
Oh, here we go. Johnny, I know this sounds terrible because like the languages in Eastern Europe are so radically different, but I have to ask your opinion on this. Okay? Do you know anything about this, Johnny? I know that sounds terrible, but are you familiar with this? Yes. So it is Bulgarian, right? Does this name mean anything to you? You probably like, this is not your language, right, Johnny? You're from another part of Eastern Europe. I'm not even sure, because when I spoke with Johnny, he had like, obviously he had an accent, but it wasn't like, you know what I mean? Like it wasn't.
You sound so racist right now.
But like it wasn't, like I couldn't necessarily identify it, be like, oh, that's Russian, or oh, that, like I wouldn't do that. Like I can't do that. So I wouldn't even know. Like I'm just being honest. I'm not sure. We might have to go to another server. What server does superstitiously? Sim is so funny and weird. You do not have to be in the same zone to party up. In fact, you don't even have to be on the same world. You just have to be on the same data center. Sim. But we're wondering if maybe we should go to Sim. What home data center is your character from? Can we just click on view party finder? No. Zalera. What data center is that? Oh, never mind. We're in Romanian? Oh, I feel like Johnny might be Romanian. Now I feel terrible.
That sounds about right.
Now I feel terrible. Now I do feel terrible. Damn it.
Worst drummer ever.
Yeah, I mean, we could go to Crystal. Crystal is probably hopping. Can I get the full word in chat? Okay, I'm just in a...
Of the name of the song?
Yeah.
Hold on. I already did it.
Okay, thank you.
Remember by memory at this point.
We're just not sure what it's about. We're very curious. Of course, we could have probably just Googled this, honestly.
I did Google it.
Is Ruzy in game now?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Wow. I hope the save dies. Sage, I want to heal. Also Sage, pulling like a tank. At least give me a chance for my little short legs to catch up.
Hurry up! I hear all this talk about Oomba Boomba, I have not seen it.
That's because I wasn't able to pop sprint. I was saving it for this moment.
Why? We got Sam Pelotoning us.
Oh, is he actually using Peloton?
Yeah, he is. He's a good boy.
I'm trying to scoop everything up.
Blah, blah, blah. Excuses.
Okay, I'm literally going to stand here. I'm going to...
Literally?
Yeah, I'm going to... I'll only make sure that I get hit by one layer of AoE.
Okay. They all go off at once.
Well. Nothing you can't handle. Okay, I'll move for that.
But, nope, I'm mechanical. Look at these people Pelotoning. I'm so proud of them.
Makes me almost want to travel up to Sudbury to pet Sim on the head. Almost.
Almost?
Almost.
Almost.
The flower. It means the flower. It seems to be a word made out of multiple words. Whoa, Johnny's coming in here at the pinch. In Romanian, Albanian, trendafer means rose, the flower. It might be another word for rose, even in Bulgarian. Rose. Oh. So maybe it's like some kind of folk song. It must
Yeah.
be, right?
I looked up the translation a couple days ago, and it was like talking about bringing. It was like I think a guy talking to a girl or something, and he was like talking about how he'll bring her like a dress and like.
Maybe it's the Bulgarian version of Scarborough Fair.
It's super cool.
That is so fascinating. Now, chat might be wondering, why are we talking about a Bulgarian? Like, why are we doing this? And the answer is, bizarrely enough, the reason why we went for this was it's Howl's Moving Castle.
Where did we even find that?
This part here. So that part. Now, you might not remember that part. That's fair.
Well, there's an even better part where they're like dancing around him when he's escaping Suleiman.
Yeah, trying to find it. Maybe Suleiman escape?
Yeah, maybe.
Howl versus Suleiman. Let's see. Oh, when she stands on, now it makes me want to watch it again.
It's on Netflix.
Oh, is it?
Mhm.
Oh, maybe we should though.
Maybe we should though.
Maybe.
Are you kidding me? I will always say this.
I can't believe that there may be no. Oh, wait a minute.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
All I saw was Ben saying some dude wanted to buy him for 20 camels.
Oh, I guess oh, a lot of intermixing across the border. Would it be funny though, Sim? What if she came and slapped you? How would you feel about that? Not that you would do it IRL. Or at least not very hard.
Only a little violence.
Ooh, Johnny. Is Johnny dark-haired? Let's make a poll. Do we think Johnny has dark hair?
If he's Romanian, probably.
Party is leaning toward dark hair Johnny. Pepper and salt hair at this point in my life. 34. Very distinguished sounding. Very distinguished.
Yeah.
Time to move to Romania.
Oh. Why are you moving to Romania? Because a guy on the internet has salt and pepper here?
They might have cheaper rent, frankly.
Maybe. Sure.
What is Johnny? What is that emote? Is Sim considering getting out of his chair to what's it called? You know where like you call the SWAT team on people, but he'll like call the local police of your town.
He's calling on you?
No, on you.
Wait, on me? Why? Why me? What did I do?
He says it would be funny if he lived in the same town as you, IRL. We've been putting him up in Sudbury, but what if he was never in Sudbury?
I never said he was in Sudbury. You said he was in Sudbury.
Well, that was the ongoing joke.
Was that when you joked?
Oh, it's a cat going ooh. Yeah, I'm totally not very connected to my country. I'm connected to the people in my country, but that's about it. The only sad thing about leaving North America at this point would be it would make leg shitty for Nico. There will never be another Nico. There's only one Nico. I guess I could pay for a world transfer, but Ben's value has probably plummeted. It's the weed, Ben. All that weed smoking. All of that potato bread eating. Three vases of incense. Okay, all jokes aside, what if Sim lives in Windsor? Or someplace like London? The question is, how many camels do you think you are worth?
Me?
Yeah, party.
50.
50.
Yeah. I'm like big bitch camels, you know?
Big bitch camels? Okay. Are you describing yourself as a camel?
No, that would be 50 big bitch cows.
Sim is like, I'm worth one camel. Humpty. So many thoughts, Sim.
Everyone's just really showing their personalities right now.
This is what happens when all of the normal people from chat, the balanced and adjusted people, leave chat.
Stable.
Is that an Ara running? I don't know how Aras live with themselves. I feel sad for Aras.
Are you mocking our dungeon mate?
Yeah, it's very sad. I'm just sad for him.
I'm sad for people who judge other races and mock their running skills.
You know, some runs are better than other runs. That's all I'm gonna say.
Nadra's row run is so weird. She like wobbles.
Really?
Yeah, like weirdly wobbles.
Oh, I gotta see that in the future.
It's so weird. It's like she's running from side to side.
Look, even Ben agrees that our male runs look terrible.
Who's Ben? I don't know who Ben is, so.
Oh, Ben, you've been forgotten.
A2 Brute.
You know, Sim, I'm just speaking it like it is. Blame my tism.
Sorry I offended you. I'm a little got a little tism.
I got 9 runs of Praetorium ahead of me.
We have 7 left.
Let's see. Physically, I am worth 1 camel. Mentally, I am
No,
worth...
as a whole. You can't split up parts of yourself.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay, so...
Because if we're splitting personality, I'm like 100 fucking camels. Physically, I'm 200 fucking camels.
Sim, how many camels worth are you? Come on now, Sim. Johnny, if you were to be traded for camels, how many camels are you worth? Of course, Sim says that.
Shut up.
She told you to shut up, Sim. We're going to say Sim is worth 1 camel because he's...
Wait, 40 or 300? Those are two very different numbers.
Well, if we average that out, 30 plus 40 divided by 2. Oh. Oh, Johnny's getting deep here. He's going into camel.
Right, I'm already tired.
Now I just want to eat your... Never mind, I'm not going to say that.
Don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say that. You're going to do it. I shouldn't have said that.
Yeah.
I should not have said that.
That nearly came out. I stopped it.
I'm so proud of you.
I was like, that's a bit too Hannibal Lecter. Egypt 300, Turkey 30. Interesting. Interesting. Why do you think you would be worth more in Egypt? What is Egypt missing that Turkey has?
Is it their currency exchange?
Maybe it's the currency exchange. Oh, that's savage if that's true, Johnny. There are more camels in Egypt. Wait a minute, wouldn't that mean that you're less?
Yeah.
Like, wouldn't you, because there are more camels, they don't need as many camels, so you wouldn't be am I being stupid? I feel like maybe I'm being stupid now. I feel like I screwed up the potential for the ultimate rotation. Because there are more, a camel is worth less in Egypt because there are more camels. Oh, so I thought because there are more camels and they're worth less, they would offer less. But maybe not.
Maybe they go through a lot of camels.
Maybe they would. No, I still don't get the logic. I'm sorry, Johnny. Maybe I'm just not being logical right now. I'm willing to admit that. How many? Oh, you got some people in here who aren't using their knockback mitigation.
Noobs.
Terrible. That Sim guy. Should be downvoting him. Fail.
You like do the opposite of a calm?
Opposite of a calm.
Wait, that's the blacklist.
That's a blacklist. The knockback. For you, it would be probably called something like, oh, would it be arm's length? Because it's melee. Might look like something like melee. Might be arm's length. It looks like a man reaching out a hand. But as a bard, I guess it doesn't really matter. What's with us getting another dancer in here? Holy moly.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's arm's length. Is it? Oh man. I'm patting myself on the back. I actually knew the name. So it's the same as a tank, essentially.
Oh, I get what Johnny's saying.
Okay.
So he's worth the same.
Yeah.
But the amount of camels would fluctuate.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say he was worth $100.
Yeah.
In Turkey, $100, 30 camels for $100 would make the camels worth more. But in Egypt, $100 worth of camels would be worth less. Does that make sense?
No.
Okay.
I literally think right now I've talked so much that my brain has trickled out of my nose and I am so empty and finances are not my thing. This is why I'm poor.
Basically, the baseline is $100 that he's worth. let's
Yeah.
say.
Okay.
If he's worth 300 camels and the baseline is $100, a camel will be worth 33 cents.
Okay.
$100 divided by 300 camels.
Okay.
The camels are like 0.33333 cents.
Yeah.
In Egypt, he'd be worth that much. In Turkey, he'd be $100 divided by 30 camels instead, so he'd be worth $3.33. So technically, in Turkey, he'd be worth more as one camel. I think that might be the logic that he's using, but maybe I'm crazy.
But why would camels be less in Egypt? Oh, because there's
Because they're
more
more
camels. They're
Yeah.
more common.
Yeah.
Ah.
That was hard to figure out in my head.
More money in an economy equals less value for money. See, this is why, Johnny, I believe that English majors should never talk about the economy. Do you notice how, like, I try to keep my talk about economy to I hate Canada? And that's it. Because honestly, if I start opening my mouth and talking about economy.
Sorry.
What?
Arm, don't enter the livestock industry.
Well, Arm, I know my limits, right? That's important. That's the important part, right? Yeah, Party might be able to do it. Party is an accountant, basically.
In accounting, yeah.
Well, what would you call yourself?
I would say I'm in accounting, not in accounting, because an accountant implies you did your CPA.
Okay. What if we said you were a payroll officer?
I would label myself as like a bookkeeper.
Bookkeeper.
Yeah.
Party is a bookkeeper.
But I do payroll as well.
Who also does payroll.
I do a bunch of different things actually, but bookkeeper is just an easier way to say it.
It's your goal to work with livestock? Are you talking about Sim? Oh,
Poor Sim.
my filter is coming
Sim,
off.
We love you. Don't call me.
Oh no. Yeah, especially not in the middle of this raid.
No, we need you right now. Do it after.
Tomorrow.
Oh, poor Sim.
He's suffering for his carbuncle earring.
Oh, right, he wants it too.
Yeah.
No, I thought he had it.
On his other one, he's doing two, because you know.
Okay, well that's just punishing himself.
Yeah, I know. He's victimizing himself. I love how you get along with your sister. I usually have no tangency with my brother. Tangency? What's that? Like
keeping alongside each other, isn't it?
Bookkeeping is really relaxing. You picked a good field. Yes, do tell us. Do tell us, Party, how you picked this career.
Picked.
First off, Party.
Yes.
Can you tell us your educational background?
Being a hoe. No, I'm kidding. I have no education background.
Yeah. So how shocking for chat would it be if I told them that technically speaking, Party Sober does not have a high school diploma?
Okay. Fair. I was homeschooled.
She was homeschooled.
Yeah.
And she never got a proper diploma. But she is a bookkeeper. So, do you want to tell us in a couple words here?
Nepotism.
You know, that isn't
Nepotism is the answer.
So, long story short, I'm very proud of my sister. You know, a lot of people say you need a diploma. It's not true. So, all you really need is to be smart, hardworking, and have common sense, which my sister has in spades, obviously. So, she got hold of this job, basically working as a secretary, and she worked her way up, basically. And now she's helping people get paid. That's how awesome Party is.
Yeah.
She didn't waste her time going to university.
I did do some like payroll classes a while ago.
How did that go?
I have done training and stuff, but yeah, no, I haven't done like actual like go to college. Yeah, it really is sometimes about who you know.
Yeah, she's right. It's about who you know. So she knows our brother, who actually did go to school for accounting. So she got to be secretary. Didn't you start out as like a filing clerk thing?
I started as filing clerk.
Yeah.
And I did a secretary for a year, and then during that time I also started learning bookkeeping as a file clerk, and then I learned payroll first actually.
Okay.
And then they needed me in bookkeeping, so they're like, "We'll teach you." It was all just necessity, but
Yeah. She was simply in the right place at the right time. But she, instead of sitting on her hands, she went for it. Which is more than some people have done.
I always say though, like, I know that I'm very like blessed, like, not to sound, you know, cringy, but like not everyone gets the same opportunities that I did. Like, it's not every day that you have a brother that works in an accounting firm where they need to, you know, file clerk and stuff, so.
Yeah.
Fully am aware that, like, it's not the normal story that everyone gets, but I like my job a lot, so I'm very happy.
I'm saving everything for the final. Okay, so let's find out. Why did Ben drop out?
Ben dropped out?
Yeah. He doesn't have his thing either.
Oh.
As it happens. He was probably a naughty child. That or his school was shitty. Because I remember him saying that...
Did you just assume it's because he's a shitty student?
Well, he also said at one point that the New Zealand educational system was crappy. So it could be that as well. I don't know. There are many possibilities.
Yeah, there could be like a lot of factors.
Oops.
Whew. Shit. Those hit so damn hard.
Oh, see, he was bad. He was partying. There you go.
So your judgment was accurate?
Alas. Johnny is handing someone their heart. Hopefully us. Hopefully he is handing his heart to us.
So I'm allowed to call Ben an asshole now.
Ben was. So Ben was partying.
Okay, alright. Ben's the asshole and I can call him that.
Okay, so it started out with New Zealand being shitty, and then he lost interest and then became too much into party chat. Okay, do we want to try queuing again, and then if it's too long,
Sure.
like, go elsewhere?
Stop talking, just do it. Yeah. Less talk, more grind.
Same here, but the high school experience kept me around even though I was a loner. Bad to the bone.
He's bad like a sheep.
Well, I was just...
No, I'm not gonna do.
Bird to the bone. Yeah, Ben. In some ways, diplomas are a bit overrated. Wow, look at this jock. LOL. Is that you? Or Ben? Ben is not really a jock. He is a small king with a heart of bakery. A small king in a bakery. He's like the opposite of Lee Pace in Pushing Daisies. Yeah, I imagine you... yes. Okay, so we already got the tank, the healer, DPS, and we just need one more DPS.
It should be like auto popping. Maybe we should.
Yeah.
Like there's no way it shouldn't be auto popping.
Okay. So do you want to go to Crystal? Sim, what do you think? Crystal? Sim, can you hear us? Sim?
Okay, let the man type.
Listen faster.
Poor Sim's fingers are probably crumbling.
Okay. I'm going to disband.
Jeez.
And log out. We'll go to Crystal. Wait a minute. Which one in Crystal should we go to, Sim?
That's where Balmong is? Ew.
Oh, we should take you to Balmung.
No,
I feel like his was on beginning with like an R or something. I'll recognize it when I see it. Zalera. He's on Zalera. Let's go to Zalera. We're gonna go to Zalera. This might take a while. Yeah, Arm, I'm with that. Here I am. Heart pounding for just a little jaunt in a dinghy. Ben's like, yes, I went yachting, okay? Okay, not so bad. Maybe you should go to sleep.
I'll go as far as I can.
2-man sunburst class in races we won trophies. Okay, this is where you have to go in there and tell Ben to be quiet.
2-man sunburst class and races. What is that? Like a ship? So wait, you're saying he willingly gave that up?
For partying.
That little bitch.
There you go, Ben. You heard her.
That privileged Lee. See you next Tuesday.
Okay, where's Koa? Probably stuck in traffic.
I'm stuck in traffic. Can confirm. Also, I'm not gonna find the balloons because my home thing is pretty. Oh, I did. That's better.
All right, ready? We're gonna queue up. No waiting. Oh, wait a minute. I gotta go find it again.
Watch out.
There we go.
Yeah,
This is what we're talking about. You know, like that gif of that little boy looking straight at you unimpressed? That's my face right now. Yeah, this is white masculine privilege right here. I'm kidding, Ben. I'm very glad that you could do yachting. I'm sure you look back at those days with fondness. Maybe.
He's like boasting about something he left behind. Stop boasting. SMH.
Okay, what would you boast about that you've left behind?
Swimming.
Lalafels? Potatoes?
Those we kick.
Those we turn into french fries?
Okay, this one's a cute ball. I feel kind of bad now.
Oh, someone has not completed this duty. Lala?
Lala. Lala.
Some Lalas are cute. And oddly enough, a lot of Asian men play Lalas. Don't ask.
Something weird.
Like Yoshi P is a female Lala. Quasi is a female Lala. I feel like there's a mini trend. Oh, do you know who else is a Lala? The creator of Final Fantasy, like the whole thing. Sakaguchi-san is a Lala, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Why do they look like babies? Good question. First off, don't say that they look like babies. They're very, very touchy because they don't want to be mistaken for being a certain kind of person. That is creepy. But yeah, they do look like babies. And there was a chair that was made for them that kind of looked like a high chair. And people lost their shit. Because apparently there is Lala discrimination in role-playing circles. Because people feel uncomfortable about doing sexy things with a small thing that looks like a kid.
They should. Okay?
And then when people complain about it, I'm sure Yoshi P is somewhere screaming in the background. But I don't want ERP in my game. But the ERP crowd is going to ERP. Let's all be real here. Okay, I'm just going to do this, and I'm just going to stand here.
ERP gonna ERP?
Yeah, they are. We all know it.
I should go to Belmont someday. Just to see.
Just to see.
And probably to take it over and roll it.
I want to go to it like a dance party. You know, like the kind that are partially held on Twitch. So you can like put it up on Twitch and then you can go to the dance party and hear the DJ doing the music.
Hey, I went to one like that.
Yeah?
And I had no idea what I was doing.
Okay.
I was too scared to ask the doorman and be like, help. If I go to somewhere again, I would ask. but I was like new and I was so awkward. I just sat there in silence watching people. Oh, like a little creeper.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Okay, Zeppela recently started playing a Lala. Mr. Happy plays a Lala. Jesse Cox plays a Lala. You know what else people do? Lots and lots of people in Ontario right now are like dying from fentanyl overdoses. That doesn't mean that I'm.
Wait, I was trying so hard to see what was happening. I was like, sorry?
Basically, a lot of streamers are Lalas. But it is my belief that most Lalas are edgelords. I'm not an edgelord, hence why I'm not a Lala. And unfortunately, I've met Lala players who keep shoving their Lala-ness in other people. Like Rich Campbell was a Lala, and he kept trying to like get Asmongold to change. And I'm like, leave the man alone. I don't run around and tell people to be a cat boy. Even, yeah, anyway, I could go off.
I don't like when they troll.
Well, that's just because you have trauma from our one friend who would do weird shit in dungeons for...
It wasn't just him. There are other Lalas who've done weird shit.
Oh my gosh, you remember that Sage Lala when we were running those relics?
Yeah, there's so many trolls.
If there was someone that I would... Anyway, we shouldn't say that online, probably.
What?
It's all in Minecraft. We're talking about Minecraft. Our Melon redacted a message. Now I need to know. We had the karaoke going at the party on Saturday. Where? Why fentanyl? Why Canada? It's just a thing in Canada right now, Johnny.
Crack whores at dawn.
Yeah. It's just a problem. People are taking it.
Many.
In fact, one of our uncles saved someone's life recently from a fentanyl overdose. Someone conked out right in front of him on the road, and my uncle actually helped do CPR and save his life. For real, not joking. It's a thing. In fact, there was a public service announcement asking people to carry kits to help people on overdose. So they're asking private citizens to take care of other private citizens who are out of control. Needless to say, I'm not carrying around a drug kit to save somebody. My answer is I don't leave my home. Yeah.
Look, they taught us evolution in school. Let's let it play out. That's all I'm saying.
Party is advocating for hardcore social Darwinism to take effect.
I just want to see what will happen. You know?
Ben says he will carry drugs, but they're for me. Oh, Ben. Okay. I'm gonna focus and see if I can actually do a proper rotation.
You weren't before?
You know, I was doing a rotation, but not. I want to see if I can do. I want to see if I can do max.
We can also switch at some point in like you heal and I tank.
Yeah, yeah. No, I mean to say is there's a way to do this, and I want to see if I can do it. But I first have to get my gauge to 100. Okay, now it's at 100. I'm going to press my max button deeps. Then I'm going to press this twice. And then this another 2 times. I wonder if that was doing anything at all. But I like to believe that it did.
Much wow. Such tank.
Always carry Narcane on you. Yeah. Arm, if I went outside, maybe, but I don't.
Did you see Sim disconnected?
Oh dear.
You're just chatting along. Your teammates
Oh no.
gone.
Our second bard is gone. Actually. Hopefully Sudbury didn't just disappear under Atlantis.
It pulled Atlantis and just went underwater.
He's actually on, like, in the same building down here, and he's decided to go upstairs. I wonder if he can even talk on... Jonathan, we're doing some last-minute panicked roulettes in Final Fantasy XIV because mistakes were made by me.
Yeah. Like,
I'm not the one that wants the carbuncle earring. Oh, how's that going for you? How's your cheeks clapping going?
what?
Jonathan is doing the new DLC and getting his cheeks clapped. But I think he likes it.
The new DLC is a porno?
The porno from hell. You know what I should do? I should do a really ghetto YouTube adventure plate and put my YouTube link in there.
You should.
It should be like...
Wait, why does it have to be ghetto?
Because it's lame. Doing that is lame, of course.
Is it lame?
When, like, people... Well, I mean, don't you think?
I don't know.
Feels self-aggrandizing, but I guess maybe not. I guess it would be okay. I just feel like it would be like, I don't know, crack course at dawn.
Every Sunday night.
I'd be like based, unimpressed. I feel like we're gonna die.
Die.
That would be funny. Person dies first time in.
Shut up! I'm healing.
Oh my lord. Sim was just shadow banned on YouTube.
Well,
He's lost his third account.
Maybe it's time to do some self.
What is he doing? What is he typing? What has Susan got out for him? This is sad. Well, you know what? You can just type right here in chat. Final Fantasy probably will never ban you.
You know, he probably just keeps projecting her.
You just have to say yes to Susan. Say, Susan... I won't say what I was going to...
I'm honestly so proud of you right now.
I nearly said something that would probably... I'm probably not monetized.
The stream just ends.
The stream just cuts off.
It's
I
okay,
couldn't...
Sam. I had my eye out and I noticed you died.
Yeah, we noticed you died.
No. I noticed. Don't you fucking try to steal my thunder, bitch!
My sister noticed that you...
What a strummer!
I'm having fun, but work is getting in the way. Oh, well, you know how that happens, yes.
I'm having fun. What is Jonathan doing?
He's trying to play the Elden Ring DLC, but work is getting in the way. The Elden Ring DLC is apparently... Elden Ring DLC is apparently super hard, so people are complaining. But I don't know who could be complaining. Like, surely you bought the DLC knowing what it would be, right? Surely.
I think people just like to complain.
I'm starting to believe it.
It's like certain family members we have that like...
Yeah? Spill the tea. They like complaining.
Personalities that are just like, they like to complain. It's almost like gossip.
Yeah.
Like, it's just like a discussion to them.
Yeah.
And like, that's why it doesn't bother me, because I'm like,
Maybe it doesn't really, like, they don't really mean half of what they say.
Yeah, they're just like literally like talking shit.
So that's why I just don't believe in people anymore. They're like, oh man.
Okay, well, you took what I said, just made it really doomer.
They're like, oh man, I really don't like this DLC. I'm like, yeah, I'm like that Sherlock gif where you just close the door in their face.
Yes, thank you, goodbye.
Thank you, Anderson. You just lowered the IQ for the whole block. I need to rewatch the first 2 seasons.
Yeah, it got weird after that.
The one with the sister, I was like,
Wait, sister? Oh yes, yeah.
Ugh, my Catboy is so cute.
What does Jonathan do? Does he work from home? Why is work getting in the way if he's playing?
Well, I mean, no one else has ever not done their work while they should have been working at home. Like, we would not know about that at all.
Never. Never. That's just no.
The Lala is very cute, actually. Yeah. I think the Lala is a female Lala.
It is indeed. I think I'll make it through this one and maybe one more.
I am so shocked.
What?
That you're making it this far.
I'm starting to feel like eyes glazed, but I know this fight so well it doesn't really matter.
Oh, poor Ruzi. He thought that we logged off. Ruzi.
We would have said goodbye. Gee. Well, actually, no, wouldn't have.
We didn't.
Rip. I tried typing the FC and then I realized that I couldn't talk to them still, so I was like, uh-oh. So that's why I chatted in Discord, because I was like, we didn't just leave, I swear.
Okay, so Corsavo has joined our Discord.
Oh, that's cool. Did you see his pronouns?
No. Where?
If you click on his profile, normal/guy/sane/cheeseman.
Do you think Corsavo is like?
Are you making discussions about your new follower?
Like, do you think about me? Okay, he's sharing YouTube videos.
You stalking him now?
Yeah. I don't even know what I'm looking at. The Chad Rylanor defeats chaos with facts and logic. Crabman Boy. I have to know.
Huh.
Art. Videos. Drawing. Does Corsavo talk at all?
What do you mean, like ever?
No, he's doing animation practicing. He's doing animations.
Okay, Mirror has his thingy hammer thing.
Deep 40K lore. Oh my lord.
40K lore.
Ooh, no.
That's a no.
No. Okay. Here we go. Ultra. This poor Bard is probably like, what are they talking about? Because it's literally basically a one-way conversation about him being banned on YouTube. They're like, am I running a dungeon with a tea person? Okay. Push back. Oh. We'll see. Gammon. Oh, I think I've seen Will show up before. I feel like I've seen Will before.
Welcome.
This might be the European crowd. They're waking up now. Eastern Europe has arrived. Began with Johnny at the crack of dawn. Nope, Will says he's American.
What? What time zone?
Maybe like us.
Yeah, or the 3 hours or 2 hours behind or something. Like maybe West Coast.
Cat steams his seat. Central. What's central?
Isn't that like an hour?
Behind us, right?
Getting way too good at this shit. It's 1 hour behind. Fucking knew it. Bro, I'm good at this. So how do we talk to dudes online?
Well, I'll have you know I said 1 hour before.
You're very smart. Is that what you wanted to hear?
No.
Is arm on our time zone?
Hmm?
Holy. It's been over 7 hours.
I am surprised that you are still here, to be honest.
I'm surprised I am as well.
How did this happen?
A healthy dose of avoidance or denial?
Oh, denial of what?
Well, I was playing Power Wash with the fam.
Yeah.
So that distracted me for a while. We did a mini golf park.
Oh, how did that go?
It was good. There were some like really hard bits where we had to like hunt at the end. It was like really interesting. But it was a lot of different little shapes. I think the different shapes are what makes it fun. So that was a fun one to do. It'll be fun when we do it together. I think that's one of the big ones you can do. But 2 a.m. Okay, so yeah, Arm is on our time zone. You're gonna explain why you're still up on Monday this late?
Me?
Yeah. Arm is like no clue how you guys are still up on a Monday this late.
Well, Arm, you see, there's an event that's happening right now, and there's an earring, and I want the earring before it ends. So this is a last minute panic thing because I was kind of not thinking about stuff. And I could wait and just buy it when it goes on sale in the store. Or I could destroy myself. Actually, I'm not even destroying myself. I'm destroying party, okay? Let's all be real here.
Well, that's what my point was. You're usually up this late.
I am normally up. For the past while now, I fucked up my sleep schedule. Let's all be real here, chat. A variety of different things. It was partially Sim's fault, partially my fault, partially Woozy's fault.
Blame Sim in there somewhere.
It's partially chat's fault. All jokes aside, partially a new book writer's fault. So a couple late nights led one thing to another. So now I'm going to bed around 5 in the morning. And I wake up at around, what, noon? Do you think? 11?
Yeah.
11 or noon. So I'm sleeping 7 hours. That's good. Bad news, it's at a really shitty time. So it's kind of like messed up right now. But don't worry, Sim and I are in the same boat. We're
not good.
We're
No,
buddies.
I am worried.
I've been trying to fix it for the past 2 weeks, and I haven't been able to fix it quite yet. So let's just say Sunday mornings are very terrible. Friday mornings and Saturday mornings are pretty terrible too.
We need to get you out for like a really long walk one night, and then you'll be good.
Yeah. A long walk.
Like 2 blocks.
2 blocks? How very dare you? So that's how that happened, Arm. I have no excuse, really. It was really my fault. And I haven't fixed it yet. I've been trying to fix it.
Oh, here we go. Have you been trying?
I was actually legitimately trying at some point.
How did Metals get up before we did? Damn.
Yeah. Remember the whole if they're running Japanese?
Oh.
But
that's right. They didn't have to pull. Anyway.
Yeah.
I'm gonna save my salt.
Well, I don't even know what they're doing.
They're trying to avoid the AoE.
You can't avoid it, Chicky Poo.
No, like I don't think they realize that you're supposed to stack.
Oh dear.
I think is this the first dungeon where you really stack?
Poor things. They didn't have me to help them through the MSQ. Although I couldn't save you from destroying your own minion though, so I mean.
Alright. I didn't destroy it, I just got rid of it.
You effectively I'm kidding. Oh, it was such a cute moment. Excuse me, Meggles. Excuse me. Read the... Okay. I should just run over there and put this tank buster on. No, I won't do that. I'm not
Is
toxic.
that gonna be me or Pebbles?
Meggles Pebbles. Do you think Meggles Pebbles is a bot?
I was actually just thinking that.
Hmm.
Did you say hi?
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Fuck me. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Okay, no, we're good. Late night. Oh, this is gonna be bad. Okay. I'm gonna try to be better.
I gotta leave this shit show.
Do you want to do tanking next run?
Ooh, can I?
Yeah, I'll heal.
I'll do dark.
I'll do white mage.
That'll keep it spicy.
Or maybe I should do scholar.
I gotta go. There's someone at the door.
Oh no, what is it? Some late night Taco Bell?
Of all the things.
Meggles Pebbles. I just had the most horrible run ever. I never want to play this game again.
I'm keeping him alive even though they join our AoEs. I should be glad I'm not stepping on them. And yes, I'm Lala racist. Maybe won't. Maybe this side. Hey, they got that attack though. That's good.
Meg was not taking part in that AoE. Sometimes with new people who are like super brand new to MMOs, it's not always apparent what you need to be doing. And I, as someone who struggled with certain things, I don't expect everyone to get it. That being said, wow. Can you keep us alive? I'm gonna
Rapidly clicks lower damage button.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to also buff myself up. So look at me coming out of that like a Chad.
LB, LB.
Yeah. Sim, do you got an LB button on your bar?
Oh, probably not. Oh. What
Sim!
a
Sim!
fucking
Sim!
Chad!
Sim! Sim! Oh! Oh! Sim did the spray shooty thing.
Sim for Sim.
Yeah, if I could give Sim a comm, I would, but we have to give it to Meggles Pebbles. So good, Sim. That was so manly. Spraying that.
Ew, okay, stop. We need to tuck you in bed or something.
Okay, how many do I got? 58. This feels like it's taking forever.
At 49. Too bad I can't give her mine.
Yeah, Will, Meg was allergic to sharing AoEs. They didn't want to share their AoE, and they didn't want to partake of our AoE. They were running their own thing. Okay, I'm going to switch to White Mage.
Oh, yes. I can show my Raphael's gear. Oh man, I got a Dark Knight sword. I need to glam actually. I'm such a glam whore now.
Are you going to make me stand there for hours while you take photos?
I don't think I would do that to anyone ever. That was awful.
Where is Sim around? Is he alive?
No, he's not around.
Oh my lord.
He is.
Sim, you. Oh, maybe I can do.
Oh, we're not friends, so I can't check on him.
Oh, I know what I can do. I know what I can do.
Are you delaying?
What? No, I'm already checking. Okay.
Let him in. He'll be fine.
Gone to gold saucer. What a bro. As long as he does the LBs when he should
We need
LB.
to get him into therapy. Who is drawn to gold saucer?
Well, I mean,
I think you get more like inappropriate as you get later. I think I just get meaner. Me? Why are they so dumb?
oh my lord, my cat tail. This is why I play a cat.
It's so weird hearing my sister herb on her character.
I can't help it.
What's the other person? Arat Bestra.
It's
Ooh, it's an Ellison male.
Oh.
Gay or
Sim
nay?
Gay. Sim is a female in a dungeon.
Sim is gay?
No, Sim is a female
Oh.
in a dungeon with 3 men. 2 Ellas and a catboy and a femro walk into a bar. Wait a minute. Oh, I'm trying to. Did you see what I did?
Yep.
I was like, where's my where's my taste? They're going to.
Fucking. Oh, my grit's on. I was like. Okay, this is my fault. I moved my grit last time because I had to change around the buttons. And
Okay.
I was clicking my blood weapon button.
This poor Ellis and gentleman.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
It's like, what is wrong with our tank?
Okay, I'm okay now. I have my grit on. It's not going anywhere. Holy shit. Oh my god. That was so bad. Okay, I'm actually embarrassed now.
I'm not going to spam holy until you get to the door. Okay, now. Okay, I should remember I should be healing you.
That was so embarrassing. Oh lord. Wait, why am I not picking anything up? Also me. Where is everybody going?
Just
Okay, there we go. Run, 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 run.
okay. Going in. Ooh, ouch. Ow. Hot, hot, hot. Spreading my arrow. Dot everywhere. You know you're farming when.
It's all a blur.
Indeed. Yeah, this poor Ellison trapped. Yeah. Sorry, not sorry.
Ben, noobs, listen here.
Ran the other day, a sprout kept running away from the group. Oh, they were trying to keep you alive, Ben. Think of it that way. The femoro breaks their pelvis. That would be Sim, Will. Let's hope not. Poor Sim. Aw, man, I was going to make a joke about his... Never mind.
You know...
Noobs.
3 for 3 tonight.
Yeah, I should have just gone on and done this like over a period of time. Mistakes were made. I can't comment on YouTube chat and I can't say something spicy in game chat. It's almost like Sim is my captive audience. I feel empowered. I feel like Kronk and Yzma. Can you feel the power? I can feel it. Poor Sim. I'm loving it. Trapped in YouTube and in game. It's okay. I think his body is ready. Is there any emoji for what you want to say? Lamau. Yeah. Take the time to read through your emojis.
What if the emoji you want to do isn't there? Like, they don't have a slap ass emoji.
Oh, does Sim want to smack my catboy's ass?
What? That was such a leap!
What else would Sim want to do? Smack your butt?
What about his own?
Oh, like in the anime where they bend over and they smack their butt?
Let's I'm just gonna...
Ooh. Are Canadians still nice? Is it okay to visit Canada as an American? Yes. You can come. You will regret it.
We're gonna fuck you up.
Well, don't go near party, obviously. But you're gonna regret it after like a day. But if you come on a day when like our currency is really shit, you can feel a little bit rich. What kind of anime are you watching? Bleach.
It's called Lord of the Rings.
It's Bleach. They would do that in Bleach quite a bit, actually. They'd go bleep, and then they would bend over and smack their butt.
Why?
Because they were taunting. It was like a taunt.
Oh, okay. That kind of makes sense, actually.
It was like, you can't touch my ass.
Oh.
Don't we still have 8 days before the event ends? I have been... have I been lied to by people?
If I did this for nothing...
Oh my lord. Can you check the event? Okay, maybe...
Yeah. I have it in my history. Hold on.
Oh my gosh. What if Sim lied to us? Why am I blaming Sim?
Yeah, what is happening?
Sorry, Sim. Tombstone event ends this morning. Sim? No, Sim is defending himself. He says it's true. The only reason why I'm doubting you, Sim, is because of your But you could be right. I'll believe in you. Is he right?
I'm trying to catch up to you first. Putting my thing on auto run.
Yeah, we got it.
This poor other dude.
We're doing fine.
Where's the second one?
Are you worried, Sim? Okay, I'm gonna choose to believe in Sim. Oh, we dispatched them. We didn't have an issue. Look at Sim. He looked at the official site. June 24th. Wait a minute. Isn't today our brother's birthday? Oh dear. We gotta wish him happy birthday. What can we get him though? He has everything. Oh, we should buy him Power Wash.
That seems like a gift for you. Not him.
It would be so fun to play with him. I nearly doxed my own bro.
We're not gonna like 10 years.
True. Sad. Tell him that we're meeting him up to talk about music, but then debate him.
You're talking about entrapping a man on a live stream.
Does it count if the man is my brother and I want him to play Power Wash Simulator?
Charges. Did you see the comment about Takashi's 1,000 Years of Death?
Are Canadians still nice? Is it okay to visit Canada? What kind of anime are you watching? Okay. Where is old Canada? Still alive? Where is there no sad Canada? Johnny, that sounds like a
Old Canada?
Kakashi had the 1,000 Years of Death poke. Yes. Senguru Goreshi or something? I thought it ends when Dawn Trail begins. No, he's right. Oh, Sim. Chad Sim. Doxing Sim in party chat. You know what? Sim, here's the truth, okay? Our family is very tight knit. We strong arm people into all kinds of shit.
You do?
I'm pretty sure Power Wash Simulator would run on a Microsoft Pro. Maybe not.
Are you buckling into this idea of him playing it?
Actually, no, I'm kind of like tapping Dad for it.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, I thought about it. Because, Father's Day had happened and I hadn't gotten him a gift. But I gotten Mom a gift, so now I'm like, oh, I gotta get Dad a gift. And I'm like, holy moly, he might actually like it because it's really chill, right? Like, you don't have to do too much stuff. You can just, like, mosey around. I feel like Dad would enjoy it. And then I could be able to play with Dad.
This is very convoluted.
How so?
Cannot function.
Well, that's because it's late and your body is literally closing down before my eyes.
I'm literally shutting down. I could take with my eyes closed, right?
Oh, wait a minute. Hurrah. Are you familiar with Power Wash Simulator?
Are you familiar with award-winning? No,
Are you familiar with the award-winning Power Wash Simulator? Latch him into a chair and Arm knows where it's at.
Wow, Arm. Finally, an American I can get behind. That came out so weird.
Senen Goroshi. Ah, I'm so true. I'm so true. I don't even need to get drunk to be stupid.
Just talk to you late at night.
You just need to talk to me after over socializing. Sim is literally. Do you see him in chat? Shilling for power. And he doesn't even play it, probably.
He's shilling for it for sure.
He's being so supportive. He's being a supportive friend.
Is that what it is?
But Hero is probably feeling like I am trapped in this dungeon with people that are crazy beyond imagining. Let expands contract. Eon become instance. Senden Goroshi. Champion beyond the rift. Okay. He's nearing the end of his discussion. Okay, so this last run for you will bring me up to 60 something.
Oh, okay. So you only gotta do 5 more, 6 more runs. We only do 3 runs. No, it's our 4th run.
Yeah.
It'll break me 60? That math is not mathing.
When we get out, I might be able to access my inventory and take a look.
Hey, that doesn't math.
Oh my lord, Hero is also a power wash simulator. Chad. Yeah, Chad. Okay. Healing time. Go for it. I got you. Oop.
Is that a yawn?
Yeah.
Good. Maybe it's because I talked more today, but I'm like so tired.
Yeah, and you were also up early after being up late.
Yeah, frankly, that whole thing with the G-pose and then ultimate organization, like, literally took my soul.
It was like fading. You were fading before my eyes.
I was so mad after. I was like, why did I do this to myself?
Oh my gosh, did you see that Sim used arm's length?
Yeah, you used it every time.
No.
You did it last time.
He did last time, but he wasn't using it all the time. But now
well,
he
you
is.
only use it once. The second one you don't.
Yeah, you can't. Absolutely cannot.
He's doing well.
Except.
Chad's
in. Yeah. Yeah, I saw Sim.
It's not completely useless.
Yeah, yeah. Pro gamer moves. Instant save. Look at him go. Fantastic. We're not even going to get to the next Surecast. I'm DPSing so hard, I'm not even healing you. Look at that. 0 heals. Oh, Ben. We have outlasted Ben. He's going to bed. Or going away. Good night, Ben. Good night, Arm. Good night, Moon. Sleep
Good
well,
night,
everyone.
And good night, chair.
Oh, Ben. Ben is making dinner. Okay, he's not going to sleep, actually. But don't worry. You know, I could actually end... But if we end...
If you end, we're not gonna get it. And this will all be...
No, no, no. I mean, if I end the stream.
Oh, maybe you should. Then we just grind out, I guess.
Yeah.
I could probably do one more run.
Okay, we'll stream until the end of your runs, and then leave, because I don't want Sim to be all alone, unable to communicate with anyone.
He's gonna message us in the pre-chat like a normal human being.
Oh. My friend will play it during maintenance time. I'll be doing school stuff. Oh. Yeah, sometimes life be that way. I support this. Whenever I hear a gamer saying, you know, I gotta be responsible and do school, my teacher heart goes doki doki. Have fun in prey jail? We will try. I'm not sure if Sim will come out okay. But
He'll have his earring.
where's the mute button?
Say that? What?
I'll explain it later.
Okay.
It's a yaoi thing.
Oh. What? Don't explain it.
I'm doing a dissertation on Japanese role-playing games. Nani? As a game developer or social studies, humanities. My cat boy looks so serious. He's like, Yeah, a dissertation. That's like PhD. Or a master's. But I'm guessing PhD. Masters? Okay, and that's a PhD. So Johnny is saying doctorate comes afterwards, and he is right. So it must be dissertation. I do interdisciplinary, so I take perspective of game dev, player, and scholar. Wow. Okay, so we got a dev or someone related to that. Fascinating. Ooh, nani? It's 3, yeah, they're 1, yeah. They're 12 hours ahead of us. 13, technically.
Yeah.
I think they would be 14 in the fall.
Like,
Like right now, it's 12 between us and Beijing, exactly 12. And then in fall, it goes to 13. So my imagination, it would be Japan would be 14. Oh my lord. That's rough. That's like what? 4 to 8. That's 4 hours, 5 hours of sleep? Yeah. I don't think I would.
5 hours-ish.
I sleep between. Yeah, the real question we got to be asking is why is Koa up? Kindness of our art. Okay.
I really like fighting.
Yeah. Yeah. You did not get enough fighting in today, clearly. Alright. Passive deeps. Yeah. Just focus on getting those papers done. Weeping may endure for the night, but joy comes in the morning.
I know she says like so inappropriate.
What are you talking about,
My
Cole?
filter is so gone.
You don't say.
Maybe you're just bad at this.
Yeah, that's possible.
Look at that. Us all getting together instead of running away. How nice.
I wonder if Hiro is like a foreigner studying in Japan, or if they're Japanese with very good English. Inquiring minds need to know.
I should ask.
At the very worst, Sim and I could just go do gates once you go to bed. We could technically try something else to shake things up. It's just that gates have like the pauses in between.
Well, you could sign up for stuff and then do a game between or something. It would help out more, but I'm
No.
starting to
Legitimately fade.
yeah,
She's wilting.
flower in the spring.
Oh, people are not looking too good. They need some milk. What in the world is happening to Sim? I put arrows down on the other Gaiuses. I'm like, I'm min-maxing at the point. Oh my lord.
We were trying to go separately and then
Oh, okay. Here we go. Choo, choo, choo. Yo, can you play Ultra Kill? Zachary? Light Veil. Wow. People I never knew coming out. They're probably like, where do these people come from? We're like, we're from Kraken. Poor Sim. Sim is like those people that are waving and then people like walk past them. I got their calm. That's right. Can you play Ultra Kill? Zachary, welcome in. We are doing some panicked late night Final Fantasy 14 grind for tomestones. And I need to get 100 and I'm at 65 and I have to get it done by a specific time Pacific. So alas, this is what we are doing.
So Hero has
What is even Ultra Kill?
a WordPress.
Yeah.
For his character.
What? What's his character?
In Final Fantasy.
Okay, let's see.
He literally
He has a WordPress. What's the WordPress?
it's for his character.
Okay. Okay. What is it doing?
It's about his character. It's everything. He's got a bio. He's married to someone named Ayame.
What is cliffhanger? What is cliffhanger again? Oh, right. Super easy one.
And they got married.
She's stalking some poor Elysian man.
Oh my god.
Well, you know, for some people.
No, I'm scared and impressed. He's got a literal album. There's a lot of cat people in this.
Okay, that gave me 3 irregular tomestones. So now I'm up to 68. Do you want to do one more run or do you want to go to bed?
Sure, we can do one.
Okay, let's do one more run.
This is crazy. I literally can't.
You should do one.
Do one what?
Cool, I've never seen any FF content before. Its name is 6v1. It's a robot. Huh. I've never heard of Ultra Kill before. I'm going to be perfectly frank, Zachary. This is Final Fantasy 14 online. So this is an MMO. This chat is full of MMO enjoyers. I usually comment on MMOs or books.
It's a fast-paced, ultra-violent retro FPS, combining the skill-based style scoring from character action aids with unadulterated carnage, inspired by...
I think I would probably die like 2 seconds
Best
after.
years in the 90s. That is definitely something you'd be good at.
You are so mean. My sister is so mean, but she is true. She is saying the truth. You should see me try to play Elden Ring, Zachary. It's something else. Let's just say that. Okay. I'm excited. Who are we running? Oh, we have a cat boy.
Put my grid on, guys.
Ooh. Almost as exciting as the cat boy, but not quite.
Wow.
Although the cat boy does not have the best tail, sadly. Well, but second best tail, I think.
Hey, as long as it's not the creepy tail, I'm happy.
Yeah, it's not the perv tail, that's for sure. Very nice. Let's see, is there an adventure plate? There is. He has Braha's face.
Oh,
Type.
he's so cute.
He's like a little baby. He's like a little young man, a complete Tia.
That's cute.
Oh my lord. I just got a super chat from Zachary.
What the? Who are you?
Oh dear.
You're not going to show pictures of her feet.
Yeah, no feet pics
Sorry,
here. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, but
For whatever we're offering that you want.
Sadly, like I said, I'm on a tight, what's the word? Time budget? I'm on a time budget here.
A time limit?
Well, I'm budgeting my time, aren't I?
No one says time budget. What the fuck is a time budget?
It's when you can't spend time on things.
Yeah, you have a time limit.
Okay, fine.
There's
I got
a time limit for the you strange little man. I'm sorry, guys. I can't hang out. I've got a time budget. I literally can't.
I'll reach out to my bro.
I'm so tired right now. That's just so funny.
Zachary, is it on Steam? Is Ultra Kill on
It's
Steam?
on Steam, yes.
We're pretty. My sis and I are pretty cooked right now. Let's all be real
So
here.
tired.
We're pretty cooked. I'll put it on my wish list on Steam, Zach, and then I'll chat with my bros and stuff. Because I'm going to be frank. There's a higher chance of me trying out the Master Chief Collection.
There's a demo.
There's a demo?
That's for free.
Oh.
So you could probably try that. If that would work, let us know.
Okay. What's Sim saying, by the way?
You're gay. No, I'm kidding. Wait, Sim said something where?
Has Sim gone AWOL again? Have we
No.
lost Sim?
Did we lose him? No, he's here. He's here.
Oh, okay. Okay, so we'll look it up. We're looking it up. I'm running my Steam right now, so I'm going to be frank, Zach. Ultra Kill demo.
Don't dox yourself by accident.
I'm just doxing my Steam account name, which I don't care about. Ultra Kill. It's an early access game. Explicit violence and gore.
This sounds right up your alley.
Well, here's the
I'm
thing.
being sarcastic.
I did play a bit of BioShock, but I was shit. Why is he holding a skull in his hand? The violence is so pixelated, it doesn't even really matter.
To be honest, To be honest, it's so colored, my eyes hurt just looking at it.
Yeah, I feel like you would get like a migraine. Mankind is dead.
It's
Apparently,
like flashing and shit. I hate that.
Apparently, it's overwhelmingly positive.
Is
Though.
Zachary 12? Because this is giving me like teenager vibes.
Zach, are you very young? How if we never mind. I'm not gonna say that. Oh man. I nearly said something really terrible.
18. Called it. He's a wee babe.
Oh lordy, I'm a cougar.
Wait, what? No!
Oops, it slipped down.
Say
It slipped down. I kept it in before, but it slipped down.
Jeez.
We're old ladies, Zach.
Okay, slow.
My sis, she's like turning 60.
Sorry? I'm...
Divided by 2.
Plus 1.
Plus 1.
How do you like math, bitch?
Oh. So did you enjoy BioShock, Zachary? Did you enjoy BioShock? Because there was like some stuff in there like about society, like there was a lot of discussion like with the brother and sister as well. There was kind of just like touching on paradoxes. And then there was like cult leaders. The cult leader was my favorite, I'm not gonna lie.
Of course it was.
He had like these amazing recordings with like black and white videos. It was like what's his face Johnson from Portal 2. Cave Johnson. If life makes you lemons, make life take the lemons back. Rue the day that they ever gave you lemons. Use lemons to make a machine. I forget the rest of the rant. My favorite line from Portal 2 was when he introduces his secretary and it's like, this is my secretary, Carolyn. Say hi, Carolyn. And you can hear this really like pretty lady's voice, like 50s, right? Going, hi, boys. And he's like, don't get any ideas, boys. She's married to science. So I made an Aperture logo based off of the logo that the company used, but instead of saying Aperture like Science Labs, it said married in big letters, and then underneath it in the same font was to science.
Can you be my mom?
Can you be my mom? I don't have much of a mom bone in my body, so I would.
Be your mommy.
You maybe.
I'm kidding.
I would just smack you around with large books. Are you okay with? Oh my lord, I'm such a wimbat.
Violence? Are you okay with violence?
Are you okay with what's the word from that Mr. Bean humor skit? Fatal beatings or whatever.
What?
What was it called? He had a bit of a fatal beating. Remember where, like you know, Dee and our brother Jay did it. Like they did the skit at school.
I have no memory of this.
Sorry, not at school. At church, actually, which was even funnier. My real mom uses violence too. Well, sometimes moms will be like that. Let's all be real.
Like appropriate violence?
Hopefully appropriate violence. Appropriate. Fatal beatings. You enjoy Portal 2? I love Portal 2. My favorite part in Portal... There's so many good lines in Portal 2. My favorite part in Portal 2 was something like, this is going to zap the cells in the cancer cells in your body. But Cave, I don't have cancer. Don't worry. If you sat on the seats in the front lobby without wearing lead pants, we took care of that too.
Holy shit.
It was great. And there's this part where he's like, boys, we got good news and bad news.
What the fuck?
What?
Sorry, I'm just reading the chat. Sorry, continue story.
She stabbed me? What?
No, first of all, we're not that old. Just saying, Zachary, to clarify. Okay. Second of all, she stabbed you?
What in the world is your mom doing? Yeah, I love Portal 2. Okay.
Also, Johnny Chieko is the eldest.
Yeah, number 1.
And
She
I'm
choked on
seven.
that. She choked on that, but it's number 1. And what number are you again?
7. Okay, but like, did she stab you?
Obviously
Where
not
did she
fatally.
stab you,
Not
right?
fatally.
It changes how bad it is depending where she stabbed you, you know?
Does it?
Yeah.
My thing would be, what did she stab you with? Because like sometimes,
Yeah, how deep, where, and what?
and was it, no, for me it would be, was it purposeful or accidental?
In the leg. Okay, and she tripped or was she pissed?
Was she tripped a knife? Okay, in the leg. Accidental?
Okay, that's not accidental. Have you ever stabbed someone accidentally in the leg?
Actually, Mom, accidentally pulled on one of our sisters and scraped her eye.
Oh.
Yeah. But that was purely accidental.
No, this does not sound accidental.
Yeah, this sounds like your mom's a psycho. Our mom was not a psycho. Sorry,
Well-
Zach. I mean, I might be sounding mean, but what number child? Yes, Johnny. Number 1, number 7. But I'm number 1, and I'm number 1 girl, obviously, and Party is number 7, but she's number 4 girl.
Yeah. So I'm special. Needs.
Special, very special. But we are actually older than you, Zachary.
Very much so.
I have gray hair now. Number 1, yes, I am number 1. That's why my YouTube video face looks like the way it does.
Yeah.
After raising Party as my surrogate child, this is what happens. I have lightly gray hair on the temples, like Doctor Strange.
Gray hair? Okay, we're not that young. We're not 18. Some people gray at like 20.
Yeah, but I'm like over 40. Let's all be real here.
That's true.
So it's appropriate that I have lightly
It is
gray hair.
appropriate. You look your age.
But it's like at the temples.
It's what?
At the temples, like
Yeah,
near
no,
my
it's
ear.
not bad at all.
No, I'm doing fine. I'm actually not doing too terrible.
You're aging gracefully. You
I'm
should go
aging
outside
gracefully.
more.
That's what happens when you're kind of fat. You don't get creepy wrinkles yet. But like my face isn't super fat. It's just,
It's normal.
it's a very normally weighted
You're
face.
not like shrunken.
I'm not shrunken. Yeah, I'm not smoking forever like my one grandma did. Does anyone in chat have siblings? Any eldest kids in chat?
Any 7 child?
Any 7th child in here? If Zach is 18, he's like within the same age range as our youngest brother.
Yep.
That's
We're the same
tripping.
age, actually, because our youngest is 18 as well.
Oh, Zach is a middle child.
Ooh. Are you fucked up too?
Very normally weighted face. Well, sometimes we just have to cope. Oh yeah, that's right. Johnny has one brother, but
Is Johnny older or younger?
Oh, Johnny is.
And is he single? Okay. I'm kidding.
She wants to know if your brother is single.
I'm kidding.
Don't break her heart, Johnny. We are totally like sober. It's just that we're really tired.
Yeah,
do we
I
have a
have
big
no
family?
brother,
We do have a big family, Zachary. We have 10 children in our family, and we all come from the same mother and father.
We're in a cult. Save us.
Um,
I'm kidding.
yeah. So same mom, same dad for all of us. And our mother had 10 children. And like what, 2, 3 miscarriages?
2, 3.
3? So we could have had 13 of us. Oh, Johnny is single, and Johnny felt like he had to say that he was also single.
Okay.
But his brother is also single.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Who's older though?
Johnny is older.
I like him like 50.
Oh, wait. No, Johnny says his brother is older.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. After never mind, I'm not gonna say that. The amount of filter I'm putting on myself right now, I feel like I should have
It's like heroic.
It's almost Nobel Prize. I feel like I should get a Nobel Prize out of this one.
A Occupy prize.
Occupy.
Occupy though? Yeah.
Are you all from the same mother and father? Yeah, I answered that. I'm single, so is my brother. We responded to that. That's wild, bro. Crying. Maybe that was a legitimate plea for help if I ever heard one. Well, the thing about it is that, the thing about it is my parents had very deep convictions about how they wanted to live their lives. And part of that meant that they gave up quite a lot in order to pursue those beliefs and those dreams for themselves. And I have to say, like there were times when, of course, you know, things weren't easy, but I never doubted, really, that my parents cared for each other and things like that. So overall, I feel very blessed.
Like someone died.
Well, I mean, they are aging.
Okay. You need to go to bed.
Well, I mean, that's true.
No, I don't want to talk about this right now. No.
That's why you need to play Power Wash Simulator with me and Dad.
my like speech at the funeral is like, I'm just glad
So-
I got to play Power Wash Simulator with him before he died.
Let's all be real here. This is... I kind of want to buy Power Wash Simulator for my dad. He's like not a super gamer at all. He hardly played games, of course, you know, being that generation. But he's older, and I think he would like Power Wash Simulator.
You're really determined.
Nope.
I wish you were.
Crying emojis, kind of like laughing emoji nowadays. Oh, just so you know. Is it because you're laughing but you're crying on the inside, Zach? I love it. Keep those crying emojis coming.
We like pain.
I feel like the way that this shot just showed my Catboy with the Tia in the corner, it felt like he was looking at me.
Alright. So we've reached the delusional stage of the morning.
You know, mistakes were made.
Oh God.
I'm like, who is it? Jake Paul, or was it Logan Paul, who was like, I have made a grave error, a grave judgment of.
Or Joe from Arrested Development. I've made a huge mistake.
I've made a huge mistake. Zachary is giving me the TLDR on Zoomer culture right now.
Oh,
This
so
is
kind.
great. We should wake up our little brother and have him in here.
Do you think that like all young people get along?
Yeah, this is what happens. This is what happens to poor Sim. Shadow banned on YouTube. Aw. Yeah, this Tia is probably like, what have I been trapped in?
No, he's like the white version of you.
Yeah. And once again, it looks like he's staring at me. Mm.
Oh my god. He's staring at me too, just FYI, bitch.
That little hoe.
He is a hoe.
That little hoe, Tia.
Wait, Johnny.
Johnny.
Friend.
Johnny. Do you own?
Can you share? No. I need to see this. Wait. Is that the new event
DLC
order?
pack. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Wait, why is it funny?
I guess it might be funny for Warhammer 40k people,
So if I played, I wouldn't get it. I'd be like, why?
but we will. Unironically.
I don't want to buy another DLC though. Like,
Is it for free or not included?
it's not included.
Oh, Sag.
It is. Oh shit.
What?
Nothing. I just froze my game for a sec. Store. What game are we talking about? Oh yeah, Power Wash.
It's paid.
It's $10.50.
Ooh,
Okay.
$10.50.
That's not that bad.
Is it really funny? Johnny, are you playing it? Johnny, are you also?
Okay, calm. Take deep breaths.
Are you also playing Power
Yeah,
Wash? Simulator?
$7.99 in your money.
Yeah, that's euros, Johnny.
Yeah,
Okay,
Johnny.
Canadian bullshit money.
Yeah, Johnny.
Power Wash Simulator, though, for real, so good.
It is so good. I'm not gonna lie, I played this morning when you were sleeping.
Oh my lord, you little
Because
hoe.
my Uber took like 20 minutes to get here.
What?
It turned out that he was from the bigger town that you change trains in, and he had taken a trip to come here
Oh.
and was trying to get back to his original town. And he kept getting rides here, but it took him 20 minutes. I guess no other drivers were out. It took him 20 minutes to pick me up this morning, so I was like, hell, I'm not just
Small
sitting here
town Canadian life.
It's never like that though.
Uh-huh. Until you decided to leave the house.
No, I usually have no problem on Sunday
The
morning.
universe was conspiring
It was
against
your
you.
fault.
Uh-huh.
No, it wasn't. I'm so sorry. It was Sim's fault.
Sim's PC is bugging out. Fucking Linux. Okay, Sim, I'll wait for you. I'll just go and do some gates at Gold Saucer. Canada uses Canadian dollars. Yeah.
What else would we use? USD dollars? Ew.
I can't wait to get my... I can't wait to get paid for that one book. Oh man, it's gonna be so good. Oh, I'm working on it. I'm working. I'm so close. I can almost taste. I'm not really close, but it feels like I'm closer. But I did some like rough estimates, and I could get 2,000 CAD from it if the currency holds at the rate it is right now. Canada. Kick. Canada.
As in like money dough?
Sim is being very optimistic here.
only be a minute.
He says that he's like a dad, just going out to get some milk, son.
Are you saying that he's never coming back?
We'll find out. No, Sim will be back. He has to get. I saw that, Sim.
Yeah, damn, that was slick.
The amount of bards on this data center is wildin'.
Right, bards and dancers.
What are people
Like,
doing?
is no one else doing any other music, like any other class at all?
Maybe not. It's just wildin' to me.
I need to sneeze, and I don't like it. Are we done after this one, right? Or are we doing the other one? I can't remember.
Hmm?
It's all starting to blend.
Yeah. Is it now?
It is. I don't know where I am, who I am.
Why I am? Who is Gamora? What is Gamora? Why is Gamora?
Why is Gamora?
Is chat familiar with Drax from Marvels?
The better question.
Does chat know that I can be as literal as Drax is sometimes?
This is true, actually.
Like I've been
Very
that bad.
gullible.
Kind of like gullible, yes, more or
Very.
less.
No. No.
What?
Kinda. That's.
I like to believe I just have.
You're gullible about being gullible.
So there was this one time when a friend asked me, "Did you know that the word gullible isn't in the dictionary?"
Oh God.
And I said, "Really? It should be."
This was yesterday. Kidding.
Yeah. Anyway,
I think we're distracting Sim.
Sim is like dying over there, but I'm saving him. Don't worry.
Ugh. Hey healer, why don't you try healing people?
No, I don't need to.
Alright.
I'll put a little band-aid on. Oh my gosh. I think Sim's gonna die.
Oh!
That would be hilarious. Oh no. Okay, I think I'm gonna get Sim in time. Oh, that was close. That was close. Sim is getting too used to this.
Yeah, he's getting LB.
He's
LB.
going LB crazy over there.
Ooh, I got an achievement of something.
He's going to turn into one of those bards that
Level?
keeps.
Level 80!
Easiest comm ever. That Tia is going to have stories based on today.
He probably is gonna block it. What is Zachary saying? When will y'all stream again?
I always stream on Sats.
Not y'all. Just Chieko.
Yes, Drax doesn't let metaphors go over his head because he's fast enough to catch them all. Zachary, I stream on Sunday nights at 7:30 p.m., 7 p.m., 6:30 p.m., around that time. Usually we react to videos about reading, literature, video games. Party, who is my sister, is usually the mod. Usually you wouldn't hear her. I'm staying at her house. She's being a wonderful hostess.
That's a bit of an exaggeration, but.
Okay. Never mind, she's shitty.
Yeah. I'm more comfortable with that description.
But we do stream. I mean, I stream.
I'm in chat usually. Yeah. We also have a Discord. I don't know if he has that.
He's 18. Surely he must have a Discord.
Some people are strange. I'm not gonna assume.
Oh, that's true. That's true. He might be one of those hipster
Might be not
youngins.
cool.
Yeah, that's true. True and real. But yeah, I stream once a week. Cause I'm actually, I'm a ESL teacher and a ghostwriter. So streaming is something I just do for fun on the weekend. Hey, you know, Zachary, I'm glad to hear that you're focusing on work and school. That's very smart of you to focus on, honestly.
Bro, sounds responsible.
Sounds responsible. Yeah, unlike us right now.
Unlike our little brother. No, I'm kidding.
Well,
Maybe.
he actually got some really good scholarship, but I told him not to waste his money on useless things. Wait a minute, are you in the
drugs.
chat? Yeah, I think you encouraged him to take drugs.
Who?
Our brother.
When?
In the chat, when he told us that he was getting really nice money from the government.
Did I really? Oh my.
I think you did.
What is wrong with me?
I'm afraid to click on the chat because, you know, of his name and stuff,
Yeah,
but...
hold on. Let me have a look.
Well, I'm wishing you luck, Zachary. I understand if you can't come in until later, but I don't know if my streams will be to your taste. We don't always really game, I'm going to be frank. We usually do more talking, but if you're into like based critical content, that's kind of where we're at. Sometimes I stream on Wednesday nights, and I'll just do like fun games. Maybe party, what we could do is like on a Wednesday, I could like stream.
This Wednesday? Or a Wednesday?
A Wednesday. Let's not promise Wednesday. We could do Wednesday. I'm saying let's not promise it on stream.
Okay. I don't what?
So then, what I would do is I would stream, but we would also like be in our personal chat. So then your voice would be on stream as well.
Oh, why would you want a thing like that?
No, like that would happen if I was at my place.
Okay.
Just in case, maybe people will like our repartee.
If you want to, it's your I can't think words. It's your YouTube, so.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm down for that.
All right.
All right. Don't do your teacher shit with me. Okay.
All right.
All right.
Oh, I got 75 tomes.
Oh man. I shouldn't have logged out.
What?
Because we could have run one more while I'm still semi-alive.
Oh, well.
I should go to bed. It's almost 4.
Yeah, go to bed.
Oh, but it's so much fun chatting.
Yeah. I'll end the stream as well, so you can go to sleep.
That's okay. You can do whatever you want. It's fine. I'm gonna go. I logged out anyway, so. Well, I'm going back to Kraken.
I'm going to take a look though, and see if there's any other thing I can run.
Yes, there is stuff. Ethereal was like 5, wasn't it? But that one's longer.
No, it's only 4.
Is Orban still 7?
Yeah, but Orban would take even longer than Praetorium, I think.
Yeah.
Like you get one bad party in there and you're
Yeah.
stuck forever.
I did it a bunch because I'm not invested in anyone in particular.
That's Party in denial about her love for a robot. Okay, so just letting everyone know.
He is my love.
Oh boy.
Oh.
Ben, yes, we are still going, but Party is going to bed, and we're going to actually end the stream soonish. You might not see the stream up right away, because I just need to check, make sure I didn't dox anybody. But when will our next stream happen? We don't know, but we will definitely be hanging out next Sunday night. Will I be home next Sunday night?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll be home next Sunday night. So. Ooh. Zachary. I will take a.
Join the Discord.
Yeah, if you join the Discord, you can recommend specific lore videos.
Yeah, we have a content request channel, so you can stick like videos and stuff in there. So I'd suggest joining the Discord link above, and that way Checo can react.
Sim is asking, why am I standing in the middle? I'm standing in the middle.
Is it the slice one?
Yes, because I'm focusing on my phone and ending stream. But I will be moving away from the middle. But let's end stream here, and we can hang out next weekend. All right? So let's see. Where is my OBS? Farewell, everybody.
Farewell. You.